All right. Are we up and running yet? Let's see. Are we up and running? Hmm. Just give me a moment here. I think we are.
My meeting notes went from this to
Ah,
this.
yes. All right. Looks like we are up and running. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the channel. Sorry I'm a couple minutes late this morning, but sometimes things happen, and that's the way it goes. So Jayhawk, of course, first one in here in the tank this morning. Good morning. May we all have a blessed day today. Yes. PAV. Okay, we gotta get my sheet of paper out here. There we go. And right out of the gate, Dave Sanders, PAVS. Yes, got it. All right. Yeah, I seen that thing running this morning, says Jayhawk. Yes. Shares jumped from 34% to 659 in after hours on news. Okay. Thank you for the heads up there. Dave. Let's see. 659 high. Well, we know one thing from yesterday. These stocks that have good news or whatever, like selling, $1.33 billion generated in their coffers, they can go up on a high and then they can just sell all day long. They can just sell and sell and sell. They can just keep selling from off that high. And so many of you know that here on this channel, first of all, I am not a financial advisor and I make no guarantees. Okay? I make no guarantees at all, but I have to clarify that I do not have a license for financing. I've been trading for about 26 years and I hold stocks long. I have a long portfolio. I have a dividends portfolio. And so I don't just day trade. Okay. I do indeed have long positions on many things. And what I do here is I try to teach everyone my method of using a buy sell sheet, and I buy in small increments as the price is falling. I just keep nibbling at it and keep nibbling at it as it falls. All right. And I'm just looking for numbers that are on that buy sell sheet. But here's what I want to clarify with you. You don't have to buy at every single number that it has listed as it's falling, and especially at the rate that they're falling now. So I'm going to change my strategy a little bit because I am going to still buy the lows, but I'm not going to keep buying it as it hits numbers on my buy sheet. Because as of late, things that don't seem to make sense, like a stock only has 800,000 shares outstanding, but it's traded, 100 million. So you're starting to see some differences now in this market from even 2 months ago. It's changed a lot. And I'm starting to notice that I guess what it's caused by is that now there have been so many more that are that have access to trading without having a $25,000 requirement, that there's just a lot more sentiment, okay? There's just a lot more retail, I guess it's retail investors. They don't know what they're doing. Most people lose money in the market. Most people lose because they don't know what they're doing. But my point is, I guess that this amount of selling is because of so many people who are retailers that just can't take any kind of loss. They don't have the stomach for loss. You know what I mean? So this is my call that they're getting, and I'm going to adjust my phone here a little bit. There we go. They're getting, hopefully it will stay where I get it set up. And so right now we're seeing a lot more, and I don't know if this is the cause, but I'm just trying to make some sense of it. I've told you about selling shares in a circle, in a group that short sells and just keeps selling the shares over and over, short selling it to each other as a possible reason for these prices falling. But anyway, it is interesting that we're seeing them make much bigger moves, many of these stocks. And another thing that I find weird about the market today, I find it I find it odd that some stocks seem to be able to ebb and flow without any restriction. For example, that stock yesterday, GTE, there was no restriction to how far it could fall. They were just going to let that thing go to $1. You know, it seemed like no halting of it at all. No halting of the stock as it fell at all, which is odd because, you know, usually they have in these little breakers that go off, you know, but man, they let that thing fall 35% yesterday without one halt ever whatsoever. Let's get over here. And I want to have a look at it today. GTE. And let's just jump over right now and have a look at PAVS. But here's my point. You know my strategy. You know that I buy when the price is falling, and I have numbers on my buy-sell sheet. But I tell you what, and it's okay if they get to one that's a defined number like 66 to pick up a little bit, and then down to 33. But I'm going to be less likely to be purchasing on those smaller numbers in between, because that can get you in trouble. So we're gonna be a little bit more restrained when it comes to those buy sell sheet numbers, okay? And we're gonna wait until that thing just falls to rock bottom before we buy. And our intention here is to make money, okay? Not be to be cautious, to keep our powder dry. Yesterday, actually, the last 2 days in a row have been brutal trading days for me because, yeah, I'm buying it as it's dropping and I'm lowering my dollar cost average. But I get to a certain point where my dollar cost average is 10 cents above them, and then I don't have my powder dry anymore, and I need more dry powder. So we're going to be more cautious about the way we go in on these, not buying at every single buy sell number or buy number. Yeah, they're buy numbers. They are all buy numbers, but that doesn't mean you have to buy at every one of them. You have to buy using discretion, folks, and buy small, like always, buy with small increments. So what we're going to be doing today, if you'll hold on here, let me load up YouTube over here. Here we go. And we're going to go here. because I don't want people to lose money on this channel. Yesterday, out of 106 people, 40% had bought that stock with me and said they made money, GTE. When I did my poll, I had 146 answers. Man, we've jumped up to 5.16 million views. Whew. Wow. That's nice. Well, I see PAVS is falling just as I just mentioned to you guys. And these stocks that we're seeing spike on the great news, man, you got to watch out because, man, I guess these shorters are, they're just running rampant right now. And you got to watch out for them because they'll buy up every single share and they'll get all these retailers in it and they'll get this big old, you're missing the train, you better jump on. And then the next thing you know, they own all the shares and then they just short the position and then they just sell them and sell them and sell them. And he sells to his friend and he sells to his friend, he short sells to his friend, and the next thing you know, it's back to this friend again. He short sells it again to his same friend, he short sells it to his friend, he short sells it to he short sells it to his friend, and then it's back to this guy who short sells it to this one. And they can just rack up millions and millions of shares. Even if the stock only has 2 million shares outstanding, folks, it could sell 100 million in this fashion. Or at least that's my take on it. I don't know any other way it could be than that. It's inexplicable that a stock that has fantastic breaking news and everybody wants to buy in on that news, but somehow the price keeps descending. It's inexplicable. And as I said, it defies the quote unquote laws of finance, which is supposed to be, it defies the laws of finance, which is supposed to be supply and demand. We all know that. Every one of us who went through school knows all about the laws of supply and demand and widgets and so forth. And so this is what defies the law of supply and demand. And this might be a perfect example. We're going to take a look at this stock right now. Hold on. Turn this around. And we're looking now at PAVS. We're going to be looking at PAVS here. And man, I can't wait till my new camera mount arrives. I'm going to be working with a rubber band here on this dang thing and a crazy. I'm going to have to figure out some way to get the bottom stabilized. So let me figure out how to stabilize the bottom on this here a little bit better. Hold on. Let's see if I can get this to stabilize more. There we go. That's better. Okay, good. Whoa. Hey, look. And you guys can see now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Jeez, oh, Pete. This is crazy. I'm sorry, folks. Close your eyes. We have a new camera mount on its way. I just have to figure out here. There'll be a way to know what to do, folks. Just hold on. I just solved this problem that we're having. Okay. There. I just solved the problem. Nice. Okay. Now we have it where it won't be jiggly anymore. Or we'll try not to make it jiggly anymore. There we go. That should be just a very good advancement in our media broadcast this morning. Got you guys feeling like the earth is shaking here. Earthquake. Well, as you can see, I've got some changes here. I took down my big TV background there, and here we go now. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's take a look at PAVS, what the news was. On August the 5th, announced agreement to buy Haviva Athletic. Okay? They're buying an Haviva Athletic wear brand and related business assets from from Yabanero for 33 million in cash. Okay. So the news, the latest news, which broke this morning at 5:17 a.m., or I guess, yeah, hold on. Rallies over 34% after hours. Here's what's going on. And their last breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, was on 625. So this company doesn't keep themselves in front of the camera or out in the, that's one thing you got to look at. 625, well, 630. So that would be the end of June. And then they didn't have any news out prior to that, 625. Then let's see here. From 625, 615, that's 10 days. Okay, so here we go. On June 15th, the company announced, June 15th, the company announced that they had entered into a non-binding letter of intent regarding the proposed acquisition of that company I just said, Habanero, okay, for an aggregate purchase price of in the range of 15 million and 20 million, in the range of 15 million and 20 million. And they announced 33 million. They just bought it for 33 million. They said 15 to 20 and they bought it for 33 million. Or yeah, because as I read this over here now, what it says is that when they made the announcement for the proposed acquisition, it says right here when they made that announcement. Oh, I hate that these things go away on you. They should stay until you're done. They made an announcement for the proposed acquisition of Habanero for an aggregate purchase price in the range of 15 million and 20 million. So I guess is that 15 million and 20 million? I guess it is aggregate purchase. So that's 30 million. And it says this morning that they completed the deal, 33 million in cash. Okay. So that's the news that drove this stock up, and we'll keep an eye on it. But there are no guarantees here. There are no guarantees. And I can tell you only one thing. Like I said, somehow or another, these stocks with these breaking big stories have just been able to just sell and sell and sell and sell and sell and sell. And by the end of the day, they're back down to where they were at the end of the day. It just peters out, even though the volume just flows and flows and flows. And there's just millions and hundreds of millions of shares. It just drops and drops and drops. It's what we've been noticing a lot lately, folks. So we have to be very cautious about this market right now because it's very finicky. And my belief is the reason it's so finicky is because so many more retailers are now able to access these markets because they don't have the $25,000 restriction anymore. And I think that's what is really driving this crazy uppity downity stuff that we're seeing is because so many more retailers are now got exposure to the market, and they're finicky, folks. They're just bunch of fraidy cats, and they have no patience whatsoever, none. They just if it falls, they're out. Oh well, I got to get out of this thing. Man, oh man, I got to get out of this thing. It's collapsing, just like my camera stand here is doing today, collapsing on me. It keeps collapsing on me till I get my new one, folks. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have a new one coming though. It is on way. But this camera I'm working with is gonna be kind of hokey for a little bit, folks, until I get my new camera in mount in here. All right. But that being said, take a look at PAVS right now, and we can go ahead and just lay out some lines of resistance. Uh, one of them is obviously right here. Okay. One of them is right here, twice resisted. One of them is here, and then she runs up to a little bit of resistance right there. And this is your biggest top line of resistance right there. Come on, make a mark for me. There you go. So now, as this blue 5-day average starts to rise here, it's going to have resistance there, where it had resistance once, twice, three, four times. Right there, it had 4 times resistance. Once, twice, 3 times, actually 4, 5 times. So this is a big line of resistance now. It's got to get over that. If it does, it goes to here. If it breaks that line, it goes up to right there, basically. There's not even much resistance right there, to be honest. It's very little. And we're talking about PAVS. Now, yesterday, we had all these stocks called out yesterday. Every one of these stocks called out yesterday. And golly, there we go. So when we have this many stocks called out, I usually try to take a look at every single one of them before the market opens. So this was yesterday. Wow. From right here down, this was all called out yesterday. That's a lot of stocks. So these were big movers yesterday. Let's go see if any of them were good call outs. All right. So the first one that was called out yesterday morning was SGLY, Pat Yeager. And what I'm looking for is pullbacks on these. But before we go there, just give me a second, because I want to see if there are others that have been called out this morning beside PAVS. Huh. All right, hold on. All right, let's get over here. All right, dadgummit. So I got PAVS shares jumped on news. Yeah, I seen that thing running this morning, and for swim won't let me buy it. Okay, I guess I bought 6 shares yesterday in my Robinhood account, Jayhawk says. Made $35 on those 10 shares. Bank is bank, that's right, Dave Sanders, yes. Definitely not complaining. Waking up 35 is a good thing. Yep, CIRO, got it. Okay, got it. CIRO. I'm sorry, CLRO. Oh, CL. Yeah, we got to be careful about that. CLRO. 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 Yeah, if you write L in the small case, it looks like an I. CELZ. Okay, got it. Jayhawk. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Emmanuel Sells Houston. All right, Dave Sanders, CLRO in at 1041 out at 12. Good start for the day. Oh, yeah, that's a very good start. Emmanuel, very nice. I called it out, Dave. Turns around, makes money on it instantly. Boom. That's what I like to see. In and out, Dave. And out. Awesome, brother. Yep. Thanks, guys. Looking for the pullback. Rinse and repeat. Yes, there we go, Dave. Here we go. Now, Gary. All right, Gary Edwards. Good morning, Gary. Good morning, Mr. Hawkman. Yes, indeed. Gary, I took a 1.5% RMLOD fill. Awesome. Yep, I was stuck behind 250,000 warrant block, 170,000 order, chewed through it at will. 8,900 stood in my way. Gosh. Then I sidestepped the chunk and 1.4, 1.5 and took a fill. Yay. Hard to tell if it was the right choice, as the chart looks like it was. But the volume on Trading View says it wasn't. Aha. Okay. Not sure how accurate Trading Views. I like that you said not sure, and they put sure like sure microphone spelling SHURE. Little free advertisement for them. So I'm reading everybody's comments right now here, ladies and gentlemen, is what I'm doing, and it's coiled up tighter than a vehicle. Gary, any day now, assays will drop and the floodgates will release. Gary, could come tonight, the last day of the Aussie trading week, but if not, week is almost assured, is surely assured. Got it. That's a real good assurance there. Good morning to the man, the myth, the legend, Catfish Tyler. FELZ. Got it. FELZ and CELZ. So now we got two, and Larry Pitts. Good morning, Larry. Thanks for the call out. Appreciate it. Kim, good morning, Kim Danielle. Larry Pitts. Kim Danielle, LOL. Good morning, Gary. I had to hurry and pack and get on the road. We are 4 hours out. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, I'm just checking the wire. Hit 4 cents. What? Fort Lauderdale. Kim Daniel. Woohoo, Gary. Yes. FLA here. Kim, Florida. Here Kimmy comes. All right. Good morning, Kim. Kim, I don't know if you've already told everyone, because I haven't been able to keep up with all this chat, because lately we're having daily over 1,000 comments in the chat, and it's so hard for me to keep up with what everybody's saying, especially if I'm really trading really like I was yesterday with that GTE stock. Now, speaking of that stock, last night in the after hours, they had it down a little bit, GTE stock. And it was down. And I'm going to have to find. Here we go. I got it. There we go. So GTE stock, this stock right here, was down a little bit last night in the after hours. Let's see where it sits now. At close. Huh. Well, what about in the pre-market? Let's get over here and take a look here. And by the way, PAVS, keep an eye on it. GTE. Well, this is a good one here. 73 cents. What was this? 977 to 920. So we got a 50-cent move. And then from 920 up to 969, a 49-cent move. Then down to 934, a 30-cent move. A 30-cent move, 30 cents, 30 cents, 20 cents, 20, 20, 30 cent. 966, trading 966 to 933, folks. Okay, there's your trench. They're trading this 966 to 933, 966 to 933, 966, 933. All right. And then right here, 950 and down to 948. Okay, so this is where you'd think that after all this big herky jerking from right here at 933 up to this number right here, which is 966 right there. It says 964, but I promise you it's 966. Okay. So I'm just going to take this thing here right now. 966. There it is. This line right here. It should be there. And that price is 966. Okay? So right now, this is the trench, folks. You're buying it at 933. You're selling it at 966. You're buying at 933. You're selling at 966. You're buying at 933. You're selling at 950. You're selling at 933. You're selling at 966. You're buying at, what did they drop it to here? 918. 966 to 918, a 40-cent drop, then a 38-cent rise. Then from 962 to 911, of course, 911. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. 911. Uh-huh. All right. You see that number on my buy sell sheet all the time. And look, they did it over here too. Look at that. Right down the blue line to 911. 911. And then what number was this? They hit the bottom yesterday. 902. Okay. So yesterday's 12 o'clock lunchtime low, or it really looks like around 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 902. That was the low. Now, this company yesterday, they're in the oil business, and they announced the selling of two of their businesses yesterday morning in the pre-market. And you can see what happened. They shot up, okay? And they shot up to $11.52. And then, ladies and gentlemen, when it fell from 1152, I bought some right here at 1066. Now, the reason I bought at 1066 is because it's on my buy sell sheet. So I bought it at 1066, and then it fell on down here to 1033, and I thought that's a good buy. I like to buy that number, 33. So, as you can see, it would have been a good buy because it went right back up here for a sell at 1088. I'm sorry. So I sold it at 1088, okay? And then it went back down here to this price. And that price is 1013. Pardon me, folks. That price is 1013. That's a good buy number. So I bought some there. Then when they ran it up here to 1049 and 1050, I sold it. But then it dropped all the way down to here, 992. And ladies and gentlemen, when it got to 10, this is where I started really buying in at 10 because I could look over here and I could see all this resistance at that number before. So I presumed since there was so much resistance there that drove it down, this would be a very good place to pick it up, right in this range. So I started buying heavy in here, okay? Because I thought for sure, man, the thing's gone now from $11.52 up there at the top, $11.52, and it's gone all the way down to $10 now, down $1.50 on this news of them selling one of their the drilling locations, and I was like, this thing is probably going to bounce off 10. So I started buying it heavy there. I bought it in heavier increments. And this was yesterday, folks. Well, that turned out to be a mistake because even though I bought a lot at 10, when it got up here, I should have sold more. Well, actually, this is where I was buying it. So it dropped after I bought it at 10. And I was in a situation where I had a lot of cash because I only bought with a little bit, as I always do. I had only bought a little bit here. I'd only bought probably 100 shares of it, maybe 200. And then when it got there to this point, I said, what number is this? Okay. 955. Well, as you recall, at this point, my dollar cost average was 10.05 a share if you were watching me trade yesterday. But I had a lot of powder left still, a lot of dry powder. So when they dropped it to 955, I'm thinking, all right, now the price has gone from $11.52 down to 955, $2 down on this great news of them selling one of their two of their oil platforms. So I thought, and they generated when they sold these two businesses, they generated 1.33 billion dollars. This is why their price had shot up so much on the news, that they generated 1.33 billion dollars. This is GTE I'm talking about, folks. The stock is GTE. So it's fallen from $11.55 down to $9.55. So I said, all right, man, I'm going to buy this bottom right here. And it was a bottom. The 55 is a good buy, as you can see. If you bought there, then we sold it at the 55 and we sold it up here when it hit 1008. So that was a good buy in there to sell at 1008. But when it was there, I should have sold more of it. I should have sold even more. And I was selling large quantities compared to what I was buying. There's no doubt about it. Every time it got to these highs, I was selling way larger quantities than the quantities I was buying as it was falling. But then the doggone thing dropped to here. And what price was this? 946. So again, the price has fallen again now, $2.10 almost at that price. I says, that's good. I'll buy there. I bought it again. Then it went back up here again and we sold it again. We sold it. And so this is when I asked yesterday, hey, have you been trading this stock with me and are you making money? And 48% of my viewers said yes, that they were making money doing what I was doing. So I said, okay, cool. Well, but then, ladies and gentlemen, from this number, I was not expecting to see a collapse this far down. I just wasn't expecting it. I just was like, where is this coming from? And so I started buying it when it was, again, here. I bought it at the 966, of course, because I always buy 966. And again, the price was at $11.52. Now it's at 966. Man, that's 25% off, man. I'm going to buy that. So I bought it there. Then the collapse, and it just dropped and dropped and dropped. And I bought a little bit right here. You know, I buy the 33 and the 31. So I was buying the 33 and the 31. And then wham, oh my gosh, they drop it to here. 920, I start buying at 920. And you guys know I was buying at 920 yesterday. And by then, my dollar cost average had gone from 1005 down to 1002. And you can see what it was doing. I have it written down here on, hold on a second here. Where did I write it down? This isn't the right sheet. Oh, here it is. So you can see here that My dollar cost average on this stock, this is on the stock I'm going to be showing you here, is GTE. Out of all the stocks that were called yesterday, that was the one I said I wanted to day trade, GTE, because I knew that it was going to be very herky and jerky, which it was. It definitely was. Man, this is as herky and jerky as it gets, man. These are big swings. So I was right about it being a good one to day trade yesterday. But here it is. My dollar cost average, as you can see, at 11:05 in the morning was 10:05. By 11:12, it was down to 10:02 because the price kept falling. So I bought it more. By 11:20, my dollar cost average was 9.94. By 11:30, it was 9.88. By 11:45, it was 9.81. By 11:56, it was 9.75. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as I keep my powder dry, as the price keeps falling, I can just keep buying at these lows and I keep dropping my dollar cost average. This mathematically makes sense. So by 2 p.m., my dollar cost average was down to 9.24. Folks, the price had been at 11.52, and then by 3 p.m., my dollar cost average was 9.16. 9.16. So by 3 p.m., my dollar cost average on GTE was $9.16. Okay? And you can see right now where the price is in the pre-market this morning. The price right now is at 9.49. 9.49. So right now, I'm sitting all right. And however, I did sell most of that stock yesterday afternoon. Now I see, looking here at I bought a stock yesterday, ENSC, I'd like to take a look at. But first, we're going to go over here to charts. And this is the chart for GTE right now. And it's herky-jerking nicely. So I'm going to make some more money on this one today. But let's go on over here and look at these stocks that were called out this morning. And we're talking about a stock, CLRO. This was called out by Dave Sanders, CLRO. All right. And actually, I do like the look of that quite a bit. That chart looks good. CLRO. Okay, I'm going to put an asterisk beside that one because I like the look of that. Their current bid is 10.25 and the ask is 10.30. Folks, this stock is up 70%. CLRO stock soars over 98% after hours. Here's what you need to know. Following a Security and Exchange Commission filing that revealed fresh progress on its planned merger with clinical stage biopharmaceutical company Vivani Medical. All right? So the news is from the Securities and Exchange Commission. It was a filing that revealed fresh progress on its planned merger. All right, well, folks, I don't really see that as a reason for it to go hog wild, okay? I just don't see that as a reason. So, it's like just like any news is good news, I guess. So there you go. That's what's going on with CLRO. SEC filing merger has a higher possibility of going through, I guess. Is a merger progress. I'll say that. Thank you very much. Now we want to look at a stock called out by Jayhawk, CELZ. There's a good one. That's a nice spot right there. Kissing the ET, folks. It's going to have a line of resistance, which it already has shown right there. So you're going to put a mark right there as a line of resistance. If it breaks over this, then we're looking good. Because then the next line of resistance is right there on the 5-day chart. And the last line is right there at the top, right there. Okay. And your highest line of resistance, of course, will be at the price where the high was of $1.37. Hey, guys, does that number surprise you? Look at my buy-sell sheet. What does it say right here? It says over here, sell, and it says 37. Does it surprise you? Sell 37. And then you look at this chart and you look up at the highest price and it happens to be 37. Folks, I know, okay? I'm sorry, my camera, I'm using kind of a makeshift camera mount here, folks. It's the proof is in the pudding. There's your cell number, 137. 137. All right. Now we're going to go over here. We'll keep an eye on it because the 200 is rising nicely. This is the stock C. This is CELZ. CELZ. Now let's go see what the news is. Well, I do not see any real news. Well, yesterday, however, shares were trading higher after the company announced it has received a notice of allowance for a U.S. patent. Man, we saw a stock the other day get an allowance for a U.S. patent, and that thing just went freaking nuts. AMIX. I'm not kidding, man. That thing got an announcement of a U.S. patent, and it went crazy. Am I right? That was, I believe, what the news was for AMIX, if I stand to my memory is correct. Yeah, AMIX. Here it is right here. It says that this company, Autonomix, stocks skyrocket after obtaining key cancer tech patent. They got issued a patent. And this stock just went freaking berserk, AMIX. I'll show you. AMIX. And by the way, it's done well since they tried to splash the close yesterday, right after the closing. Look at them splash it down to 1070. And it's done very well ever since then, just bouncing off the 200, bouncing off the 200, bouncing off the 200, bouncing off the 200. AMIX. Oh man, and I'm holding some of this. I'm holding one whole share this morning. God dog it, man, this minimize thing. What is up with that? GT. Gonna take a quick look at that right now. I did read their earnings I did their conference call. I did read that this morning, and man, this company is all over the world with their oil aspirations, and they made a very good profit. This company announced some very good profit over this last year compared to a loss of last year. So they had a good earnings call. I don't know why they said their earnings call was mixed, but right now the bid is 940 and the ask is 955. So it's going to be up this morning, hopefully. And this is the stock GTE. Okay, let's look at FELZ now. FELZ called out this morning. I don't see that. I think you meant CELZ there, Larry Pitts. What is going on with my computador? It says connect to the internet. All right. Don't know why it wouldn't be already connected to the internet. Huh. Well, all right. Let's get back over here to some stocks that were called out yesterday. I want to start off with VMAR. Okay. VMAR. Let's take a look at this. VMAR. All right. Well, over a 6-month chart, this stock is down 97%. So I'm not very encouraged by that. So we're just going to not look at VMAR. Okay. VMAR. Certainly not a long hold. Now, SHOP. This stock was called out yesterday by Jayhawk. SHOP. Shopify. Holy smokes. Look at that stock yesterday. Shopify. Man, that would have been a great day trader. Whew. Up to 154, down to 142, $12 drop, $5 rise, $5 down, $5 rise, $5 down, $5 rise, $5 down. Gosh dang. Trading in a channel, man. You can make some money on that. All right. Shopify. Whew. That was called out yesterday by Jayhawk. Next, XOS. Oh, man. 342 XOS. Man, Jayhawk, that thing also, look how they gutted that thing out yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon. They just gutted that thing out. And here's what I often talk to you about. See how fast they dropped it here? Listen, when you drop a price so fast on just a bunch of selling, when you drop it so fast, you create a gap there. There's a gap here now. There's a gap. There's always been one. You can see from here to here and from here to here and from here to here. There's a gap. There's a gap. So when it gets back over here, boom, there's a freaking gap. You see it? I mean, it's as simple as can be that now there's a gap here. So when it gets here, look, it gaps up to there and then boom. Oh, I like it. Man, we'll have to watch this one today, folks. XOS. Wow. Man, XOS. Let's look at this on a 20-day chart. Jeez. No wonder it's getting so herky-jerky. Man, look at that beautiful rising 200, that rising 50, the 45 above it, the dark blue 45 rising above the rising 50. And then they try to kiss down to this. Right now, kissing that, man, I like it. Listen, there's a gap on the 5-day from here to there and from there to here, folks. XOS. Now, also, where they just created this resistance line on XOS, take a look at this. Where they just created that, why did they make a line there? Let's take it out to the 90-day and see if we can get it on the 90-day. See why they stopped it at that line. Okay? Aha. Here's why. This is why. Why they just stopped it on that line right there. This is why they just stopped it on that line. You can clearly see it was a line of resistance right here to the drop. See how it stopped there and went right back up? Look over here, folks. This is 90 days ago. Dropped to that line and went right back up. Then over here, fell through it, came back up to it, and then dropped from that line. Came up to it again, dropped from that line. Comes up to it again, drops from that line. Gets here again, drops from that line. Now, what's the difference between here and over here? Do you want to know what the difference is? The biggest difference is that when this came up here and dropped, the 50 and 45 day were here at this point and falling. They were falling when it got there. So it got there on the spike, but this was falling. The 50 and 45 and the 200 were falling, understand? So this was a line of resistance before with the 50 and 45, the longer term weighted average, and the 200-day falling. See that? So it stopped there when those were falling, which makes sense. But over here, it stops there this time, and look what they're doing. They're rising like a freaking rocket, okay? That's the difference of it just hitting this resistance now here that we saw just this yesterday afternoon in the aftermarket, okay? And listen, proof of the energy behind this and how much stronger this move is than back then is look how high the price was above that point. Come over here. When it was there, look how high it went. It only went that high. Understand? And when it was here, well, it was that low. So what I'm trying to show you guys is the difference from this line being achieved here once and resistance going up, and then the here and resistance going down is you have the long-term averages falling. They're falling. They're falling. That's the resistance. That's why it resisted and fell. But over here, it resists now there at the same line because it's a strategic line. They don't want it to break because they know if it does, it gaps up to here, folks. They know that. They know it's going to go to right here if it gets over that line. They know if it goes over this line, it's going to gap up to this line right here. And then it's going to gap up to there. And then it's going to gap up to here. And then it goes right on up to there. Now, I'm not saying the price is going to do that, but what I'm trying to get your attention to is that this line of resistance, previous resistance, we know it's previous resistance, was achieved first right there recently. But look where the 200 when it was first achieved. Then the second time it was achieved there, look where the 200 is. And now the third time they drop it to there, and look where the 200 is risen to. And listen, folks, I provide, you decide, okay? The stock is XOS. All right, XOS. I like it, especially with this rising 200, rising 50 day. Now, let's go see what the latest news was. On 8/3, XOS releases white paper mapping the 117 megawatt hour per hour zero emission power gap across LA 28 Olympic venues. All right, 2028 Olympic venues, they're involved. Announces second quarter earnings on July the 30th. They just released earnings 8/13 after market. Their earnings are a week from now, 7 days from now. All right, XOS. I tell you what, I'm going to pick some of this up today for sure. XOS. I'm calling that out. It was called out yesterday by Jayhawk. And we go to the 1 day chart on it right now. There it is. It just hit what I think is a very nice bottom relative to an area where it never stopped right there. Whew. Now, it did stop there. You can see it ran up and pulled back from that number, up, tried to pull it back again, up, tried to pull it down. And now she's above that line and she's moving upwards. Now, do not be fooled by the look of the 200-day falling and the 50-day average falling here on the 1 day chart. Don't be fooled by that on the 1 day. Go to the 20-day. There you go. It's a triple upside crossover 2 days ago with the current price crossing the 200, the 50-day crossing, and the 200 rising like a banshee. And then they try to pull it right down to it, okay? Well, the first time they tried to pull down to this line, this is where the 200-day was, and this is where the 50 was. And now they try to pull down to the same line, and this is where the 50 and this is where the 200 is. So, well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I provide, you decide. XOS. I like the look of it. All right. And I have to get reconnected here with my other laptop. It decided to disconnect on me this morning. Disconnected from the internet for some reason. So I'm getting all hooked back up over here on my other laptop right this moment. All right, let's go back over here and see what else other people are calling out right now. U.S. Army Home Services, good live. In Catfish, I trust. So 92% chance we get assays before we get end of next week. I let the FOMO of an assay drop on Friday ASX time, made me Guys, hear me? Am I back up and running? Hear me now. Can you hear me? Are we back up and running? Oh, man. Hello? Can I be heard? All right, good. All right, good. Yeah, I had to go back into my oh. Well, I had to make some changes. Had to make some changes. All right. Let's get this show on the road. I do like this XOS, ladies and gentlemen. This is a good rundown spot, good resistance line. It just bounced off. XOS was at 342 last night. And the news that came out on the 3rd is that XOS releases white paper mapping the 117 megawatt per hour zero emission power gap across LA's 2028 Olympics venues. So they're going to be involved with all the 2028 Olympics venues. And then they had their earnings call on the 30th. They announced their second quarter 2026 earnings release date and conference call. They did that on the 30th. So they must have our earnings coming here fairly soon. Taking a look at the 20-day chart, triple upside crossover on the 20-day chart, which occurred 3 days ago. As I was saying to people, I like this stock. And if I change the 90 to a 90-day chart on this, I'm seeing a line of resistance right over here, ladies and gentlemen, where it just hit resistance today. The same line of resistance back here. All right. And I see that same line of resistance. It's the same one. And I'll highlight it so you can see that I'm correct here. This line of resistance, ladies and gentlemen, it goes out to 90 days. You can clearly see there was a line of resistance right there. There was a line of resistance there to the drop. A line of resistance, and it came up and hit that again and fell. A line of resistance right there. A line of resistance 2 times, 3 times, 4. A line of resistance again. And now, boom, a line of resistance once again. Now, as I said to you guys, and this stock here is XOS, this had very little stay here before, and very little time there, very little time there. But when they were there, the 200 was falling and the 50-day was falling when they were at these points of resistance. They were falling. The long-term were falling. Now we're at this same point of resistance, but these are all rising. The long-term lines are rising and at the same point as previously. So I like it right here. XOS. The bid is 290, 284. The ask is 294. So they're trying to pull it down because it closed at 295. But a good one to keep an eye on, XOS. And now I want to look at yesterday's call outs. These were all the stocks that were called out yesterday. And I want to see if these individuals who called these out pick some good stocks or not. That's what I want to see right now. So I'm going to go look at all these that were called out yesterday and see what they've done. And we might get a chance. If they made some good run-ups yesterday, there might be some fleecing out this morning right at 9:30 to 9:45. So we might want to find some good fleecers that we can get on that they're fleecing out. So let's see how these stocks did yesterday that people called out yesterday here on this channel. So let's go see. So one of them was RITR. Here it is, RITR. Well, it certainly has a nice rising 200, but it surely has been sold off to that 200 right there and up, down to that 200 again and up. And they're coming for that 200 again, folks, all right? Just be aware of that they're going to come for this again. And if they can, they'll keep leapfrogging off the 200 as it rises. Now, this is a long-term chart on this, RITR. I'm looking at a 90-day chart on it, RITR. It could be at a bottom, and this is a nice rising 200 and a nice rising 50 and 45 that only plateaued while they drove it down. Then it rose, got into the rise again, starts to plateau again. But please note something. Look at this massive attack on it as it plateaued it not only straight across, but even down a little bit. It started to recede. The 50-day and 45 receded there. But here, look at them. Maybe they'll do it again if they come at it this morning right out of the gate and they'll get this to recede. But right now, they're just forming a shoulder right there. They could get them to recede again. They could see a little recession on the 50 again. If we see that, it might be a good place to come in. And this stock is RITR. RITR. The close was at 26 cents. The bid right now is at 19. Okay, closed at 26 cents. The bid now is at 19. Just so you're aware of it. 1932 is the bid and 1975 is the ask. RITR. All right? Closed at 26. I'm just pointing it out. You guys, I provide, you decide. Let's look at it on the 1-day chart. Well, man, that thing looks like it already bottomed out. RITR just bottomed out right there at 18 cents. Then the next bottom solidified is right here, and that price is at 18.88. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? 18.88? That's crazy. 18.88, folks. Yeah. See that, Savannah? Let me mark it for you so you can see that I'm not kidding you. 18.88. It's unbelievable, but it's true. There we go. There's the line right there. 1887. Well, it's 1888, folks. The blue 5-day is 1888, 1888. I wonder if they've ever sustained that line before in the past, if it's meant something to them. Let's look at the 5-day on it. Oh, yeah. They've wallered all over this price here. See that? They've wallered all over that. Oh, my gosh. Look at that line of resistance drop to that line right there. It's that line, folks. See how they dropped it to that line? See how they ran it up to that line and collapsed it, up to that line and collapsed it, up to that line, up to that line, up to the line, up to the line, then up through the line. And now they take it back down to the same doggone line this morning. Huh. All right. Well, I'm just here to show, folks. You decide. The one thing that you might want to pay attention to, though, is from this median line that they've hit so many times, how low has it gone compared to how high it's gone? Okay. By the way, again, the first time they achieved this line, the 200-day was way down here. The second time they achieved the line, the 200 had risen to here. The third time they've achieved the line and stopped it there, the 200 is higher. The next time they achieve the line, the 200 is on that line. And now they try to achieve that line now, and the 200 is freaking above it. Oh my gosh, folks, this is looking good. I'm just telling you what I know from experience. It's hard to keep a price below a 200-day moving average. I'm just telling you. We'll see what happens. This might be a good one, folks. RITR. I'm just saying, folks, it's hard to keep a price below a previously known resistance line with the 200 below it and 200 below it and 200 below. Resistance, 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 resistance. It's hard to keep it below it when the 200 is now up above. A known resistance line over the history of the last 2 days, the last 3 days. Resistance once, resistance twice, resistance 3 times, resistance 4, resistance 5, resistance 6, 7, 8. And now they try to take it down to that line. And the 200 has moved all the way up to here. All right, I'm just showing it to you, folks. You decide. RITR, I think it's a good buy. 19 cents. Let's go see, have they done a public share offering? RITR. Are they known for doing public share offerings? So let's take a look. Stock split history. RITR. Because they need to if they get back over $1. Hey, look at that. Split history. None. They've never done a split. As of yet, they have not done a split. RITR. Yesterday, up 79%. In the pre-market, down 25% off the closing price. All right? All right, I'm just sharing it with you guys. It's a cheap price, 19 cents. RITR. And let's take a look at it on the one-day chart right now. There it is. RITR. Look at that one-day chart right now. Right on this line, they're trying to go to it again right now. But they've got the 5-day up here now. All right. Next, I want to look at AMIX. Oh, nice. Oh, AMIX. Okay. AMIX. After hours. Low 1070. Now, folks, look at this chart over the last 10 days. AMIX. Now, we've made some very good money on this stock, but man, was it not easy. Holy smokes. Man, this is the one, AMIX, that announced that they got a new patent issued to them on a cancer treatment. Jayhawk. Oh, thank you, my friend. All right. Jayhawk. Hey, where's my drawing list? Wait a minute here. Okay. Huh. Uh-oh. We got a situation here. My drawing list is gone. Wow. Well, I always keep that in the same place. And I did do some house cleaning here yesterday and made quite a few changes. So we're going to have to find out what happened to my drawing list for sure. Have to relocate it. But in the meantime, I'm going to, just give me a minute here, folks. I thought I would be able to find my list right here, but I'm not finding it. Huh. Well, that stinks. I'm going to have to try to relocate that. But for now, we'll just start another drawing sheet, and then we'll find that other one and add them. Interesting. So here we go. Jayhawk. And we'll find the other one. It's here somewhere. We'll make sure all are present and accounted for. AMIX. There she is. AMIX. Looks like it could make a move. All right. Kind of like the look of that. But we know that thing can get really movie. I mean, up and down a lot. So now let's take a look at DFNS. Very hugely herky-jerky and starting to kind of mellow out a little bit here, get a little bit less volatile. But look at this same line that they've gone for a low, gone for a low, gone for a low. They keep tapping that line, but that 200 just keeps rising the whole time. They keep tapping, 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 but that 200 just keeps rising all along. DFNS. Let's take a look at a 90-day chart on this stock. All right. DFNS. Closed at $45.91. The bid is now $45, and the ask is $45.99. There is a dollar gap between the bid and the ask on this one, Jayhawk. DFNS, dollar gap. Next, YXT, called out by Richie B yesterday. YXT. Uh-oh. $32 when it was. Folks, this stock made a huge run yesterday. Holy crap. Man, that was a great call out. YXT, Richie B. Holy smokes. I missed that one, Richie. Reverse split on 714. The pre-market high was 1169. The pre-market high was 1169 yesterday, folks, and it went to $32 by the close. YXT, man, I missed that one, R. Richie B. Wow. Hey, R. Richie, are you with us right now? Gosh dang it, man. What in the world is going on with this computer and this internet? Dadgummit. R. Richie B, are you here right now? Sorry, guys. Sorry about my camera here. YXT, and boy, I tell you what, they've driven it down below the 200 now. Closed at $23 and is sitting now at $8.20 a share. 8.20 a share at 9:26 a.m. Man, YXT. Now I want to look at LWLG, but I'm going to be looking at this one, YXT, ladies and gentlemen, on the 1-day chart. Boy, howdy, YXT, pre-market high, 1538. It was maybe even higher than that. Oh yeah, it was higher than that. Oh my gosh. Look at this chart drop in the after hours. Look at it drop after that closing near the high, 3214 high. YXT. Yesterday, 3214 high. What was the news that made it jump so much? Well, this doggone thing is just not connected to the internet. It says connecting, but it's not connecting. Dadgummit. Well, my second laptop is, for some reason or another, not connecting to the internet. The YXT is now at 790, and the market's going to open in 45 seconds. 788 now. I'm going to go over to YXT, enter. YXT, Amana, it was at 32.14 for a high yesterday, now $7. YXT. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The market's going to open in 15 seconds. Please consider hitting the like button with me all at the same time when the market bell comes down. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. And the market is opening right now. I'm looking at YXT. I want to come in for just a very small amount of shares here right now. 10 shares, buy at market. Trying to buy at market now at 784 range. Looking for 10 shares to fill at market around 784. I also want to buy 777. And I'll try 10 shares at 772. It just hit 821. My market share buy is still not filling. I got a market share buy waiting. I'm going to cancel this dang thing. I'm out. I'm not going to buy market at the high of the day, that's for sure. All right, hold on here. I had to cancel that order. I'm going to come in now at 7.99 because it's at 8.20 a share, and that's a sell. 8.20 is a share, folks. Is a sell. 8.20. YXT. 8.20 is a sell, and try to buy back at 8.07. What is going on? Hello, I'm ready to fill here. There, I got it at 808. YXT, I just got it at 808. Just got it at 805. 805. Yep, I'm looking to get it at 799, 792, 793. Prices now rising quickly. YXT is what I'm trading, everyone. YXT is what I'm trading. God dog it. Man. My other laptop still is not connecting to the internet. I do not know why. I moved a bunch of stuff yesterday. I got a lot of stuff changed here in the house. What is going on here? Why no internet? It's like my wireless is not working. Really stinks. Because I like to be able to monitor what you guys are saying over on this laptop. For some reason, it just is not cooperating now. And there we go. I just got 791 on YXT. Just bought YXT at 791. Trying to go for 785 here. Obviously, 788 is a number I like to buy. YXT. Next, let's go look at GTE. Holy cow, GTE. Wow. I'm up big time on it right now. I'm up 1,100 on GTE, folks. Look at that. Holy smokes. Just bought a YXT at 787. My dollar cost average is 950 on this stock, so I'm going to be selling it at 972. Trying to attack it down now. GTE. It was at 1012, folks, and I missed it. It was at 1012, and I missed selling it there. And now they're back to my dollar cost average. Wow. They're on my DCA. They're 2 cents below me now. I just went from up $600 to down 31. GTE, and I'm buying here shares at 940, 929. Incredible. They've been doing this every morning, running this thing up right out of the gate. I should have been over here on it, and then they've attacked the crap out of it. As soon as they run it up, man, they just come after it and hatchet this thing. And they just hack at it and hack at it and hack at it after they run it up. All I'm trying to do now, jeez, is lower my DCA, buying it around 932. GTE, folks, is the stock I'm buying right here. And my dollar cost average is 948 a share. Gosh, dang it, man. And they're sitting on my DCA right now, 948, of course. And they're going to sit and hold it below me 2 cents for a while. I jumped over here to look at it and I was up $1,100. Now I'm in the red. Well, I just went green again. I'm up 78. Man, I missed it again. Hey, it looks like I'm finally connected over here to the internet on my other computer. All right, I got it going here again. Good. It's working. All right, let's buy some here. 928. Again, man, they're just spanking this thing. Gosh, dog it, man, and I missed getting out on this. Man, oh man. Well, I learned not to go in too heavy on this. I'm going to be very, very light on this until I see the very bottom because I've seen how they've been manipulating this thing hugely. Yesterday, they just kept selling it all day long after they ran it up in the morning. They just sold it all day yesterday. So I'm just going to wait and be very patient. It just somehow they just kept selling this and selling it and selling it and selling it yesterday. Just kept on selling it. Just like they're doing now. Like I said, folks, learned my lesson good on this one yesterday, and I'm not going to make the same mistake today. I'm not going to do it. They've shown the ability to just keep selling this stock and selling it yesterday, and I'm certainly not going to get into that trap again. I'm going to let it fall. I'm just going to let it keep falling. Kim, to say that you're stuck in AMIX, that's a misunderstanding to say that. You're never stuck in anything. If something else is turning and running like a banshee, then that's what we're going to move to, okay? If something is turning and running like a banshee, then we're going to move over to it, and there won't be any stuck in anything. It just climbs then. Now, I am going to buy 30 shares right here of this stock, GTE right here. And I just got it at 926. And I want to try to buy it at 924 as well. And I'm also going to be just buying 10 shares at a time. GTE. Price was at $10.13 for the high. There we go. There we go. Now we're moving. Okay, we're moving now. This is GTE I'm buying, ladies and gentlemen. GTE I'm picking up right here. Lots of accumulation at 942 I see already. But again, like I said yesterday, man, they just kept selling this thing, selling this thing, selling it, selling it, selling it. And I looked at their earnings, and it was good. Their earnings were good. Their profits were good. Their forward guidance was good.
That looks a lot better down here, doesn't it, at the foot of the stairs?
Yes, much brighter. Okay, here we go, folks. My dollar cost average on this stock is $9.47. And I see that they are accumulating here, definitely accumulating a satchel right now. They're getting them a satch. And they're accumulating it below the 200-day average, well below it. And I just got it at $9.26 a share. My dollar cost average is now $9.46. This stock is down only 1.69% this morning. That is not very aggressive compared to how hard they've come at this thing in the previous 2 mornings. Man, they've been running this thing down 30%.
Not gonna be here to get your stuff today, so you're gonna have to get it on your own.
Oh boy, look at this thing, folks. They're just holding it here, accumulating it here underneath this. No dropping, just holding and accumulating. There it goes. Now we're going back up. Here comes the first candlestick of buyers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I saw that donation. I appreciate it. I sure do appreciate it. Thanks for sending that star. Nice. Shining some light on us. Speaking of stars, in case you didn't know it, this month is a very big astronomical month. We're going to be seeing a lot of things going on. On August the 12th, there's going to be a partial solar eclipse for many people that are in the northeastern United States. And ladies and gentlemen, this stock is about to go up over my DCA after I just bought GTE in the 928, 925. You see it now sitting at 938 a share, GTE. And so I'm going to try to come in now at 930. The master manipulators will pull it back down to 930 here for sure. I'm certain of it. Yep, there they come. Right, one more time for 930 there. I got a 929 now. Very nice. My dollar cost average is 945 a share. The stock I'm buying is GTE. Here it is on the chart right now. That's what it looks like. Volume is coming in. Volume is increasing, ladies and gentlemen. Volume increasing. And it should be, because this company is an oil company, ladies and gentlemen, who has done very well and just is expanding into new areas and has had a lot of success. Their earnings call was very good. I checked it out, and there's no reason at all for them to have dropped from $11.52 down to this morning's low where they are. It's just ridiculous. But they have shown the ability to get it and hold it down And they've shown the ability, as you can see here again, to run it up and down 10 cents pretty readily at their own desires and wants. Whoever's in control of it, they've got it in a 10-cent swing. So we're going to be showing you how I'm going to lower my dollar cost average on this stock today. And I will still sell this on the numbers on my buy sell sheet because I can see what they're going to do with this already. Again, it's just like yesterday. They really, whoever's manipulating this stock, they've got a pretty firm hold on it. They got a deep pocket. They got deep pockets. And right now I'm going to try to buy it here at 9:30. And one more time, look over here. Look at the buyers coming in here versus the sellers. Look at the 5-day rising. You can see the 5 days about to cross up over the 10-day. Flat green top candlestick there. Buyers coming in. Looks good. She's rising now. 9:33. There she goes. Flat top green candlestick on this candle right here. Flat top green on it right now. GTE is the stock. Now selling at 9.33 a share after I just bought a bunch at 9.20, 9.22, 24, 25. Now 9.34. Yep, she's getting ready to cut loose, it looks like. 9.35, 9.37, 9.38, 9.39. Here we go. This is GTE, folks. GTE is the stock I'm buying here. Yes, indeed. And she is breaking up above now. Already was at 10.13 a share this morning. Right out of the gate, it hit $10.13. And they said, let's drive that thing down freaking 50 cents and load it up. That's what they just did. And here we go, folks. Right now, I'm sitting on quite a few shares of this. And they're about to come up over my dollar cost average. I'm only down 22 bucks on it now, and I just went green. Just went green on it. And here we go. Let's rise, baby. Come on. And you can clearly see what's happening here now with this stock. That's the total fleece out. And I want to show you this on a longer term chart. GTE. Okay, there it is. And I want you to look at it here on a 20-day chart. GTE, ladies and gentlemen. This is it on a 20-day chart. Just look at that freaking 200 rising, the 50 rising, the 45 rising. Their earnings call, they had a 119 estimate, and they actually did 0.7. So that's why I guess they did have they were expected to do 1.19, and they did 0.7 actual. So that wasn't good, and they suffered from that. But they just sold two of their oil places in Ecuador and Bolivia, I believe it is.
Just in case we need it.
Thank you, gorgeous.
Tide you over till I get back. I'm leaving.
All right, I love you.
I love you too.
Can I get a kiss? Bye.
Is there anything in Cash App?
No,
No. $8?
I don't know. I don't know. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rumble. Let's rise. Oh, yeah, let's rise. GTE, it's time for it to make a rise here. Look at the long-term chart with a rising 200, rising 50, rising 45. All the long-term averages rising on this stock. GTE. It should fly, folks. And man, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. That is a crocky gator if I ever saw one. You can see his eyeballs right there. Look at his long snout right there. And look at that 50-day and the 45 rising, folks. You cannot pass up this opportunity, in my opinion. So I'm going to stay after this stock right now. Stay after it. Oh, look at him trying to hold it here underneath the 200-day moving average, folks. But there's no way that's going to happen, in my opinion. So I'm going to buy some more of this here. 10 shares at a time as she goes over my DCA right now. There she is on my DCA. And now I'm up $152.
Oh, goodness gracious. And let's buy it down here at 937 and 938. Yep, try to catch any little pullback as she continues to rise now. Got a lot of interested parties in here now, apparently. Oh, my goodness. Trying to drive her up to my DCA and bring her back down some. I'm ready to buy them. I'm ready to buy them here. Here we go. And we're making a next leg up right now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't fall off the cliff there, Catfish Tyler. Don't fall off the cliff. Here we go. Bought ourselves a 935 right then. There, nice. Try it again. Drop it on down here to 932 now. Riding it in a 10-cent chain trench, folks. Oh, goodness gracious. The ability of these manipulators, what they love to do over and over and over again. Goodness gracious. What are they trying here now? Another 928 by 929 and 930. Up we rise, though, folks. Rising again. And I'm going to start selling this. If they're going to play this game, riding it to my DCA and then dropping it 10 cents, I'll just keep selling it on my DCA and buying it 10 cent lower. I'll just do it over and over, just like they're doing. And I'll make big money doing it, folks. Here we go. We're back up to 934 now, 935. And the stock is GTE that I'm trading here. And I tell you, their earnings call, if you go listen to it, man, everything is good, man, right now. Their company's doing very well. They've lowered their debt. They've lowered their cost. And they didn't make the EPS that they were supposed to. But, man, things look good for them. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to see it continue to be manipulated and held here at 930 as long as they can, apparently. And I just picked up one more 929 buy right then, just then, 929. The stock I'm trading is GTE. GTE. And a whole lot of herking and jerking going on, ladies and gentlemen. A whole lot of herking and jerking. And here come the buyers in on this candlestick right now. GTE. I don't know if you can see it or not, but it looks good down there. It looks good. We've got buyers coming in here. Buyers more than sellers on that candlestick. GTE. Yep. Yesterday, they beat this stock down. They beat it down. They've just thrashed this stock. They've been thrashing it each day. Out of the gate, it runs up, and then they seem to be able to just sell it all day long. And a little bit different this morning because, hey, we've already seen the low, 917. Now now 10 cent higher, 11 cent higher at 928. And that establishes a 10 cent higher low, which I like. There we go. And I just got a 927, and she jumps back to 930. Nice. Okay, I like what I feel here on this. I'm going to stay in it. The stock is GTE that I'm buying here. GTE chart. I mean, just look at that 45-day and 50-day rising here and the 200. They're just rising and rising, folks. And all they're trying to do is consolidate, capitulate, and converge this stock. But I'm telling you, when this 50-day and 45 get up to this point, they're going to shove that thing right through the freaking roof, all right? And with this 200 rising below and the 50 rising and the 45 escaping the 50, man, this thing's going to shove this thing right through here, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think it's going to push that thing right up. She's already back up to 935 now. Good, 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 good. Man, oh, those long-term averages, they say the whole story, folks. Here we go. She's running now. Let's go. Let's take it to the top. And let's sell 100 here at 939. Sell 100 at 938. Sell 100 at 937. And you might be saying, wait a minute, Catfish, you're selling below your dollar cost average. You'll figure out. You'll watch me lower my DCA all day doing this. Just sold 938. You'll see me lower my dollar cost average here, folks. And like I said, I've already figured out what they're going to do here. They're just going to trade 10-cent trench below me. They're going to sit right below me and trade it up to right below me and then down to here and then back up to here. And that's why I just sold those shares. Here they come back down again, just like I suspected they would. Yep, take it on down to 925 again. Beautiful. All right. And back up she goes. Yep, take it right on back up now. And I'm going to put them in a pinch here, ladies and gentlemen, so they don't have an option or choice. Got them in a fix here. They got to either buy it from me or sell it to me. As you can see right here, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can actually see what I'm doing here because my phone is a little bit screwed up right now, and I don't till I get my new phone thing in here. There you go. So right now, I'm buying down here 925, 26, 27, 28, and then I keep selling up here 936, 37, 38, and then buy 927, 90, 928, 929, then sell 934, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 again, and then buy here again 925, 926, 927, 928. See how it works? And I just keep doing it because that's what they're doing, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it right now, clear as a bell. I just sold 935. If they're going to do it, I'm going to do it. There we go. It just sold 937. God. And they're going to keep doing this over and over and over, folks. Over and over and over, as long as they can take retailers to the cleaner doing it. Here we go. Just sold 936. Just sold 935. GTE is the stock I'm trading here, folks. And I just lowered my dollar cost average down to 939. As you know, it was earlier at 943, I believe. It's now at 939 with what I'm doing here right now. Now they're going to drop it back down. I'm going to buy it again, 1025, 1024, 1027, 1028. Yep. All right. Come on back down here. Come on down. There we go. GTE. Yeah. There we go. Oh, she just took me green. I just went green on her. Dadgummit. Just sold 942. 942 sold. I just went up $144 on this position, GTE. And here it is on the chart. We're looking at it right now. We're going to look at the 1-day chart. Listen, guys, I told you this 45 rising off this 50 and this rising 200 on GTE. I told you it was going to shove this thing right through the roof. It's going to blow it up, folks, most likely. It's not always the case. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a crocky gator, and this is consolidation, capitulation, and this is convergence. They're converging the stock. This is all coming together, the 50, the 40, 180 day. Oh, man. 180-day chart. Look at it. Folks, every single line is rising. The longest term is rising. The 50-day is rising. The 45 's escaping off the 50. There's a gap creating there. And now the 10-day is rising and the 5-day is rising. Every single, on the 180-day chart, every single one of these is rising, all of them. And I'm sorry, but folks, when you've just got this much energy going after this earnings call, man, oh man, just look at it. Man, looks gorgeous. Anyway, I'm going to show you how to day trade it and make money, folks. This is the stock, GTE. Look at him sitting a penny under my dollar cost average now. $0.02 below me, baby. Ha ha. Oh, yeah, two below, two below. That's where everyone goes. And they buy, don't you know, at there at two below. Two below, two below, two below is where they go. Everybody buys with dough at two below. Oh, yeah, now we're going up over me. Hasta luego, baby. Zen. And au revoir. Je ne sais pas qu'il y a quelqu'un ici qui parle français, mais je dis merci beaucoup que vous êtes ici avec moi aujourd'hui. And that is for all my people that are in the French Canadian region and anywhere else that speaks French around the world. Si es posible, ustedes hablar español. Yo digo muchas gracias por ustedes estar aquí conmigo hoy, esta mañana. Sí, yo puedo hablar español. No muy fuerte, pero yo tengo un vocabulario extraordinario. How's everybody doing right now? How's everybody doing? Woo-hoo! Hey, they just let me buy it. 1 cent below, 2 cents below me. Oh man, those are big orders. I'm buying 50 at a time. That's a mistake. I was supposed to be buying 10. Oh well, it doesn't matter. They're just going to run this thing right on up, ladies and gentlemen, all day, herky jerky, up and downy, and that's what they're going to do with it. Here they are again at 925, 925. See, I told you so. They're just going to run it down and up and down and up, and then they're going to make a fortune doing it, and so am I by the end of the day. Once again, down to 925, just like I told you they would do. I was exactly right, and here they go back up again, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the route they'll take all day long, and they'll end up making a lot of money just like me and you. You just got to expect it, folks. You just got to know what you're doing here. Trade it over and over in a 6-cent range. Just keep freaking doing it. Let them buy from you at the 931, 32, 33s. Buy back at 922, 925s, and just do it all day. Do it all day. Well, that is until it really blows up and then runs all the way back up to $10. But for now, they're trenching it, baby. They're trenching this stock. And here we go back up to sell at 931. You go, well, how in the world can they actually make any money doing this? Oh, they definitely can, ladies and gentlemen. They can fleece out an area until the dang thing is bald, and there's just nothing left of it. That just can't be in that region any longer. They try for as long as they can, but finally it just goes to the next level, especially, ladies and gentlemen, with a chart like this. With a long-term chart that looks like this, folks, there's no denying it's going to fly. Look at that freaking triple upside crossover. Triple upside crossover. Look at the rising 200, the rising 50, the rising 45, the rising 10, and the rising 5. The only thing falling, in fact, is a quick temporary price. The shortest term is the only thing dropping right now. The shortest term. All long-term averages are climbing on this stock, GTE. Okay? All the long-term averages are climbing. Every single freaking one of them. Boy, I tell you, it gets hard to hold back a stock like that, folks. I'm just letting you know. Gets hard to hold it back. GTE. Every single long-term average rising. And the only thing that just descended was the shortest term price. Here I'm going to sell it again at 932 right now. And I'm going to sell it at 932, 933. And of course, they take it to 932, and my order for 50 shares doesn't sell there. Then they pull it back down to 927, 928. Man, there's some buying going on here, people. There's some buyers coming in. Those are big green candlesticks right there. Way more buying than selling at this stage of the game. And I can see why. Sellers are trying to hold it, baby. They're trying to hold it back. But boy, howdy, this thing is looking good. All long-term averages ascending. GTE. I just wondered, when is it going to completely break out on them? This bullshit end. There we go. Just sold 931. Oh, yeah. And I'm selling here, ladies and gentlemen, in quantities quite large. I'm buying in 10s. I'm selling in 50s. And my dollar cost average has now dropped down to $9.33 a share, which is beautiful. But whoever's been manipulating this stock, they've done a very, very good job every single day of running it down to a certain number and then just basically holding it captive there. They've done it now 3 days in a row. They've run it down, 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 and then they just hold it captive there and trade it in a 10-cent range. That's what they've been doing every single day this week with this stock. Take it up at the beginning of the day, run it way up, and then down, 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 and then just hold it there in a 10-cent range. And they just trade just like I'm doing right now. Just repeatedly buying and selling in a 10, well, right now we're in a 5-cent range. 927 or 925 up to 930, down to 925 up to 930, down to 925 up to 930. And you can make money doing this, folks. They're going to do it, and I am too. And eventually this thing will just blow up. And when that 50-day and 45, they just keep flying. The stock I'm trading is GTE, everybody. Here it is on the chart. This is what it looks like right now on the long-term chart. And I got news for you. This rising 200 and rising 50-day and rising 45 and rising 10-day and rising 5, with the only thing dropping is just in the last 30 minutes. That's the only time it's dropped, in the last 30 minutes. All the long-term averages, folks, are climbing with just a little 30-minute decline here now. Okay? Just be aware of that, how that works. All those long-term averages, they just keep ascending, folks. And slowly but surely, they're going to shove this stock right up, folks. They're going to shove it right up through the roof. Especially if enough people are on this channel and keep looking at that chart right there, and they understand how it works. Get my people from Saudi Arabia to come in on this, and my people over in Bahrain, and my people that are in the United Arab Emirates that watch and trade. Man, they're no dummies. They can look at a chart like that and they go, oh gosh, man, he's right. He's freaking right. And they start buying it up. Let's go, boys and girls. Let's see this thing fly. Here we go. She's kicking into gear right now. I just sold 930. Again, that's like the 5th time I've sold it. And then back to 925 where I bought it. That's the game, folks. Look at them. Gets to 930 again. They take it down to 925, and I get to buy it again. Watch them. Give it to me again. Oh, this thing's about to pop, folks. You can just feel it. It's like a boiling on the stove. It's ready to go, baby. And if you're selling with me, I want you to do me a favor. Let's take away these sell orders right now. Let's get rid of them. Let's get rid of them. Let's get rid of them. Take them out, because this thing's going to fly. It's going to fly, folks. Pull out these sell orders right now. This thing's about to fly. The spoof sell is 1,200 shares at 960. I just saw him put it in. 960. The spoof sell is 1,200 shares at 960, folks. There you go. Now she's at 933. Raise my buy order to 927 now. And the stock chart I'm looking at right here, folks, as I say, this stock GTE, you can't stop a stock that has a rising 200, a rising 50 with the 45 gaping away from it and rising higher, a rising 10-day average and a rising 5-day. You're not going to stop it, folks. You're not going to stop it, okay? It isn't going to stop. And it's going to blow over this line. It's going to jump to that one, then to that one, then there, then here. It's out of here, folks. It's down 1.5% today. I'm looking at the 6-month chart. This is the 6-month chart with a triple upside crossover on the 6th month. Oh, my. And like I said, whoever it is that's trading this, they've got it masterful. They've got it going down. They're doing really well. They keep dropping it to 924, 925, 926, then up to 930, down to 925 again, 926, then up to 930. And It's just a 5 cent range they're trading in right now. GTE. Just bought it at 924. Buy back now at 925. It's beautiful. Now to 922. Yep, and here they come. Here they come. This is just like they've been doing every day, folks. This is just what they do every day. And now I'm going to wait for the very lowest low. I'm just going to sit here and wait. I'd like to see them bring it down to $7.77 right now. And I'm just going to be very patient waiting here. Well, that's the bounce right there. Yep. Buying here. Oh, man, that was good. 920s. All right. Well, I tell you what, these people that manipulate this stock, they have just done a fabulous job with this thing. I mean, they have. They get people out of it. When they want them out, they can attack it down 10, 15 cents, just like they just did. I think they sense what I sense, that this thing's about to break out big time, and they better take one more dump before it runs. And I could be wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but I don't think so. Yeah, a lot of buyers buying here at 920, coming in heavily, heavily, heavily. At the low of the day, 914, they've had 900 shares. 900, folks, at 914. That's right, 900 shares at the low of the day, 914. And why did they only get 914 for the low? Why wouldn't they get it down to 913, their favorite number? Shows a sign of weakness to me, ladies and gentlemen, not to be able to achieve a 913 low today, and they only got it down to 914. That sucks for them. That really sucks for them. 914 for the low. And the reason why is because they were incapable of getting 913. They ran out of shares with just 974 shares. They ran out. They couldn't get it to 913. They ran out, had 914. They ran out with 974 shares. 974. And even down here, there's small numbers of shares, 14,000 folks and 12,000. They're not using any volume to push this down here now. They're using minimal volume here, folks. Well, they played this game yesterday all day long. They ran this thing down and down and down and down and down. And I mean, they had it down 30%. So this is 2% down. I'm feeling pretty good here. 2% down now today, not 30% like yesterday. Well, let's see if we can get a 913. I think I insulted them. I think I pissed them off when I just called them weak. Think I pissed them off when I called them weak and incapable. But hey, they are what they are. They haven't gotten a 913, and they ran out at 914 with only 974 shares. GTE, ladies and gentlemen, is the stock I'm buying here. And I see they bought 155,000 shares at 942 a share. 942 is where the most shares have been bought today already. 942. The price this morning hit $10.13. I jumped over to start selling it while I was up $654. And as soon as I got over to here to start selling it at 654, I was actually up 1,100 bucks this morning when I jumped over and looked at it. And the next thing you know, I was up. Then I went from 1,100 to 700 to 600. Hey, here we go. And that's the end of that rigmarole right there. Wow. Somebody just came in big. Someone came in big right there. Someone said, that's it, that we got our number. And they just came in big right there, folks. They quickly ran it right back up to 929. I think it hit 927. Well, there's the drop before the pop, ladies and gentlemen. The drop before the pop, apparently. And that was the last fleecing of it, folks. Now she's flying. Here we go. All right. Let's go, baby. We've seen enough of this bull crap. The drop and the pop, baby. 927 now. Here she goes. All BS. And now those shares that I just bought at 917 and 918, I'm going to sell them 10 cents higher at 927 now. Just like they're doing. Just like they're doing, folks. It's the same thing the manipulators are doing. 10 cents up, 10 cents down, 10 cents up, 10 cents down. Wow. Look at this chart, folks. Look at the 1-day chart. Well, this morning's pre-market low was down here. Then the next low is here, the 5-day low. Right there, folks. The same one they had here earlier. Oh, yeah. Right there. Boom. The same low as they had in the pre-market on the 5-day. There's what they just tried right there. Ah, yeah. Here we go, baby. Just bought 921. Trying for 920 and 919. GTE, the stock I'm trading, folks. And I'll be very patient with this. And the 180-day chart shows nothing different. That 200 keeps climbing, the 50 keeps rising, the 45 is rising, the 10-day just keeps rising, and the only thing that drops is the shortest term. And it's not even dropping, folks. The 5-day has actually got a shoulder on it here, folks. But it can only shoulder for so long because the pressure of a 50 rising and 45 rising and 10-day rising and the 5-day rising. Man, it's going to blow this sucker up, folks. I honestly believe I've been trading a long time that eventually this thing's going to come unwound on them. It's going to explode on them. And I could be wrong, but that little rundown that we just saw to 917 again looked like the last effort to dump people out of it. Scare them out and fleece them out good. GTE. Last call for 920. Last call for 921. Last call for 922. Final call for 923. Well, it looks that way to me. Things just keeps rising here now after the getting it down to 917. Last call for 922. GTE's the stock. Look at the dumpers dumping out 922 fives there. 922 fives. Hundreds of shares at a time. Well, I wonder if they're going to run it down, back and forth down. I don't see them being able to do it from 922 to 912, 922, 912, 922, 912. Now the buyers are coming in at 923. Good morning, Bobby. For what it's worth, SpaceX is flying. Okay, very good, James Jones. Thank you very much. Mr. Mexi Brown, it's hot out here in Nevada. Yeah, oh yeah. AZI just got halted, says Harris Muhammad. AZI just got halted. Well, I don't know, man. This stock here, this GTE stock, man, this has been 2 days of watching market makers just handle this stock and just totally manipulate the crap out of it. And what I find interesting is today's drop is only 2.5%. In the last few days, they've been able to drop it 70%, and yesterday 30% more. And so, man, they've really been coming after this thing. And now all of a sudden, they've decided to hold it at 920 a share. There is just so much selling under this thing. But no matter what, here we go. One more chance to get the low of the day now. 913, 910. And now I'm going to be coming in with some larger quantities. I'm going to try to buy 908, 909, 910, 911. Oh, yeah. I'm going to buy 912. I've got a lot of cash still dry, a lot of powder still dry here to lower my DCA here. I just got 911 twice. This isn't going to last long, folks. In my opinion, this is the last drop before the pop. And I'm trying to buy at this 913, but my orders will not fill at 913. Only I could get was 915. There we go. That's good. That's good. That's good. Good. My dollar cost average is down to now 929, and I'm very happy about that. Because from here, I think they'll take it back up to 930 or higher. And well, that didn't last long. There we go. It usually doesn't. Attacks like this usually only last just a few seconds, folks. And if you look over here, you can see the low that they just achieved was 909, and now the low here is 911. 909 and now 911. And now 913. There we go. Now 918. And here we go, folks. And the spoof sell is 1,200 shares at 938. The spoof sell is 1,200 shares at 938 a share. And I like that because my dollar cost average is 929. Last call for 915. All right. Well, I was calling last call for 922 about 10 minutes ago, and they sure had the capability to take it down lower. But she's gone, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the end. This is, I guess, the last drop before the pop. And I don't know that for absolute certainty, but it sure appears to be that way. So I'm going to buy at market here now. And now she's at 919 a share. Those were good buys right there at 913. Yep, she's back up to 918, 919 now. Market makers are really working this thing hard, folks. And look at the buyers coming in now. Oh, yeah, look at the buyers all coming in on this stock. GTE, look at them pour in when they ran it down just then. Good buyers, good investments, I believe. And she's back over 920 now. Okay, 922. And now I'm going to begin departing the shares that I just bought at 909. I'm going to start selling them 13 cents up. Okay, right here, 922 is 13 cents up is where I'm going to begin selling them. Because that's what the market makers love to do. 13 cent swings. 13 cent swings. And notice they just filled at 922, 13 cents. And of course, then they drop it. But that 13 cents, folks, is what they like to play, a 13-cent range. That lovely number 13. All right, I just sold 922. I sold 923, and my dollar cost average is 928 a share on this stock. I've lowered it to 928. Earlier, it was at 947 a share. My DCA was 947, and now I've locked it down to 928. And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Adios, amigos. Look at that nutsack there. Look at that nutsack. Boom. All right. Just sold 925. Yep, just sold 925. Oh man, I just went green, folks. Just took me into Greenville. And that's not nine. And look at them drop it back to 925 again, folks. They're back in the 930 to 25s again now. Sitting 2 cents below me, folks. 2 cents below me. 2 cents below my dollar cost average right now. That's where they're sitting. Well, folks, this is just what they do, folks. This is how they play it. GTE is a chart that I'm looking at right here. Look at that 200 rising. Look at the 50-day rising. Look at the 45-day rising. Look at the 10-day rising. And the only thing that they try to drop is the current price to right there just then. That's the only thing dropping. Everything else is long, rising, 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 rising. Just a little 5 days. The only thing that they can make pull down a little bit right there. Just a little bit down. Just the shortest term is all they can keep manipulating down. They can forget about it, man. The long term is rising. The 50 is rising. The 45 is rising. The 10-day is rising. The 5-day is freaking rising. And all they're trying to do is just get some people out here, just the last few they can strip of their shares before they let it fly. There she goes. And we're back up and sitting on my dollar cost average now. And that looks good. Look at that big buy come in right there. Look at that candlestick, folks. Look at the 1-day chart on it right now instead of the long term. There it is right there. And that they tried to re-achieve this line of the pre-market. See that? And yesterday's low was down here, folks. Yesterday's low. Today's low up here. And look at that 5-day now. Hey, man, it's going to break this level and it's going to go to here. There's a gap here, folks. There's a gap right there. There's a gap there. There's a gap there. There is a gap here. There is a gap here. It is going to go over this line and jump to here, folks. There's a gap. When it breaks this line, no wonder they've been trying to stop this so hard all morning. No wonder they've been trying so hard because there's a friggin' gap. There's a gap. There's a gap. There's a gap. And if it breaks this line, there's a huge gap on it, folks. Huge, huge gap. Look at the gap here. I'm telling you, between this line where it's sitting now and right up here, there is a gap. There is a gap. There's a gap. There's a gap. And they know there's a gap. That's why they're trying to fight it so hard here. That's why they're trying to stop it from crossing this line. 926 is their man, 926 is their demise. If it goes over 926, man, there's just nothing going to stop it. Nothing. It could even gap all the way up to there. GTE, baby. That's why they're trying to hold it here now at 926 a share. No wonder they're so committed to this. No wonder they keep dumping, and trying to bring it down to 917 and try and keep people from going in on this thing. Man, this thing goes over that number. It's freaking gone, folks. And of course, that number happens to be 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Of course it is. Man, my number's on the breakaway point, folks. My dollar cost average is at the breakaway. That's why I'm going to keep selling here at this price. Holy crap. Let's break this 926. Look at all the buyers buying 926 now. Oh, man, she broke it, folks. She's at 930. Oh, come on, baby. Let's go. Let's run. And look at them fight it so hard again now, dumping 923s. Look how hard they're trying to stop this thing from breaking that 926, man. Holy crap, man. They are just staying after it. Look at them dumping all these shares at 923, 924. Look at that big, huge red candlestick down again from where it was just about to break away again, ladies and gentlemen. GTE. How long can they keep holding it here? Wow. That's why they're fighting this line so freaking hard, people. They're in trouble if it goes over that. Boy, it starts to make that move over that thing, and immediately they're dumping 920s and just throwing them out at 920 a share. Well, now you know why, folks. Now you see why. Bid is 919. Ask is the bid just went to 920. The bid is 920. The ask is 921. The bid is 919. The ask is 920. The bid is 920. The ask is 922. The bid is 921. Ask 923. The bid is 921. Ask 923. The bid is 920. Ask 923. The bid is 920. The ask 923. Bid is 920. Ask is 922. The stock is still only down 2.4%. The ask just jumped to 923. The bid is 920. The ask is 925. The ask is 925. The bid is 920. The ask is 925. Boy, howdy. Man, oh man. Fighting that 926 line. The bid just raised to 921. The ask is 925. The bid is raising to 921. The ask is 925. The bid is 922. The ask is 925. The bid is 925. The ask is 928. GTE is the stock. The ask is 928. And that's a penny over my dollar cost average. The bid is 924. The ask is 928, a penny over my DCA. The bid is 926. The bid just broke 927. And that is the number, folks. We've already proven that. And the bid is 927. The ask is 931. The bid is 927. The ask is 931. Come on, baby. Let's rumble. You can see it over here, folks. It's the praying mantis right now. We've got the praying mantis formation going right now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. And the bid is 926. The ask is 928. Oh, my gosh. Get over this 927 number, and it's hasta luego, baby. Oh, man. Get over this line right here, and it jumps to here. There's a big gap right there, folks. There's a huge gap right here. And then from here, there's a gap up to there. There's a gap up to there, folks. That's why they're fighting this line so hard. And they've tried so hard to keep it under that, keep it under that, keep it under that, keep it under that, keep it under this. Notice that over to here, please take a notice of this. You can see down here, ladies and gentlemen, that to hold it under this line, look at the heavy selling. Again, it got here about to break it. Look at the heavy selling. Here it got ready to break it. Look at the heavy selling. You can see it there. Heavy selling right there. Heavy, heavy selling. Whoa, gosh. Sorry, folks. Look at it. Over here, it started to break it. Look at the heavy selling. Started to break it here. Look at the heavy selling. Started to break it here. Look at the heavy selling. And now it's starting to break it. Where's the heavy selling? Where is the heavy selling? Where's the heavy sell to stop this now? Bid is 920. Ask is 924. My gosh. 927.28, and then there we are again, 930 bid and ask, and then back to 920, 924. But again, where is the heavy selling now to make that happen? It isn't. It's just teeny weeny, barely visible candlesticks, folks. Look down there. You can't even see those, man. You can't see those candlesticks. So that achieved line just now was on very weak, very, very weak. The stock I'm talking about here, folks, is GTE. You know, when you look at this chart, look how long they've been fleecing this out in this region, folks. Just look how long they've held it here. And it's no surprise why they are doing it. You know what it's going to happen if it gets over this line. If it gets over this line. Well, seeing that, I'm just going to keep taking advantage of it, folks. I'm going to keep taking advantage of it. Just keep buying it down here, selling it there, buying it here, selling it there, buying it here, selling it there. Same thing they're doing. Same thing they're doing. I'm going to do it. GTE. Bid now 919, ask 921. But look, please, folks, look again over here. Look at the minuscule freaking volume here. Look at that, folks. Look what they're trying to sell it with now. There's virtually nothing here left in the coffers to sell off. Look at how little those cells are. Look how tiny. Over here, massive sell-offs, massive sells. Now look at the teeny weeny sells here. Look over here. Started to break that line. Look at the massive, massive red candlesticks on this sucker. Look at them right there. You can see them, ladies and gentlemen. God dog it, man, this camera stand. Look at those massive cells there to make that freaking thing fall. Huge, huge cells. Huge, huge cells. Huge volume. Right there, 23,000 shares. This candlestick here. Volume on that, 20,000 shares on that candlestick. Volume on this candlestick, 36,000 shares. Holy smokes. But look at the effort to stop it from crossing that line over and over repeatedly. There again. But I see very little sells here. I'm coming in on it right here along with buyers. There's others that are buying here. You can clearly see on this candlestick right here. Plenty of interested parties at 920 and 918. And I just got a 916 again. Man, they're just going to let me keep dropping my dollar cost average till it's down to 922, I guess. And then I don't know what they're going to do to hold it down below that. By the way, look at that big, huge buy that just came in there. Look at that massive buy-in that made that candlestick bottom go all the way back up to there. See, there's a lot of eyes on this thing, folks, and when they try that really big dip, they come in on it. $9.16 again. Nice. Well, my dollar cost average has now dropped to $9.26. I was wondering if they were going to get it in a trench from 922 down to 912 to 922 to 912, but they can't do it. The trench now is 916 to 926, and that happens to be perfect for them. They can keep doing this over and over and hold it underneath the 926 breakout number. So this is actually perfect for the manipulators right here. And they can make a killing off this, just like I'm going to do. This lets them keep trading in a 10-cent trench, but never letting it go over the breakout number. Perfect for them. They couldn't ask for anything more, ladies and gentlemen. GTE is the stock I'm trading right now. They try to shove it down, and the buyers come in and just buy huge amounts. The dinky little candlesticks they use to get it to go down, and then the big buyers, the big whales just come in and go wham, and they just buy the shit out of it when they run it down there. Here we are again. And my dollar cost average is at their breakaway line now, 916. I mean 926, I'm sorry, 926. The bid right now, 914, the ask 918. The bid 914, the ask 918. And this stock is only down 2.9% today, folks. 2 days ago, it was down 70% and then 30% yesterday. So this thing's down 100% from where it was just days ago. And that's why I'm buying here at this number right now. That's why I keep buying here. Not to mention, the low already today was freaking 909. So they had a whole 100 shares at the low today of 909, people. 100 freaking shares at 909. The low today, 100 shares. How do you like that? They got it down to 909 and they had 100 shares there. Why would they work so hard to get their low down to 909 just to buy 100 freaking shares, people? Why would they go to all that effort to drive it down to 909 so they could buy 100 shares? 100. They got 100 there, folks. And at 913, their favorite number, they got 1,641 shares just now. 1,641 shares is what they just got at 913. It's diddly squat, folks. It's just such small quantities they're buying here. As a matter of fact, at 913, they got 2,100. At 912, they got 4,000. At 911, 7. 7 and 4 is 11. 2 is 12, 13,000. And here they got 15,000, 16,100 at 909. 100 shares at 909. And then 20,000 shares from here up to 915 is all they got. 20,000 shares, folks, from here up to 915. 20,000, folks. That's all, folks. That's all, folks. 100 shares at the low today of 909. And my God, why didn't they take it down to 908, their favorite number, Savannah? Well, I'll tell you why they didn't get 908, because they only had 100 shares to sell at 909, for God's sake. That's why they didn't get it to 908. They only had 100 shares to sell at 909. And even here, they've just got less than 10,000 at these numbers. 914, 915. All right, folks. Well, you can clearly see the buyers are buying this thing up when they get it down there just then. Just then, they bought the shit out of it again. 914, way more buyers than sellers. 2-1 more buyers than sellers on GTE at 914 a share. 2-1 more buyers than sellers. And my dollar cost average now, suckers, is only $9.25, shorty. So now my dollar cost average is below your breakaway line. Yep. Yeah. Good Lord. And they're here now. They think they're going to put the fear of God in people at 913 a share. Well, I had an order there. It never filled at 913. They're showing the number 13 a bunch of times, but I never got it to fill. All I can get here now is 915. 915 a share. Here we come in again at market, and I'm going to get 915 again. And now that is trading at 916. So that's the end of that bullshit. And now we're going to 917. Yep, 916 again. I see 917 coming into play. 914, folks, they're selling one share at 914. So that just goes to show you the kind of manipulation that's going on with this stock now. One freaking share. And now look at them dumping all the 916s because it's taken off, folks. They just dumped a bunch of 916s. And here we go. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, they just hit 908. I just called them out for being wimps, not to being able to get 908. And now they had 400 shares at 908 just now. 400. And they've got 500 at 909. 400, folks. Oh my gosh, 400 shares at 908 where I just bought it. And now now I've lowered my dollar cost average to 924. Oh, it's fabulous. Come on down here. Come on down to 907. Yes, 906. And ladies and gentlemen, I still have $16,000 in dry powder to buy here. 16,000 to buy up every freaking few shares they have. Yeah, all of those right there. 5,000 shares at 905. Yesterday's low was this number, 902, yesterday's low. They're going for the same exact low as yesterday. And as a matter of fact, they're going to try to actually get it down to 901 because they want the low to be a penny below yesterday. But 902 was yesterday's low on this stock, folks, and they had like 100 shares there too at 902. They had at 902, I wrote it down. There's the 902. And yesterday they had $14,000 at 902. They had 14,000 worth at 902 yesterday. This is the same low as that they got yesterday, the exact same low. And there's the 901. Oh yeah, and now they're going to try to break everybody out at 898, huh? And thank God I have all this dry powder to buy these. Man, this is just like yesterday, folks. This is the exact same game plan at the exact same time. Yep, it's the exact same time that they ran it down yesterday to this low. It's exactly the exact same time. And there they go. Now she's gone back up to 904. And my dollar cost average now is down to 922 a share. I'm showing you guys on the chart here. Let me show you this on the 5-day chart so you can understand. Here's what they did yesterday. Okay? Yesterday, GTE, it was at the exact same time yesterday that they tried to really manipulate this down. But look, folks, look at the 200-day still rising and the 50-day rising. And look at the same low that they achieved yesterday. See? There it is, the exact same low. It's the exact same freaking number, folks, right there. I know what I'm talking about. It's the same low right there now. The same low. Oh, my gosh, and it's already back up to 906. What happened to the 902s? Just like yesterday, it was such a faint, quick drop, and then it was gone. Just a big old vag, folks. And now collect at 908. Now hoard at 908, their favorite number. And this is exactly what they did yesterday. The same freaking thing, the same game plan. Exactly the same. Except yesterday, my dollar cost average was way higher when they had this thing down to 902 yesterday morning. My DCA was much, much higher. Well, what do you know? They tried for the final stiletto. Cut out all the weak hands, folks. Fleece them out good. Look at all the buyers coming in right there, though. Look down here at all the buyers that just bought up every share they just threw out there below $9. Well, I tell you what, it's been a tough road I've been hoeing here during this last few days. None of it's been easy, man. It's been work, work, work. It has been very, 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 and good for me for keeping my powder dry. I still have 14,000 available to buy with here, and I'm making sure this is the bottom. I'm not going to buy another freaking share till I'm positive this is the bottom. And as it starts to rise, I'll stay in it, buying 10 shares at a time. But I'm not going to buy another share because yesterday, man, they plateaued it out for quite some time, and then they had another big sell-off, and that's when I really got to lower my DCA yesterday. So another huge sell-off came, and whoever's manipulating this stock has shown the ability. Oh, yeah, there she goes. And now she rises. 904. And nothing would make me happier than to get my dollar cost average down below 920 a share here right now. Nothing would make me happier than to get my dollar cost average down below 920 a share. Because that way, when they try to hold it out at 926 by the end of the day, I'll make a nice little profit on this. Look at this last sale, folks. You can't even see the red candlestick. You can't even see that candlestick, that red cell right there. You can't even see it. You can barely make it out. Fabulous. 903. Well, I want to make sure I'm right. I want to look at this stock and see what yesterday's low was on GTE. GTE. Go to the historical data. Yesterday's low was 901, and today 897. Yesterday's high 1152, today's high 1010. Wow. Impressive. By the way, 2 days ago, the high was 697 a share, and the low was 672. And now the high is 1010 today, and the low 897. All right, there you go. Well, now it's just gather in shares, get as many as you can hoard at 908 now. Can you believe that, Savannah, that they would want to come here and buy all these shares now at 908 that they can? Oh, my goodness. And I just got the last 908 there was. Look at them selling now. 907, 906. And I don't mind showing you guys. I like to show you everything here on this channel, and I'm down right now $1,000. Hold on a second here. I got to take a picture of this. God dang it. There it is. There it is. And I'm going to show again. The stock is GTE. GTE right there. I want to make sure everybody can see this in the future when I have, there we go. There. Make sure I get a good picture of that signal up there. GTE. There we go. All right. So down now, that much on it right here at the low of the day. The low of the day, buying up 904s. And yesterday's low was 901. And today's low was 897. What an achievement. And by the way, something you might want to look at is yesterday, pay attention here for just a second. I'm asking you to do me a favor. Look at yesterday's low, 901. And where did the price close? It closed, folks, at 944 a share. Okay? I got it? Yesterday's low was 901, and it closed at 944 a share. All right. Well, that's why I'm buying here, damn it. Okay? Because I see what happened after they ran it down yesterday and where it closed. So I'm not an idiot. I will buy more here at these prices. And I will continue to buy at 904 until they frickin' run out like they ran out yesterday at 901. Just want to make sure you're aware of that, everybody. And the stock I'm trading is GTE. Again, take a look at GTE's longest term chart, 180 days. Look at GTE's longest term chart with a triple upside crossover right there. And please take note, does that 45-day look like it's falling? Does the 50-day average look like it's falling? Does the 200-day look like it's falling? Does the 10-day average look like it's falling? No, the only average that almost just fell was the 5-day. And they just maxed out the 5-day. You can see the bottom of the wick of the candlestick right there, right on the frickin' 50-day. They just drove it down to, right to the damn 50-day, folks, or 10-day, where they can buy it there. Buying it on the 10 was what their plan was just now. And they just did. But again, folks, so what if they drove it down to the 10 day? The 10 day is rising, and the 50 day is rising, and the 45 is rising, and the 200 is rising. So what if they were able to drive it down and buy it on the 10 day? Who gives a rat's ass? All right? It doesn't matter. Look at it now. The 908s are gone, 909s are gone. Oh, I guess the 910 is the lowest you can buy now. Uh-oh, 911 now, 912, 913. Holy cow. Oh, man, look at the buyers coming in. Oh, boy, boy, boy. What are you going to do now, Shorty? What are you going to do now, Shorty? You know, maybe everybody that's watching this I just showed you that yesterday's low was 901 and it closed at 941. I think maybe that might have got some people's interest. They probably went, holy crap, that is a nice gain off that low. So let's buy it here with Catfish. Oh, yeah. Come on down here one more time to 908, Shorty. Starting to get away from you, ain't it, Shorty? Yeah, starting to get away from you now. Well, their whole desire was to be able to brag to their constituents that they got the low today to drop 4 cents lower than yesterday's low. All right? That way they got some bragging rights. Good for them. Got it down below yesterday's low. Goody, goody gumdrops. Well, they got some bragging rights. Again, taking a look now over here at this chart. Pay close attention to the fact that they're not using any massive volume down here. Pay attention to the lack of volume that's here to drive it down. Very little volume considering what's been bought up here above already. So to drag it down, they're dragging it down on just minuscule volume. And there she goes, right back up. Oh, yeah, I'm going to keep buying here just like I did down at 902 until they ran out. The stock I'm trading is GTE. And my biggest motivator is the long-term chart on it. That's right. My biggest motivator is the long-term chart and seeing how far they drove it down yesterday and where it closed. Accumulate, 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 and then await, and that is what they think is great. Accumulate and fill their plate. 908, folks, accumulate. That's what they love to do. That is one of their favorite numbers. 908. Now, should they decide to just keep marching this down all day long like they did yesterday in 10-cent ranges, well, the 908s I just sold, pretty soon I'm going to be selling them at my dollar cost average, 918, 919. I'm going to sell them there. And I see that the market makers think the price is going to 933. They have a 1,200 fake shares for sale at 933. That's their spoof bid. 933. So that's where they think it's going to go to. 933. And I don't blame them for thinking that with yesterday's close. 90, think about it. 901 to 941 was a 40-cent rise. And then from 897, 40 cent would be what? 8.97 would be 937. So that's why they've got this sell order here at 933. Right? Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Yesterday's close, 941 after they ran it down to 901 in the middle of the day. And absolutely cool that I just was able to lower my dollar cost average now on their one sell orders at 904. My DCA is down to 919 now. And by the way, there's a whole lot of buying going on here at 907. That's a whole lot of friggin' buying there at 907. Same game plan as yesterday. Show it to you one more time. The longest term chart, the 200 is still rising. The 50 is still rising. The 45-day is still rising. The 10-day is still rising. And the only thing dropping is what they just tried right there to that bottom, and then up it goes. The only thing that dropped was to right there, that bottom, and then now up it goes. That candlestick is rising. The wick is going to get longer on the bottom of it. Here's the 1-day chart right now. The 1-day chart. Well, look at that low right there. You see that low they got right there? That's the same low they just got it to right then, just then. That low that they drove it down to this was yesterday. It's the same low, folks. And from that low, look how much it went up. Look how much it went up from that low yesterday. You see? From that low yesterday, it went all the way up to here like this. You see that? From yesterday's low right there. Look how high the freaking thing went. And so now from yesterday to today's low, well, how high is it going to go now? I don't know that it's going to do the same thing as yesterday, but hey, it's the same dang low, okay? It's the same dang low that they got right there yesterday. And what time was that low yesterday? 1:30 in the afternoon. So they move it around on you, folks. They moved the low down today to what time? What time did they get there? 11 o'clock. So yesterday they took it to that line at 1:30. Now they get to that low at 11 o'clock. You better take a look at this thing too, folks, because it's jerked, and it's jerking again, folks. There it goes, right there. And look at that pair of Madonnas right there. A nice little ta-ta formation. And then up she rises. Here she tries a little dipsy doodle, and now she rises again. And the reason is because the 200-day is way up here, and the 50-day is way up here, and the 45 is way up here. And this is going to gravitate up to these heavyweight moving averages, folks. I'm telling you, this 5-day and 10-day are going to move up to these heavier weighted 50 and 200-day average. You'll see it. You're going to see it. It's going to get pulled right up to this 50-day and this 200. And the 50 and 45 are getting pulled up to the 200 up here. Folks, that's why when you look at the long-term chart, you see this picture. That's why when you look at the long-term chart, you see nothing but a rising 50-day, a rising 45 in the blue, a rising 200. That's all you see is rising, a rising 10-day. All the long-term averages are rising, the 200, the 50-day, the 45, and the 10. The only thing that just fell was the current price that just hit the low, and you can see the wick on the bottom of that now. It's responding very nicely, coming right off that low that they just took it down to 897. All right, I provide, you decide, folks. Man, if yesterday's low, just so you're aware of this, if yesterday's low was 901 and it closed at 944, what would happen if it did that again today? The low, that was a 40-cent rise. So 897 puts us at 40 cents up. 937 close. 937 close, folks. We got a 937 close possibly coming here. 937 close. Average volume 322,000 shares. Current volume 1,369,000. Ruh-roh. And they've run out finally of the 904s, the 905s. They've run out of the 906s, the 907s. They've depleted the 908s, the 909s. Now we're at 910s and on our way to $9.38. And believe you me, the spoof bid here is sitting at 933. They know it's going there. They know it already. That's why they've got that spoof sell at 933, 1,200 shares. They know it's going there. And look at it just slowly rising here. Nice and steadily, just rising and rising and rising. Herking and jerking it all around as it rises steadily and now this afternoon. All through the morning and all through the afternoon, rising to 938 a share. It's futile to attempt to stop it, folks. They've got it planned out. They want it to do that. Look over here at the chart, the 1 day now. Look at the 5-day. I told you it was going to get drawn up to the 50 and 45 and the 200. Oh, I told you. And ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching breakaway here. Oh my! And I called it, man. I told you. Only on the shortest term 1 day is the 200 falling, the 50 falling, and the 45 falling, and the 10 is now rising. So you know for a fact that on the longest term chart now, if you look at it, oh my gosh, look at that. Rising 200, rising 50, rising 45, and rising 10 day, rising 10 day. And look at the candlestick. The wick keeps getting longer and longer, folks, every time we look at this. Let's go over here and change the time frame. And let's change this candlestick from 4 hours to just 5 minutes. All right, there we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. Nice. Well, again, yesterday's low was 901, and then they ran it up to, what was it? They 901 up to 9. They ran the dang thing up to 972 from 901 to 972 before they pulled it back down. Folks, that's a friggin' 71-cent rise off yesterday's low. 71 cents. And off today's low, if it goes up 71 cents from 8.97, folks, you're talking $9.68. 968 it could potentially reach if it does the same thing it did yesterday. All right? 968 it could potentially reach. You know, yesterday at this time, the stock price was up here. You see that? Look how far to the right of the edge of this line we are, right there. See that? Well, if you come over here and you go right there, that's where the price was yesterday at this time. 980 a share. 980. And today at the same time, they had it down to 897. I'm telling you, folks, this is the stock. Oh my gosh, she's at 913. GTE, ladies and gentlemen, GTE. Dumpers are now trying to dump out 911s, folks. Man, this thing could go up 70 cents if it repeats what it did yesterday. It could go up 70 cents if it repeats yesterday's move. Gosh dang, I'll be making some serious money if they do that. And now I'm going to take a picture of my thing again here, and you can see where I am right now. Right there, you can see I've come up $500 almost. Yeah. Let's try to buy a little more 913 if we can. And take a look at it, folks. GTE. Look at that thing now. You know what? Let's take a look at this on a 5-day chart. There's your 5-day chart right there. 5-day chart, folks. I'm sorry about this. My camera mount broke yesterday, so I'm using rubber bands on it right now, and it gets a little bit herky-jerky, so I apologize. But I've got a new one ordered. But just look at that thing. Bottom right there. Take it to the bottom there, and then what? Up 71 cents? Like yesterday? Up 71 cents now, like they did yesterday? Huh. Look at all the shares they just dumped, folks. Not at 904 anymore, but now they are having to dump 913s. Not 904s, 913s they're dumping. Holy smokes. No more 904s. Well, they keep trying, though, don't they? Bid now is 908, ask is 910. Bid is 908, ask is 910. The stock is down 3.7%. The bid is 910, the ask is 911. The bid is 909, the ask is 911. The bid is 909. The ask is 911. Man, I'm ready to see this thing completely come apart on them here. Look at all the buyers coming in and buying up 910 a share here, folks, like crazy. Freaking hoarding this thing now as much at 908 and 910 as they were at 904 a minute ago. Little cells there of one share at 908 each one. 908 of each share there, folks. Just one share sells 908. Yep. One share sells at 908. See it? There's another one. One share they're trying to manipulate with. One share. Huh. Kind of tough to hold a stock down with one share, Shorty. As I'm sure you're beginning to notice. There you step up with a few hundred shares. You know what? I can't even see that sell of 906. I can't even see that candlestick any red at all on it. Meaning I don't see any real volume here to be able to keep it down with. Just the smallest. Take a look over here with me, folks, so you can understand what I'm trying to say to you. Look down here. You see that buyers versus sellers, buyers versus sellers, buyers versus sellers, buyers more than sellers, buyers more than sellers, equal buyers and sellers, buyers more than sellers. And look at that dinky little red candlestick trying to drop it down to 906. It's just such a small amount. And at every level, all buyers versus sellers to run it up just then to 913. I mean, just look at all the buyers that bought there at 913 and 911 and 910 just then. And look at how small the shares are that they're trying to sell it down with now. Just such little amounts that they're trying to get down to 905 again with. Just small stuff. One share, onesie, twosies. Just onesie, twosie shares, folks. Such small volume. Uh-huh. Just got another 907. I've still got $12,000 cash available to buy with in my account. I still have a lot of dry powder here. Hey, look at LWLG. Look at ENSC and look at EZRA. EZRA. Oh, I'm going to sell it here. I'm at 267. That's a sell number. Selling 267, 266. Those are definitely sell numbers here. 265, I'm out. And look at it on the chart, folks. EZRA. EZRA. Man, that looks good. EZRA. Yesterday, I sold it at its high. Someone told me about it, and I sold it yesterday at its high. And today, the stock is up 11%. So I'm going to sell it here. Yep. And the reason I'm selling these numbers is because they're on my buy sell sheet. Just sold 265. Got 160 shares left now. Stock I'm trading is EZRA, and I'm up 75 bucks on this one today. I'm up 75.90 EZRA. And we're going to sell out here at 370 as well. 372, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. There, I'll have 10 shares left if I sell all those. EZRA. And I'm not going to get greedy, folks. I know to sell these numbers. Not going to get greedy. Look at the dumpers now, dumping out 261 after I just sold 265 twice. Well, it's a no-brainer, folks. Get out here. I now have 100 shares remaining. EZRA. We'll see if they keep rising, and I'll sell the rest of them. If not, I'm okay with that. Let's go over here now. And something's going back up, and it must be my old faithful here. But EZRA I'm up on, and ENSC I'm up on. And LWLG. Let's go look at LWLG. LWLG. Oh, yeah. LWLG at its high of the day right now. So I'm going to sell some of that. Trade LWLG. LWLG. Boom. Oh, gosh. LWLG. Please. LW. Oh, my gosh. LWLG. There we go. And I want to sell this right now. I'm up 117 on this position, LWLG. And I'm going to sell it right now. I've got 240 shares. I'm going to sell it right now at 776. I'm going to sell it at 777. I see it already hit 792 this morning, but I want to sell it here up $117. So I'm going to sell it at 776 because these are numbers on my buy-sell sheet. 776, 777. And I'm selling here, folks. LWLG. I now have 150 shares left. Three, 6, 9, 12, 15. And 20 more. There we go. And the stock I'm selling is LWLG. I'm up $117 on this today. And nice. Just sold there. And now I'm going to go back over to my old faithful GTE stock. Ah, yeah. Well, they took it down, ladies and gentlemen, to 897. And now they've had, just like yesterday, this infatuation with buying at 905 all day long, 905 a share. And that's okay. I've still got, now I've even got more money to buy with. I'm back up to 13,000 plus to buy with, trying to buy 906, trying to buy 907. My dollar cost average is $9.19. Trying to buy 905. The bid right now is 905. The ask is 908. Both of those numbers are green, meaning both the numbers have just been rising. The bid is now 905 and the ask is 908. Bid is 905, ask is 908. Now, some of you should probably take a look at something that I showed people here recently. Yesterday, I'm going to looking at GTE here, GTE. Yesterday, what I want you to be aware of, if you would, and we can see this if we look at maybe the 1 day chart. Here we go. So yesterday, the low was right there, and that was at 1:30 in the afternoon. And from that low of $2 and a penny, 201, the price went all the way up to $2. I'm sorry, from the low of 901, 901, yesterday's low, 901, it went up to $9.78. The price yesterday hit a low of 901 and then went up to 978. And today's low, oh shit, it's almost the exact same freaking low. It's almost the same low right there. You can see it. It's almost identical to yesterday's low. So is it now going to rise off this low of $9 range up to 978? Is that what it could do? Yes, it could do that. It did it yesterday. Why can't it do it today? And be aware that after it hit the 901, they took it up here to this price, which was 932. And then, ladies and gentlemen, from 932, they drove it down to this price, 911. And from 911, then it went all the way up to 935. And then after 935, they dropped it down to 926, 10 cent down. And then it went up to 942. And then they dropped it from 942 down to 933, 9 cent down. Then they took it up to this price, which was 944. And from 944, they took it down to this price. And that price was 921, down 23 cents. So what you should do is maybe take a look at my buy sell sheet, because when they had it here at 923, if you sold it at 920, you could have bought it back right there at 910. 11 cents drop. If you sold the number on my buy sell sheet at 920, you had an 11-cent drop. Then if you had had sold it here, that price was at 933 a share, and that's on my sell sheet. After selling 933, you could have bought it back right here at 920, actually about 925. So an 8-cent drop. Then you would have sold it here. And what do you know? That number is on my buy sell sheet, 944. And after you sold 944, you could have bought it back at 933. The buyback exactly that's on my sheet from a 944 sell, 933 buyback. And then the next sell, I bet, is at 949, right? Right here. What was the next sell? 950. Right on my sheet. Buy the 950, buy back 938 or 944. And what was the buyback? 937. Oh, man. 950 sell, 937 buyback. Just like my sheet says, folks. I mean, listen, man, my buy sell sheet works. And now 950, after 950 down to 937. 937. And then from there, it was just off to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. And the stock I'm talking about is GTE. So what I'm getting at is yesterday, after they ran it down, these run-ups weren't just bull runs. Man, they hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked. And then they herked and jerked it and herked it and jerked it and herked it and jerked it and herked it and jerked it, herked it, and then jerked it right off the screen. And the reason, folks, that it went from this line to this line so fast is because it fell from here to there in the same speed. And I always tell people the way it falls is the way it rises. And they created a gap from there to there when they made it fall so fast in 30 minutes. It fell so fast, they created a gap, and it was evident here when it got there, boom, where it went. There's the gap. So here we are now today. Sergeant Pepper told the band to play. And right there, they played again with the same low line as yesterday, right there. Then up here, then down. So here we are. There, then up here, then down. You see it? So here it is, a replay of yesterday. There's the low, then up here, then down. Then up here, then down. So here now you got up here, then down, then up here, then down. All right, so we're just looking at the same thing. Up here, down, up here, down, then up here, down. So from here, we're looking to a move to up here and then down to there, okay? Right now, we're looking for this move to come up to here. And actually, they fell this so far through here, it could easily now go right back up to right here, folks. And that price is $9.26 a share. And what do you know? $9.26. $9.26, folks, where they stopped it from rising there, where they dropped it to right there, where they stopped it from rising there and pulled it back. $9.26, where they dropped it to and rose it off of, where they dropped it to and rose it off. $9.26 off the $9.26 line there. $9.26. And I just sold LWLG at $7.79. So LWLG is still climbing. And now you can see a possibility that we could see the same low, basically, of yesterday and a rise of 76 cents. And here, from this low, could we see a rise of 76? We sure as crap could. Especially if this blue 5-day gets over this line right here of 913. I'm going to tell you, if that blue 5-day eclipses 913, we got a nice possibility for a run up to the blue 5-day hitting 920. And the bid now is 909 and the ask is 912. What do you know? Man, I guess they ran out of shares at 905 and 906, huh? 907. Well, let's go to 907, 908. Try to buy 909. I am currently down on this stock, $417. My dollar cost average is $9.19. But man, I think if I just got through buying those shares at $8.97, $8.98, oh, there she goes. There she goes, folks. She's starting to cut loose. Oh man, here she goes. Take a look over here, folks. Look at this line of resistance right here. That's where it's sitting right now, right there on that line. Man, I tell you what, if it breaks over this line, the blue 5-day, man, it's going to go. It's most likely going to go, folks. The bid is now 913 and the ask is 916 and the stock is GTE. GTE. I'll show you again the longest term chart right now on GTE. I want you to see it and understand how it works. Here it is, the 180-day chart. I'm going to highlight this area, and you can see how it works. Look at the 200-day rising. Look at the 50-day rising. Look at the 45-day rising. Look at the 10-day average rising. And the only price that is going down is the 5-day average slightly. But the rising 200, the rising 50, the rising 45, the rising 10 They're going to dominate, folks. These long-term average rises are going to dominate, just like they dominated yesterday when they ran it down in the middle of the day. Man, these rising long-term averages shove that thing right back up, 76 cents. Man, they're still rising at the same exact pace, folks, and so is the 200. They can't hold this thing down. They can't hold it down, folks. There's no way they're going to hold this down with those moving averages like that, folks. Not in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Right now, on these candlesticks, looking at this right now, look at that freaking 5-day and 10 that just broke over the 50 right now. Look at them breaking over the 50. I tell you, this GTE, I like what I see. I like what I see. Looks like we could see a repeat of yesterday's incredible run from the low to the high yesterday in the closing. The stock I'm talking about, GTE. And now, even though I could just get all those shares at 904, 905, 906, 907, 908, those are gone. Now I'm settling with 913. And by the way, somebody's buying a shitload of shares there. 87,000, as a matter of fact, bought at 913. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here she goes. Now she's breaking. She's breaking, folks. And she's going to come over 916 because there's already 151,000 there. So it's going to go right over. There it goes. And I was right. Oh, yeah. And I just sold 916. And you can now see how much I'm down. Wow, look at this chart, folks, on GTE. GTE. I just sold 917. And she's going to come green for me now. We're going to go green on it. Oh my gosh, look at this, folks. It's an unenveloped candlestick. Totally unenveloped candlestick right there. Wow, it's a freestanding green with a flat top on it, folks. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, I'm green now, up $165. Oh my gosh, this is crazy, folks. Crazy. I just saw orders filling at 920 now. All right. Yeah. Let's run, baby. Now let's take a look at this on the 5-day chart. 5-day chart. Oh, yeah. Looking good. 5-day chart. Let's change the candlesticks. Let's change the candlesticks from 5-day 15-minute to 5-day 1-minute candlesticks. Oh, man, that looks good, folks. It looks like we might see a repeat of yesterday. In case you're not aware, yesterday's low was right here. Then we saw a rise, a drop, 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 a rise, a big drop of about 40 cents, and then a rise. Man, look at this, folks. Wow. Could we see a repeat? A rise, a drop, a rise, a drop, a rise, a drop, now a nice rise. Oh my gosh, look where we're at right here. There's a line of resistance here, folks, and it just broke over it. It just broke over it. I'm telling you, folks, this looks very strong. And this line of resistance was just eclipsed right there. And the thing that's interesting about this line of resistance that we just saw eclipsed is that it's gone over this line of resistance is that this was also a line of resistance to a drop here, line of resistance to a drop here, line of resistance to a drop here. And now, line of resistance again. You know what, though? Looking back over here, and I'm going to highlight this line so you can see which one I'm talking about. Hold on. This is the line of resistance right there. Now, I want you to see from this line that it just touched and pulled back. Look over here. There was a line of resistance on this line. There was a line of resistance right there, a line of resistance right there, a line of resistance right there. And look how much it went up off that line, off that line. Look how much it went off that line. Look how much it went up off that line. Do you understand? Look how much it's gone below it, but look how high above it it's gone. Look how low it's gone below it, and then look how high above it. Look how low below it, and look how high above it. Look how low below it, and look how high above it. Look how low below it, and look how high above it. Look how low below it, and look how high above it, people. This same line, look how low below it. Look how high above it. This line, folks, this is the lowest they've gotten below it that they've ever gotten. It's the same as this right there. It's the same amount below it. And there they got it again today, the same exact amount below it. But again, from how far below it yesterday, look how high above it it went yesterday. And then from here, look how high above it it went again in the late afternoon. And now this is the line they try to stop it at? I don't think so. Not with a friggin' 50 rising like that. Can't hold it down. 50 days breaking this low line of resistance. 200 day is not dropping any longer. It's actually now flattening out. This is just one more jerk like yesterday, folks. Same thing they did yesterday. Boy, look at all these shares, too, that have been bought already up here in the 930 through 925 range, 930 to 920, 922. Look at all those shares that have already been hoarded there. And I want you to know that here, the dark area was from here to there on that candlestick, sold on the bid. Then they started buying the ask. Here, equal, sold on the bid, bought on the ask. And there's a lot of shares bought on the ask there, folks, at that price, 928. I don't even see any darkness at 928. I hardly see any darkness. All this has been bought on the ask, folks. Look at the darkness, sold on the bid, sold on the bid, sold on the bid. There hasn't been jack crap except here, sold on the bid was the highest number sold on the bid right there at this price. And what price was that? 917. That was the biggest number of sold on the bid was 917. Down here, man, this is the biggest number sold on the bid. And that price was at 910. And that's not very many sold on the bid. And everything down here has all been bought on the ask. Every bit of it. Every bit of this down here. Every one of these numbers down here, bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask, ask. No bid sell orders sold. Only here's where the bidding started right there. The bid sells were selling at 910 a share. That was the only place where sells were being made that were selling on the bid at 910. Here at 913, almost all of this candlestick has been bought on the ask. Only a fraction of it was sold on the bid here at 913. Telling you, there's a lot of people, even though the price looks like it's going down, man, there's a lot of people that are acquiring these shares and buying it on the ask, buying the ask. And you can tell that because look over here. They're buying right now on the ask. Look at that green candlestick down there. All bought on the ask just then. Everything was just bought on the ask at 913. And see, the ask price here that they just dropped to 912, it all got bought up when they tried to drop it to an ask of 912. They just bought it all. They bought it all. You can easily see it. They're buying on the ask, folks. They're buying this on the ask. Oh man, 916 now. Look out. And there she goes, folks, turning north right now. Look at that thing turning to the north now. Hasta luego, baby. Hasta luego. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Yeah. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Oh, yeah. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Oh, it's a crocky gator, folks. Oh, my goodness gracious. Look at the desperation on the buyer's end trying to buy a 914.5 down there. Oh, goodness gracious. And I've just gone green on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, with a praying mantis. It's the praying mantis right here. Praying mantis. Oh, my gosh. Look at the 5 days. She's going to break over right there. She's breaking. The mantis is broken. Oh, my God. I'm up $111. Let's take a shot of this. Woo! Man, and you guys saw me take a picture when I was down 900. Oh, my God. I'm up 231, Clam. What do you say, everybody, huh? Take a look at that right there. Oh, my God. Holy smokes, look at that chart. And another little herc pattern here now. Little bit of herky herc. It doesn't matter, folks, what they try herking this thing. Man, there's buyers galore coming in here. Look at all the buyers that just bought on those candlesticks. Look at all the buyers because they probably like what I'm showing them. Yesterday's low, $9, and then it went to $9.78. Well, we could see the dang same thing here, folks, after a little bit of herking and jerking on its way up. You might want to take notice that the last line of resistance was right there then, and now the line of resistance is up here, crossing the 200 with the price. And then look at the dump right there to try to hold it back. Not going to hold it back, though, folks. Not going to do it. Not going to hold it back. Hold the line. The line is 926 is where they want to hold it, folks. They don't care crap about this. The line is 926. And there she goes, up over my DCA. Yeah, baby. Come on in. The water's fine, folks. Come on in. Just sold 923. Oh, yeah. Woo! Oh, my. GTE. How did I know? How did I know that the suckers flying? How did I know it was the time to be buying? How did I know all the shorts are all crying? How did I know? Oh, yeah. Look at her blow, folks. And probably headed, just like yesterday, back up to 976 a share. All right. Nice. Man, I smell green. I smell green here. Ah, the fresh smell of money. And look at the desperados desperately trying to buy at a 915.01 now. Where's all the 902s? Where's all those 904s, 905s? There's your chart right here, ladies and gentlemen, for GTE. GTE. Now, for those of you that aren't aware, I will be happy to show you so that you're aware of this. This is starting to look a lot like yesterday. Going to run across here to yesterday so you can see what happened. There it is. Yesterday, they ran this stock price down to the same low as they just got to then. And after they did, look at it, herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, over the 200 herk and way up here. Folks, the dang price yesterday was the same low as today almost. Okay, I'm trying to make sure you understand this. Take a look at yesterday's low right there. Look at it today, the same freaking number. And then the herk and jerk begins all over again. And here it is. The herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk, jerk, herk, jerk. It's the same freaking thing, folks. It's the same damn thing they did yesterday. And they herked and jerked it all the way from $9 to $9.76, $9.80. And they're doing it again now. They're doing it again right now. The same thing. The same freaking low, the same herk and jerk, okay? The same freaking low, the same herk and jerk. GTE is the stock I'm talking about. I just got through selling it at $9.22 a share. And here's the jerk. Here's the herk down to $9.12, $9.13, 10 cents, folks. They've got no shares to sell here. Look at how few shares they're attempting to sell right now, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. They don't have any big red candlesticks anymore. Just like yesterday, the same look to it now. And look at them selling, folks, one share at a time. One share at a time. They're trying to manipulate now with one share sell orders. But look at the buys come in on 914 there. Look at that. Just pouring in buying 914 now. I wonder, were they buying just like that when the price was 904 a share about an hour ago? I think they were. Yeah, baby. It's herk and jerk, herk and jerk, herk it and jerk it, herk it and jerk it, herk it big down to the 50 again, scare them out again, get them all out, get them out. Tiny, tiny little red candlestick there. Tiny, tiny, tiny little cells. Tiny little cells. Tiny, tiny share cells. For those of you, I know this is getting a little bit redundant, but I like to see we get new people coming in here all the time. The stock I'm talking about is GTE. Take a look at this chart. And what I want you to see is all the herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking. And I want you to see yesterday they did the same thing. They took it down to this low and then they herked it and jerked it and herked it and jerked it and herked it and jerked it and herked it all the way up yesterday. So don't be surprised to see them try the same bullshit today. And we just need to sell it here, buy it here, sell it here, buy it here, sell it there, buy it here, sell it there, buy it here, sell it here, buy it there. Just like yesterday, we did yesterday. We sold it here, we bought it there, 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 sold it here, bought it there, sold it up here, bought it down here. That's what we did yesterday. So it's just a repeat of yesterday, folks. It's a repeat of yesterday. And we're going to do the same thing we did yesterday. 9/11 again. Oh, that's going to be scary. I'm sure that's a scary number. 9/11. Oh, that's ferocious. That just scared everyone out. Oh, now we're at 913s again. Gosh dang it. Buying at market at 913. Just got it at 912. Thank you very much, market makers. Buy the herc, sell the jerk. 912 again. Thank you, market makers. 909 now. Thank you, market makers. Just buying 10 shares at a time here. Not like we haven't seen them accumulate shares of this stock at 908 like yesterday again. We saw the same thing yesterday, up to 920s and then down to 908 and then up to 920 again and down to 908. They did that for a little while, and the next thing you know, the price was at 930 and down to 920. Then it was at 940 and down to 930. And then it was 950 and down to 940. And then it was 960 and then down to 950. And we watched it all day yesterday, folks. The same thing they're doing now. It's a repeat of yesterday's execution. Saw the movie yesterday, and I'm rewatching it today. There you go. Good buys. I'm trying to buy it here at 9.11, but it just got 9.12, and now it's at 9.13. I'll try to buy 9.10. Can't get it. I'll go 9.11. The bid is 9.10. The ask is 9.14. Stock has been down basically 3% all morning. The bid is at 9.11. The ask is 9.15. And looking over here at the chart, there it is, folks. Nice try to get a low there of 9.12 on the 5-day, but it just said, nope, that's the end of it. The bid is 9.11. The ask is 9.15. Last call for 9.13 buys. The bid is 9.11. The ask is 9.15. The GTE stock bid is 9.11. Ask is 9.15. And that is totally by design to try to hold it at just 9.13 and get it as long as they can there. I wonder what happened to all the 908 shares of just 5 minutes ago. Huh. Where'd all those 908s go? Bid is 9.11. Ask is 9.13. Stock is GTE. Bid is not here. There's a bid of 908. Oh, man, it was just a second, 908. Now it's 909. Dadgummit. The bid just went up to 909, and that sucks for all the shorts out there, I'm sure. The bid is 909. The ask is 913. The bid is 907. The ask is 911, and that means I get to get 909s again. And my dollar cost average has now dropped 2 more cents to 917. Shorty, what are you doing? You're letting me keep dropping my dollar cost average all morning long. Now I'm at 917. That's not good for you. Bid is 908. Ask is 911. And folks, the sells I'm seeing are so small that there's no way they're going to hold this here. No freaking way. The sells I'm seeing are so minusculely small that you cannot see them on the charts down there. The volume is so low and so small in numbers of cells that you can barely even see them. Just so you're aware of that. What they're using to keep dumping it down to 908 is so small. Such little candlesticks now. What happened to these massive sell-offs of these big red candlesticks like we were seeing earlier? Where are these sell-offs now? See, when they got it up to that number, look at the massive sell-off. When they got it up to that number, look at the massive sell-off. Now they get it to here, but look at the dinky little sell. Look at how small it is, folks. Look how little. There's no volume here. There's no volume here at 902 right now, 903. There's none. And I got 12,800 to buy with at 903, and I'm going to freaking do it. And I'm going to drop my dollar cost average down all the way to freaking $9.13 on these mofos. Yep. Oh, I see. I just got all the 903s, now 904s, now 905s. And I'm going to drop my dollar cost average down to 913 right now. Oh, man, it just jumped to 910, folks. Look at this over here. Look at this. 903s and then 910 right there. And then 904s. Now 906. Oh, my gosh. 903s and then 910s. And that 910 was on how many shares bought? 10 shares. 10 shares jumped it from 903 to 910 and a half. 10 shares, folks. And now we're back up to 908 again. God, dogs, man. Holy crap. Oh, yeah. 909s now. Well, folks, I think that was the last effort to try to get it down to 902 again, yesterday's low. And God bless them for trying that. I've now lowered my dollar cost average down to $9.17. And I am just sitting here loading the tank with such few shares that I know are available here at this price. And especially with them trying to buy a 90501. 90501 they just threw out. 90501. And now we're back to 909. And again, look over here, folks, how this is working. Look at this. 909. 11 shares to 909. 11 shares to 909. And a big share comes in for 10, and it's 909. And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said, that is probably the end of it. That's probably the end of it right then. Their last stab at it. Their last stab to get 902 and shake it out. And now they've gone long. Ding dong, the shorts went long. And I just filled at 910 a share. And there are apparently no 902s are left. I just filled at 911. Goodness gracious, I'm buying at market here, 10 shares at a time. And now we're filling at 911. Holy smokes. And all those shares, they just dumped out at 904 and 905 for the last chance. Look, they even dumped a bunch just then at 902, folks. 902, I got to buy it again. And now she's shot back up because there's no volume to hold it down. She's at 911 now. Wow. And now 912. Because there's just nothing to hold it down. The teeny little red candlesticks to push it down one last time. And man, did you see those buyers come in there at $9? Look at them just come in there and hoard that up at $9. You can see it. Look down there. Man, they drove it down to $9, 902 right there, and they came in once again. Very heavy buyers over sellers. GTE. I'm just waiting on it to propel. And then all those shares I just bought at 902, well, I'll sell them at 912. Here we go. I'm going to go out right now at 912. I'm going to make 10 cents on them. I just sold 912. Now I'm going to sell 913. Just sold 913. Now I'm going to sell 914. It's easy, folks. Easy money. Easy money. Look at her go, folks. Off she goes. Man, oh man, oh man. She's going to come up to here, and then they're going to try to take her down a little like this, and she's going to go right back up the same way she went up. There she goes, folks. She's gone. She's gone. 916. Just sold 913. Bad shorts, bad shorts. What you gonna do? What you gonna do now that you're getting screwed? Bad shorts, bad shorts. What you gonna do? What you gonna do now you're getting screwed? I just sold 914. And I am now up $61.20 on this position since I opened it. They just went over my dollar cost average. And I think we're going all the way up like we did yesterday to possibly $9.76 now, just like yesterday. A little bit of foreigner for you. Yeah. Holy cow, look at the buyers buying up here at 917 now. Woo! Oh, yeah. Everybody wants to buy right there with Catfish Tie. 916 dollar cost average, and they're buying it up like crazy at 917. Yes, sir. Let's see if I can get a 916 here. Yeah, I did. One more on my DCA, 916. Well, time to start selling. There we go. Just sold 918. Gonna sell 919 now. Gonna sell 920. Boy, the determination of these market makers today. Look at that. On my DCA, they've bought 163,000 shares. On my DCA, they've now bought 163,000 shares on my DCA. That's right. 163,000. You know why they bought so many shares there? Because they're going to run it up from there. That's why. That's why they bought so many shares there. 164,000 now. Well, they always want to hold it 2 cents below my dollar cost average, regardless of where it is. Look at them buying up at 914, 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Look at that. The dumpers are dumping out all these shares at 912, and then a 4-share order fills at 915. You see that? All those shares they just dumped out at 912, and then a 4-share order fills at 915. How is that? Weird, huh? I guess that's how manipulation works. GTE, another day of beating it out with these morons that are trying to act like they got shares to sell. Fortunately, right now, I have $12,565 to buy with. And here we are on the lunchtime low, 13-cent higher than the previous low of early this morning. Lunchtime low, 13-cent higher than the low of this morning. Coincidentally, 13 cents higher on the lunchtime low. Yesterday's low was not done until 113. Crude oil gains 2%. All right, I've seen enough of this bullshit. It's time for this thing to frickin' run. 9/11 sure isn't going to scare anybody out. They already had it down to 897 an hour and a half ago. 9/11 isn't going to make anybody scared here. It's just a sucker buy-in. Buying from suckers that'll sell to them at 9/11. For those of you that don't know what stock this is I'm on, it's GTE. It's the lunchtime low, my son's favorite time to buy, and mine too, quite frankly. Especially if I can buy at 9/11. I want you all to be aware of something. If you look at this chart's 1-day chart, please notice yesterday, this was what time they reached the low. You can see right there, middle of the day, they reached the low, and then they ran it up 76 cents by the end of the day. So here we are, middle of the day. They already hit the low there, tried to hit it again and missed it. But my friends, this herking and jerking is the same thing they did from yesterday's low. They herked it, they herked it, they jerked it, they herked it, they jerked it, they herked it, they jerked it, herked it, jerked it, herked it, jerked it, herked it, jerked it, herked it all the way up, all the way up. And that's the same thing they're doing today. Herking and jerking and 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 herking and jerking. All the way up, it's going to go. Most likely, just like it did yesterday. Just like yesterday. This is the stock GTE I'm telling you about. GTE. And baby, I'd buy the herc if I were you. I'd buy the herc. I think you'd be wise to buy it here. Let me tell you something, too. They don't like me showing you this, okay? They don't want you to know. They'd rather you remain naive, gullible, and stupid, okay? They don't want me showing you what I just showed you, I can assure you. And another thing they don't want me to show you about this stock is the longest term chart, 180 days, because that exposes even more of the truth. Because on the 180 day, you see a triple upside crossover, and now you see a steadily rising 200-day average, a steadily rising 50-day average, the red one, a steadily rising 45-day average, and a steadily rising 10-day average. And that's all you see is all long-term moving averages rising. And they don't want you to see that, folks. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you. They hope you'll be naive, gullible, and stupid. All right? They don't want you to know that. Good afternoon, Jayhawk. No margin here. See ya. Gotcha, Kim. JP, I'm heading out to Midas for vehicle checkup, regular maintenance. I'll be watching my cats while I'm out there. If I'm not back in an hour or two, see you tomorrow. Okay, JP? Sorry I didn't see you. I haven't really been able to keep up. Been trying to fight my way out of cat CELZ all day. I got here late today, so I'm trying my best. Got you, JP. CELZ now, okay? Sorry. Yeah, I made a little bit of this morning. I hit over $10. I'm going to get out of this thing. I got about 1,000 shares average DC 907, and I'm out of here when it hits 935. All right, yep, me too. We're doing good, man. And we could see it go much higher than 935, folks. And you can clearly see what I'm showing you. If you look at this chart, what happened yesterday, they're trying to repeat it today, folks. They're trying to repeat yesterday's action. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I mean, it just looks like they're trying the same effing thing they did yesterday. Good Lord. Fill my orders. Thank you. Thank you very much. 907, 907, 907. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. 9065, huh? 905, 906. Thank you very much. 906. Good, 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 good. Lunchtime low, baby. Lunchtime low, just like yesterday. Same attack time was actually yesterday. It was at 1:30, but today they've decided to come at it instead at 12:30 instead of 1:30 like yesterday. So as you can see, I'm happily hoarding up shares here at 905 a share, and I am now and still holding about $10,000 to with which to invest. And I'm very happy to be buying now at 905 a share. Very, very happy. And yesterday they drove it down to 902 at this time of day, and then they took it up to 972, 976. So this is the same tactic they're trying right now. Lunchtime low, 906. And this has been something they've been trying over and over and over on this stock. 906. GTE, ladies and gentlemen. And as you saw about 30 minutes ago, I was actually green on this stock. And I'm going to take another picture again, showing you now with manipulators working the lunchtime low. I'm down 894 on the position today, but I want you to notice what's going to happen the rest of the day this afternoon. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And I see right now the spoof sell is 1,200 shares, usually up here somewhere. And where's that 1,200 spoof sell now? I don't even see a spoof sell on this anymore. There's none. There's not a spoof sell on it. Just get it down there at lunchtime low. Fill your plate at 908. And I got to put an order in at market just to get the dang thing to fill, because I got a buy order sitting there. They won't fill it. It's got to go in market to get it to fill. So today's low in the lunchtime, now 6 cents higher than yesterday's low at 1:30. Today's low at lunchtime now 6 cents higher than yesterday's low was at 1:30. Well, I tell you what, man, it hasn't been easy going against these headhunters. It hasn't been easy, man. They have been really ruthless on this stock over the last 3 days in a row since it went up to 11.52 a share. And they have just tried to keep their boot on it, like, don't tread on me, rattlesnake. But now she's running, folks. And she just broke away from 906s and 907s, and now we're at 910. 909. Oh, yeah. All right. So they finally, just like they ran out of the 903s and 4s, now they've run out of the 906s and 7s, folks, it appears. But they keep on dumping and they keep on hoping. And I just lowered my dollar cost average down to 915. 915. Man, look how they just tried to sell off a bunch of shares there, folks, and they all got gobbled up. Look at that big sell off effort. Holy crap. Look at all that sold. Man, that's the biggest red candlestick of selling they've come up with yet. Right there's the final one, baby. Right there's the final drop. Right there, the biggest sell off. At lunchtime, of course, trying to achieve the lunchtime low. And even with a big sell off like that, it's freaking 11 cents higher than the low of an hour and a half ago. Even with that big dump of shares, it's 11 cents higher than the low of an hour and a half ago. And there she blows, ladies and gentlemen. And you can clearly see it on this chart. Flat top green candlestick right now on this thing. Flat top green. The stock I'm talking about is GTE. Throwing out a prayer, folks, at 107 and a half. got the bid for 107 and a half now, folks. They're so hard to keep it here. 907 and a half. Huh. 907 and a half. Printing the shares, folks. Printing the shares off. And here comes the last stab for trying to get to yesterday's low of 902. Yesterday's low was 902 at 1:30 in the afternoon. Now they're trying to get 904. Remember, yesterday from 902, they ran this up to $9.76. So you can't blame them for wanting to try to repeat that today. Well, that was it, folks. And all I'm doing here is just buying at market. I just filled at 905. Buying at market again at 905. Buying again now at 905. And you can clearly see that they just achieved the lowest they could right there just then. 902, the same exact number as yesterday's low almost. The low was actually 901, I believe, yesterday. 901 yesterday at the middle of the day. Let me make sure I'm right on that. Where was it right here? Yesterday? There it was. Yesterday's line was at, it shows 919. 919. Oh, that was later. That was later. They were down below that. Here it was, right here. Oh man, I got to get rid of these sell orders. Cancel. Right there. Yesterday's low, right there. Haha. Now, what was that? 921. All right. So here we are back to this morning's low where they had it at 897 this morning. And I'm very grateful for them to let me buy these shares here at 899. We've already seen a low yesterday, was at the same time, pretty much the same time. And from this number, they ran it up 70 cents. So I'm going to actually pile in here on this right now. I'm going to pile in on this right now. And I just got all I could at 899, and now we're filling at 9, and now we're at 901. And this is exactly the same thing they tried yesterday. And from this low yesterday, they took it up to $9.77. And then it closed at 941. So this is the reason I'm buying today at this number, because I saw what they did yesterday. And from the low of $9, basically, they took it up to 972. And my dollar cost average has now dropped down to 914. And I'm going to keep hoarding these shares here at $9 and get my DC down below 913. And so I'm just filling the wagon, 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 filling the wagon. And my dollar cost average has now dropped to 913 a share. That's right. And I'm just filling the frickin' wagon, folks, at $8.99 here and $9. And I'm doing the same thing I did yesterday at the same time. And I ended up making good money by the end of the day. So here we go. I just filled again at 901. And now we're back up to 903. 901's being dumped out, $9. And I want to get over here and look at the chart. Hold on. And I want to see what volume's coming at this. And I see very, very little. Very little. As a matter of fact, and right now, look here. The low earlier was right there. Take a look. The low this morning was right there, everybody. And today's low now, right here, right there. All right? So that's why I'm buying there. And that's why I'm hoarding there. And now we're back to 902. Oh, yeah. Now we're back to 904. Oh, yeah. Here we go, baby. Now let's take this thing up to 970 like you did yesterday, Shorty. Come on. Let's take it right on up to 970 like you did yesterday. Look at that thing yesterday, folks. My God. Oh, man. Let's do it again. Come on. Let's do it again. There was the bottom of Vaggie mid-lunch drop, and there's the pop, ladies and gentlemen, with an unengulfed flat-top green candlestick here now. Oh, my gosh. And the bid is 902, and the ask is 907. Holy crap. What a great buy opportunity just then, everybody. I hope you hoarded some shares with me there when it was at $9. And right now, I'm just buying 10 shares at a time, and I got $7,000 yet to keep buying with. And now I'm going to go back to just buying 10 shares at a time. And my dollar cost average has now dropped down to $9.12. And I'll show you how much I'm down right now, but I won't be there for long. I won't be there for long. Nope. Won't be there for long. Now filling at $9. $9 again. One last attempt at 902. And these connivers, man, here at lunchtime, boy, they really have been. They've been very, 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 very manipulative. And I don't see jack crap for anything sellers now. No sellers coming in anymore. All buyers on the last candlestick. 100% buyers on that last candlestick. And even the last 2 out of 3, 100% buyers. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them for buying $9 a share. I don't blame them one bit. Yesterday, those that bought at $9 a share sold them at $9.76 after that. 2 hours later, they sold them at $9.76, whoever bought yesterday here. So I'm just buying at market now. 903s are filling, now 904s. Now 903s. But I tell you what, they have certainly been working this stock today, haven't they? Now filling at 903s. Man, they have worked this stock. They have worked this stock just like they worked it yesterday, folks. The same entities are doing the same thing, repeating yesterday's actions exactly, step for step. And now I'm filling at 906s, 907s. All right, here she goes. That was the end of that, folks. 907s now. Oh, yeah, back up to 907s. And I bought a lot of shares at 906, so I'm going to come and start selling some here. 908, I'm going to let them have them. I mean, I bought them just now at $9 and $8.99, so I'm going to buy them. I'm going to sell them now when I'm 9 cents up on them and 10 cents up on them. And I'm going to lower my dollar cost average even more. And there's a spoof sell of 2,000 shares, 1,900 shares at 921 now. 921 is where the spoof sell is. 921 is where the spoof sell is. That's where they expect the price to go to now from where they just drove it down. Buying again here now at 901. Man, I'm not falling for it, Shorty. I'm not falling for your little spoofy selling at lunchtime low. I saw what you did yesterday at 1:30 in the afternoon. I saw how low you had it. It was the same price, and then I saw you take it up to 977. So, hey, I'm okay with buying 902 here again, the same price I bought yesterday. And my dollar cost average has now dropped down to 912 a share, folks. 912. And I'm buying the crap out of this stock now at $9.01 a share. And I'm trying to now get it below $9 if I can, but man, it's just been almost impossible for them to get this price under 9 and keep it there for any amount of time at all. And now I just filled at 901, 901 again, 901 again. My dollar cost average is 912 a share. And I'm buying this like hoarding it up here like they did yesterday because I believe they're going to do the same thing today that they've done yesterday. And it doesn't not surprised to see them try to get to $9 again during the lunchtime low. And also low volume here. Very little here. And now the buyers are coming in. And I don't blame them. Oh, yeah. Now we're at 905. And the bid is 901. The ask is 905. Both those numbers are green. The bid is 901. The ask is 905. The stock is GTE. The bid is 901. The ask is 905. The bid is 901. The ask is 905. The bid is $9. The ask is 903. The bid is $8.99. The ask is 902. And this is as close as you're going to get, folks, right here. This is as close as you're going to get to today's low right here at the very end of lunchtime. 5 minutes till it ends, folks. The lunchtime blue light special is about to end. And I still have a lot of shares here, and I have a lot of cash to buy with right here. Thank goodness I have my powder dry while they try this lunchtime rundown. I've still got $5,400 cash to buy with, and I'm buying here 10 shares at a time. And I'm filling at $8.99 now, $8.98. And I'm about to buy the low of the day once again. I'm going to buy it again if I can. And I just got it at $8.99, $8.98. Yes, I'm buying here, folks, and I'm not kidding around. I want to buy the low. I want to be able to say I bought this stock at the lowest price of the day. And right now I'm filling at 898. And keep in mind, at 897 today, they had a whole 500 shares at 897, folks. Earlier today, they had a whopping 500 shares at 897. Okay, so that's why I'm buying here. Earlier today, they had a 500 share sell at 897. 500, folks. 500 share sell at 897 today earlier. Oh yeah. They had a whole 500 shares there at 897, and now they're trying to buy 897.5. They're trying to buy 897.5. And now, folks, at 896, they've had 341 shares for sale. At 896, 341 shares. At 896 now, 962 shares is all they had. 962 is all they had at 896, ladies and gentlemen. They ran out 962 shares at 896. And now we're back to 897, 962 shares at 896. Wow, that is impressive, Shorty. You had 900 shares, now 10,000 at 896. Wow. Now that makes sense that you'd want to buy 10,000, not just 900. That makes sense that you'd want to get it down there to buy 10,000. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that makes way more sense right there. Yep. Just to get that measly amount at 896 of just 900, and now you got 14,000 there. Nicely done. Very nice buy. 14,000 at 896. I commend you. Whoever just did that, 14,000 at 896. That was impressive. And now they're filling 897. So I guess they ran out of 896s. They ran out at 14,000. And God bless them for bringing it down here so I could get my dollar cost average down now to 911. 911. And look at how few shares they're selling here at 895, 894, 450 shares at 894, folks. 454 shares at 894. 454 shares at 894. And now 956 shares at 894. And then 893 saw 500 shares again. 500 at 893, folks. 500. That's the kind of volume we're dealing with here at 893. 500 shares is all they had. And I make sure and let you guys know how these manipulators work with such low volume. 500 is all they had there at 893 a share. 500. That was it. Just 500 shares at 893. Oh my gosh. Wow. They worked it all the way down to 893 to buy 500 measly effing shares. Are you kidding me? They ran it all the way down to 893 just to buy 500 shares. Why? What's the purpose? Why? 500 shares at 892 now, 1,200 shares? God dang, man. Wow, folks. I tell you, this stock has been manipulated so heavily. 892, they just got how many there? 1,200 and 1,500 and 3,000 at 894. Well, lunchtime, folks, is over. Lunchtime's over. The official lunchtime just ended. It's 101 now. 101 now. And will they now run this up 70 cents like they did yesterday from the low? And they have flat run out at 892, 893, 894. All I can get now to fill is 895s. And I guess they just, wanted to say, hey, 892, man, we screwed the shorts today. We screwed them. That's what they want people to think. Now we're at 896. And look at the candlesticks of buying here, folks. Nothing but buyers versus sellers there now at that price. Nothing. And it doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me. Nicely done, Shorty. Nicely done. And now I am just going to sit and watch my balance rise. Okay? I'm just going to sit here and watch my balance rise. And just like yesterday on this stock, except yesterday I was down about $8,000. Now I'm only down 1,600. Yesterday I was down $8,000 and somehow came back off the bottom. And I think we'll do the same thing today, folks. I think we'll be in good shape. I think we'll be in very good shape based on what I saw them do yesterday to this stock. So we're just seeing a repeat of yesterday now. And there's the buyers coming in. Look at that big, huge buy right there. Whoa, ho, ho, and back to back. And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Adios, amigos. We're back over 9. We're back over 9. Nice. 902 now. Holy cow. Man, somebody said, all right, this is where we buy. This is where we buy. And they sure did come in. Hey, guys, who's going to be scared of it dropping any lower now? I'll tell you who. Freaking nobody. Okay? I'll tell you who's scared of it dropping any lower. Freaking no one. No one. And by the way, the shares I just bought at 892 and 893, now I'm going to sell them at 904 right now. I'm going to sell them at 904. 11 cents higher. I just sold them at 904. And now I'm going to sell them at 905. And I'm going to sell them at 906 and 909 and 911. Oh, yeah. And I just went green on this stock, folks. Can you believe that? Wow. Holy smokes. What in the world? Oh, my gosh. They're over my DCA. Look at the buyers buy that thing up. Holy crap, GTE. Oh my gosh. And of course, they're going to drive it up to my DCA and sit on it now. Oh my gosh. Yes. Trading on my DCA. Oh, wow. The bid is 908 and the ask is 912. The bid is 909. The ask is 912. Oh, man. Are they going to run it up to 970? Are they going to run it up to 970? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Look at him sitting a penny under my DCA now, trying to hold it there. Oh, my gosh. Look at him trying to hold it under my DCA. Oh, the desperation. But the buyers are coming in and buying over me now at 911. Oh, oh, jeez. He jumps to 915. Whoa, I'm up $574. Oh, my gosh. Holy crap. What has happened here? Oh, my gosh. All the deception ended. All the fake share selling ended. Oh my gosh, they're filling the orders at 9:15 now and 9:16, and I'm up $533 on this position now. GTE. And they have not made it easy, folks. They have not made it easy. Holy cow. Oh my gosh, he's at 918 a share now. 917. Wow, look at that thing skyrocketing, folks. Fabulous. Holy smokes, the buyers are going to run it back up to 970 now, probably. Holy cow. Nice. All right. King Kryptonite, let's go. Can't stay long. Smart. It means the sellers are willing to come down to sell cheaper versus the buyers having it to come up to buy more. Yep. You can see which by which direction the price goes. Well, you can see which the direction the price is going now, can't you? Holy smokes. Shorty done went long. Yeah, baby. Oh my gosh. Wow. You know what time it is? Ding dong. Oh, yeah. Here it is, baby. Thanks for letting me know I'm muted. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you here. Yesterday, look at the low right there. Look at the first low yesterday there. The second low dropped down to here, just like today. The first low here, the second low here. I mean, they actually had three today. One, two, three, and that was it. The triple tata, baby. Total recall. Total recall. And here you go yesterday. Once, twice, three times, and then boom. Yesterday. So here you go again. Once, twice, three times, and then boom. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And right now, you can see I'm up 935 since I opened this position. And man, I tell you, I think this thing could go right on back up like it did yesterday. Now, I could, like I said, I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised at all to see it, folks. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see it happen again. Okay? Because that's what they like to do, man. They're manipulators of the market. And manipulators like to fleece everyone out of a stock. Here's the chart again, just so you can see. Yesterday, here was the first low, really. And then the second low, they dropped it all the way to here, right at 1:30 in the afternoon yesterday. 1:30. What time is it now? 1:23. 1:23. So yesterday at 1:30, they hit the bottom. At $9 was the price. Yesterday, right there, 897. What do you know? That they would try that stunt again and try it at the same time. And then look at it go. And does it surprise you? Well, look what it did yesterday. Listen, I tell you what, when the price of the blue 5-day gets here, we're going to sell this today. And that price is at $9.43. Okay? So when the blue 5-day reaches 943, we're going to sell it because they're probably going to do the same thing they did right here and drive it from 940. What was this price? The price was 943, and they dropped it from 943 all the way down to what price? 922. So this was a 20-cent drop before then it went all the way up to 978. So at 943, a 20-cent drop, and then up to 978. That's yesterday. All right? I'm just showing you. She breaks over this line. She goes to there. She goes to there. Herkin and jerkin, herkin and jerkin. And now I'm back up to almost 10,000 to buy with. Trying to come in and buy it at 911, 912, 913, 914. By the way, there's been a lot of buying on this stock here at the price of 916. They've gathered 180,000 shares at 916. The highest number of any number on this screen. 180,000 shares at 916. And it's there again now. I want to buy with all those that bought there. I want to buy there with them. I want to buy with all those that bought here at this price. I want to buy with them. I want to buy with them. And you better look over here at this chart, man. This thing's getting ready to bounce right now and go. They're just trying to double this bottom line right here now, right now. Well, look at the 50 and 45 rising here. I told you, Red belly, blue back, baby. Over here, blue belly, red back. Now, red belly, blue back. And I called it out. I told you this was going to be a red belly, blue back this afternoon. All right. Look at that gorgeous looking chart there. And look at the buyers coming in versus the sellers there. Look at them trying to sell against it, though. See those red candlesticks, 4 in a row? They're trying to sell against it, but it's going this way, folks. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Look at the 50-day and 45 just changed their pitch angle. And look at the 45 rising off the 50 now. GTE, ladies and gentlemen. GTE is the stock I'm trading here. And right now, I'm up on this stock $1,007. My dollar cost average is now 906 a share. 906 a share is my dollar cost average. Look at this gorgeous chart. And again, I want to point out to you folks yesterday's chart. I want you to see what they did yesterday to this price of this stock. Ladies and gentlemen, in the morning, it hit 1152. And then they brought it down and brought it down and brought it down. That's 3, 4, 5 times to the 130 low, 130 in the afternoon. And then from that low of $2, it went all the way up to 278. Okay? I'm just showing it to you. Now, it didn't go straight up. It hurt, and it got hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked, hurt, jerk, hurt, jerk, hurt, big hurt from 943 down to 922. So in this today, if we get to 943, we're going to sell the shit out of it, and we're going to buy it back at 922. And then it went all the way up to 978. All right, so I'm showing you the chart now. It looks pretty similar. 1 hit, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like yesterday. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here they are today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and boom. Coincidence? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's no coincidence. The bid is now 915. The ask is 919. There's the 1-day chart. That in the deed is a beautiful crocky gator, folks. The crocky gator, he got his eyeballs right here, but he's got his head rising right up out the water. He's eating shorts. He just jammed into one right then there. Crocky gator, folks. And look at how they're trying to sell against this down at the bottom of the screen. Look at all the red trying to sell against this steady rise. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. When this 45 and 50 get to this freaking 200-day line, they're going to shove this price right through the freaking roof, all right? When this 45 and 50 keep this track and they get to the, and let's just go ahead and figure out when that's going to be so we can do it on a timeline, okay? So here's the angle of the 45 and 50 right now, and let's figure out when it's going to hit the 200-day average, all right? So this 45 and 50 are going to hit this 200-day average right here. And the time is going to be 13:43. That's 143, folks. And watch them shove this price right through the roof. I'm telling you, at 143, if they stay on the same inclination right here at 143, they're going to hit the 200, and then it's sayonara, baby. All right, that's my call on this stock, GTE. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Just sold at 916. Looking at this chart, I'm selling into the strength. You can clearly see it's been herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, right on this rising 50-day. And I'm here to tell you that when that 50-day gets right up here, this thing's going to explode to the upside. Now, they may try to drive it down before that happens, but when this 50-day gets to this point right here, it's going to be game over. The time right now is 13:32, but when it gets to here, that'll be at 13:40. 10 minutes, folks. 10 minutes. You watch and see if I'm right or wrong. GTE. 10 minutes from now, my call is total explosion of the 5-day upwards. GTE up 774 since I opened the position. Anything else going up today? EZRA, I see I'm up 53 on. And ENSC, I'm up 34 on. GTE is my biggest gainer. BYRN is down a little bit today, just a fraction. GTE. What a herky jerk kind of day, huh? Going for 10 shares now. Trying to buy at 914. I really don't want to buy at 914 because my dollar cost average is down here at 906. But I just bought at 914 and I'm going to sell 917 now. Bing, bing. Thank you. 917. And look at this thing, folks. Oh my gosh. And I'm telling you, watch this keep rising. When it gets up here, man, there's going to be no more. Look how long they've been trying to barcode this stock on this line. When this thing gets to that line, there's going to be no more barcoding on it, folks. I promise you. Okay? Listen, when this 45 and 50 that were down here keep rising and they get to this line, there'll be no more barcoding here. It'll be all gone. It'll be over. When it gets up there, they're going to try one stab at it. There they are, but it is going to bust loose now. It's going to bust loose, folks. That's my call, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. We're getting ever closer now, ever closer. And the time that it's going to hit that line is going to be right here, folks, when it hits the 200, right there. And that time is about 8 minutes from now. 8 minutes from now. These 50-day is going to hit the 200, and then this thing's going to blow through the friggin' roof. Yep, she's going to blow up, folks. GTE. Oh my gosh, look at that crocky gator, folks. Look at the 50-day coming right up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that if you look at this chart right here and you go back to yesterday, you're going to see, oh my gosh, it looks identical, folks. Let me move this over to yesterday so you can compare the two. Look at yesterday. Look at yesterday, folks. Look at yesterday. Yesterday. This is the attack yesterday. And I want you to see how they did this yesterday. They drove it down from 1152 high, and they attacked it once, twice. Oh shit. They attacked it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6. You see that? And then from the low, which was at 1:30 yesterday afternoon, it got herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked all the way back up to 270 after the low of $2 yesterday. All the way up to 270 yesterday afternoon. That's what they did. And then they dropped it big time near the closing. This is GTE. So yesterday it was a big fleece out all the way down to here once and then here at 130. And after 130, the friggin' thing went up 72 cents a share. I'm showing it to you now so you can compare that to today's action and look where they just hit the bottom and look what time it was. Look what time it was. What time was it? 1 o'clock. Today, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Oh, man. Whew. Look at the 50-day now coming right on up here. And when it gets underneath this, it's going to blow. Man, this is converged, folks. This is the definition of convergence right here. The 200, the 50-day, the 45, the 10, they have all converged. And let me tell you something, folks. The definition of this is every one of those C words, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, favors longs. All C words favor longs. And when you have the consolidation, capitulation, and convergence that this is right here, and folks, you just honestly can't get it any tighter. Man, you cannot get that any tighter. You can't, folks. And now they've changed the pitch angle of the 50-day and 45 to off of this line, and they're trying to flatten it out here because they know that I'm right. They know that once the 50 breaks this line, there'll be no more barcoding in this area. They know it'll be over. It'll be long gone when they get that thing there. Just look how many shares they freaking bought here, folks, at this price. 149,000 and 193,000. Man, you don't think they're trying to hold that thing under that price? Look up here. They got 158,000, 142,000. Down here, 149 and 193. Bring it, Shorty. Show me what you got, man. What are you made of? What do you got left? What do you got left in your little pop cork gun? Their little cap gun, ladies and gentlemen. My dollar cost average is 906 a share. 906. What are you going to do about that, Shorty? You going to drive this price down to 905 now, 904? No. You're going to buy from me at 917, I see. That's nice. Take it at 918 now. Oh my gosh, just look at this thing, folks. That was the last curse. They know that it's about to break away. This is the last chance to barcode in this region with the 50 rising up here. Folks, I'm telling you, they know it's about to break away. All right, they know it. They know it. They know that there's going to be no more barcoding in this area because the 50 is now in this area. And they know there's no more barcoding in here. The 50 is in this area. There will be no more barcoding, folks. Holy Toledo. Now, I want to change this angle here because this is the new angle of the 45 and 50 right now. This is the new angle of the 45 and 50. So right now, if you go off this new angle of progression up, you're going to see right here when it meets the 200, and the time is going to be here now in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, 10 minutes, this price of the 50 is going to cross the 200-day average right here in 10 minutes. And then you're going to see this thing really make its move, okay? Most likely, you're really going to see the move there. So here's your last chance to buy anywhere around my price. This is going to be it. This is going to be your last chance. And they freaking know it, folks. They know it. As a matter of fact, that's why they're driving it down right now, because they know what's about to happen. They know I'm right. They know that I'm right. And this is the last chance to get it here on this price, folks. This thing's never going to barcode here again. And I just bought it at 914, 915. This is their last chance, folks. 913, sayonara, baby. Time now is 1:45 p.m. Yesterday, the big drop came at 1:30. It was at 1:30 when they really went at it. Today, it was 1 o'clock. Today, it was 1 o'clock. Yesterday, 1:30. Today, 1 o'clock. Well, there she goes. There she goes. There was the last dump. They knew it's coming. There she goes. The 5 days crossing the 10-day. Look at this green candlestick with no wick on it at all. It's a flat top green. 5-day crossing the 10. Let it run, baby. Let it run. And look at the buyers coming in down there, folks. Look at those two big green double buyers versus sellers. Look at the chart again here, folks. Look at the chart. And I told you they've been barcoding this, barcoding it as the 50 keeps rising and rising and rising. But I'm telling you that once the 50-day crosses this line, there'll be no more barcoding this in this area. I'm telling you right now. that it is over. And look at it rise, folks, because it's over. The 50 is crossing this line now. And in just a few minutes, the 50 is going to cross the 200, folks, and that'll be a triple upside crossover of the 200-day average. I know what I'm talking about, folks. I know what I'm saying. Stick around and watch it. Stick around and watch it, folks. Golly. Sorry, guys, that I haven't been able to. Oh, I saw somebody just came in with a donation. Oh, thank you, Tom, for letting me know I was muted. Thank you, Tom. Man, this thing has been in this price range for so long, and all they've been holding it here for is waiting for the 50-day to cross this line. And it is going to. Let's move this out of the way so you can see it. All they're waiting for is the 50 to come up here and cross this line, and then they're going to launch this thing through the roof. The 50-day average right there. Look at it. Look at it. Crossing the line now and turning up, curling up around it. Look at the 50-day, folks. I'll highlight it so you can see. Here it is right here. Look at it curling up around this. And there goes the 5-day, breaking over the 10-day as we speak, just as I expected it to. This thing will not barcode anymore in this region once the 50 crosses this line, which it's doing now. And then it's going to come up here and it's going to cross the 200, and then this thing's really going to frickin' explode. Take note what price they just tried to drop it to just then before this explosion I'm calling about. Look at that right there. Sayonara, baby. That's the last time you're going to see 912 on your sheet. That's the final time. And you can look down here. Look at all the buyers versus the sellers now. Look at all the green there. Look at all the green. And it's to be expected, folks. That's to be expected. Pardon me. Now I want you to look at this chart, ladies and gentlemen. You see that? Look at the resistance. They've tried to stop this line once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5. Look at that resistance on that blue 5-day there. And that's where it's approaching right now. That's why they've been so adamant about stopping this from going over that. Because they know if it goes over this line, folks, it's going to go through the roof. They know that already. So right here on GTE, as I highlight this area, look at this. Look at the 45 rising off the 50-day, folks. Look at the 200 that just went from flat to rising. Look at the freaking 10-day rising, folks, rising. And now you can see the 5-day turning up as well off of that line right now, just like I said it would. It's turning upwards, folks. That 5-day is turning upwards. Just like it should. CX Phil, hello there. Welcome. Gosh dang, man, that is beautiful. Look at that on the 180-day chart. A triple upside crossover. And by the way, boy, they tried to stop that from happening. Look how they went so hard against it there. Whoever's trying to control this, look how hard they went against this triple crossover. See how hard they went against it when it broke over? Tried to fleece people out and get a nice little double nut sack. Then it went over again, and they said, whoa, 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 and they drove it down here again. And then, bam, the earnings call came out, and wah! And now, ladies and gentlemen, look at the 45-day blue line rising over the 50-day and rising like crazy, and the 200 rising. The only thing that keeps dropping is the temporary short-term price. That's the only thing they can make move down right now. The long-term averages will not be swayed. They will not be swayed. They won't be swayed. You cannot sway the heavyweight 200 day and heavyweight 50, heavyweight 45, and heavyweight 10. You can't sway them. You cannot make it fall. You can try all you want, Shorty, but it ain't going to happen. Don't even think about it. It isn't going to happen. Well, you can think about it, but that's all you can do is think about it because it isn't going to happen. Now I come over here to the 1-day chart. There's the 1-day chart right there. There's the 1-day chart. Look at the 50-day and the 45-day rising up into this where they've been barcoding it forever. I'm trading GTE. GTE. Now, please be aware, yesterday, after yesterday's low at the same time of day, look right here, yesterday, at the same time of day, 1 o'clock, you can see what time it was. If you look down here at the bottom of the screen, it says 13:31. That was 1:30 at 1:30 yesterday. And after 1:30 yesterday, look what the friggin' price did. It went from down here at $2 a share yesterday, right there. Look at that, right there, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday at 1:30 in the afternoon, and the price was at how much? The price was at $2 a share, dadgummit. I'm sorry, $9. $9 a share yesterday. And after 1:30, $9 a share, look at the dang thing. It went to 978, 979, 978. Yesterday, 1:30, and then yesterday by 3:30, 978, 978. And so today, 1:30, 1:30, 1:30, folks, the same time, the same freaking time. Well, actually, today was at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. And by the way, yesterday, after it went up to here, it dropped down 20 cents right there, a 20-cent hurt before the jerk off. And now here, how much have they driven it down before the jerk off? That price there was 921. And did they take it down to 901? Where are they at now? 902. It's exactly the same, folks. It's just like yesterday. Just like yesterday. See how they drove it up here to this price? Ladies and gentlemen, that price right there that they drove it up to was $9.43. And then they dropped it down to here, 921. 22-cent drop. And what do you know that they would repeat that right here from here down 20 cents, the same drop. All right, I'm just showing it to you, folks. You can do with this information whatever you want, but the stock is GTE. GTE is the stock. And again, yesterday, the big drop at lunchtime, and then 1:30, the biggest drop before the pop. And today, the drop right here. And then today again, 130, the biggest drop before the pop. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Look at him right there. Look at him try to achieve that line right there. And by the way, when they did, look at all the buyers that came in when they tried that. See that? Look at all the buyers coming in. And there she goes, folks. Hasta luego, baby. Hasta luego. Oh my gosh. What in the world? Is it the same as yesterday? The 20-cent drop and then the major freaking pop? Nice. I'll take a few extra scalps for the day. I hear you, Cambone. Nice. DCA for me is 898, waiting for 970-ish. And you should be, because yesterday that's what they did. And I'm trying to tell you that's probably what they're going to do today. Look at that. Look at all the buyers. Look at all the sellers selling one share at a time to try to hold it at 914. They don't have any freaking shares left to sell, folks. They don't have any more. And the buyers are coming in and buying 914s at 100 and 101. Oh, man, there she goes. 915 on 2 shares. What? 915 on just 2 shares? Then you see the small little dumps over here, 2, 7, 2, 4, 2, 10, 914. Then a 5-share order pushes it to 914.5 after all these larger orders at 914. A 5-share order, 914.5. I'm going to show you the 5-day chart now. Look at that thing, folks. Look at that 200-day rising on the 5-day chart. Man, it's going to shove this thing right on up. Look at the 20-day. Look at the 20-day chart, folks. Look at the 200 rising. Look at the 50-day rising. Look at the 45 up above the 50 and gaping away from the 50 here. No wonder they're trying to push it down here. Man, they see this thing, all these long-term averages rising. They see all the long-terms rising. That's why they're trying to dump it here at 130, just like they did yesterday. See them try to dump it down yesterday? It took off. Now they try to dump it down today. But ladies and gentlemen, notice yesterday when they got here, look where the 50 was. Look where the 200 was. Yesterday when they drove it down to that price of $2, look where the 50 and look where the 200 were. Now today they try the same price, even a little lower, but look where the freaking 50 is and look where the 200 is now. All right, I'm just showing. I provide, you decide, folks. I provide, you decide. There it is. Yesterday, when they tried to achieve the low yesterday at 130, look where the 200 was and look where the 50 and 45 were. When they tried to bring it down yesterday at 130. And now they try to bring it to the same line and look where the 50 is and look where the 200 is. They've gone from here and here up to here and here. And I'm going to just show you. Yesterday, when they hit the low, the 200 was on that line. And the 50-day yesterday, when they got that low, was right here, right here. So yesterday, when they got the low at 1:30 in the afternoon, This is where the 200 was, and this is where the 45 and 50 were, okay? And they were actually lower. I need to move that down just a little bit. The 50-day was even lower. The 50-day was lower. The 50-day was down here. Okay. Right about there. There. So yesterday, when they got to this low right here at 1:30 in the afternoon, the 200 was here and the 50 was here. Now, same time today, try to reach the same level, and the 200 has risen from here to there, and the 50 has risen from here to frickin' here, people. Whoa. Man, I show you how it is, folks. I show you how it is. I show you the truth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not here for you to be deceived. I'm here for you to understand the truth of the matter. All right? The 50 is now here. So, yesterday, when they achieved the low at 130, the 50 was here and the 200 was here. Today, they achieved the same low at the same price. See it? It's at the same price, the same low, just a little bit less. But look where the 200 has risen to. And look where the 50 has risen to. Man, I got to make sure you guys understand. Yesterday, when they hit this low, the 50-day average was freaking down here. Yesterday, when they hit this low, the 50 was down here and the 200 was here. And today, they're trying to reach the same low, and the 200-day is here. And the 50-day is up here. Not here and here, but here and here. Okay? That's what I'm trying to get across to you. Man, I tell you, I'm a technical guy. I go on technical charting here, as you can see. And I'm showing you that yesterday, when they reached that low at 1:30 in the afternoon, the 200-day was down here and the 50-day average was here. And today, when they just re-achieved that low, the 200 has moved up to here and the 50 has moved up to here. And yesterday, if this thing went up 70 cents off this low with the 50 all the way down here and the 200 way down here, how high can it go now off the low with the 200 here and the 50 here? How high could it go? I don't know, but I think it's going to go higher. And I'm going to remove all my cells here. And you can see it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, where they've been barcoding through here in this region, the 50 is now right up here. And I told you it was going to shove that up. I told you once it got up here, there'd be no barcoding in this area. I told you so. And I told you what time it was going to happen. And I told you that was going to be actually 10 minutes ago. It's already crossed. It's in this region. And there's the run up. Oh, yeah. Well, I called it, folks. And right now, the 50-day line is going to keep rising. And if it does, it's going to cross the 200 here. Look, ladies and gentlemen, the freaking 5 days already crossed it. I'm going to show you on the chart. Man, this thing's going to bounce. This thing's going to bounce, folks. This thing's going to bounce, and you can see it. It started right now. It's starting to bounce right now. It's starting to bounce. It's bouncing right now. There goes the 10-day over the 200 now. First was the 5-day right there, and I'm going to get rid of these buy orders. I bought enough. 5-day crossed it, 10-day crossing it. Look at the 45 rising off the 50, rising. Oh my gosh, I called it, folks. I told you so. Oh, yeah. Look at that, folks. Beautiful. I told you that once the 45 and 50 day crossed over this line into this region, there'd be no more barcoding in here. It was going to shove it right through the roof. And there it goes, unengulfed candlestick with no wick on the top of it. It's wickless. It's a flat top, folks. My dollar cost average is 906 a share. I'm I'm up $946 on this position now. The stock I'm trading is GTE. GTE. Man, look at that beautiful chart. Look at the 45 and 50 that were on that incline now pitching upwards there, pitching up into the close, shoving that thing right up. Man, this thing is going to explode, folks. Will it go up to 970 like it did yesterday in the next 2 hours? I don't know in the next hour if it can go to 970, but it did yesterday. It sure did yesterday. Nice. All right. Looking good, folks. GTE. Look at the angle of the 45 and 50 pitching up, pitching up, pitching up. Going to cross the 200 and then it's going to be all over, folks. When it crosses the 200, it's going to be all over. I'm telling you, when this 50-day comes up here and crosses this 200-day average, it is all over. And right now, the trajectory of that line says, what time will that happen? That is going to happen at 2:15 p.m. 2:15 p.m., folks. If it stays on this same trajectory at 2:15, it's going to cross the 200, and then this thing's really going to bolt up because that'll be a triple upside crossover, ladies and gentlemen. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And right now, I'm up 793 on this position since I opened it. GTE, because I held on to some shares yesterday. I'm telling you, folks, if this continues on this rise, it's going to cross the 200 right there. And when it does, you're going to see this thing really make a move, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And there is a lot of buying going on here at 918. A lot of buying at 917. Here come the buyers in at 918 now. Doesn't surprise me at all. And look over here, folks. Oh, the 5 just broke this line of previous resistance. It just broke over. There she goes. And look at this undeveloped candlestick here. Watch out, everybody. The stock is GTE. GTE. And I just eclipsed $1,000 on it. Nice. Let's take a picture of that. That's a lot better than a 1,000 down number, isn't it, that I pictured about an hour and a half ago? Well, I called it, folks, and I've been calling it all dang day. Again, just so you're aware, yesterday, this was the action yesterday. I want to make sure you're aware on GTE what the action was yesterday. Yesterday, they had news that they had sold two of their company mining operations in Ecuador, and I believe I can't remember the other country, but they sold two of their oil exploration areas, and they made 1.33 billion in profit. 1.33 billion they sold them for, and then the price jumped up on that news to 11.52. But ladies and gentlemen, at 1:30 in the afternoon, they drove it all the way down and leased everyone out of it so they could buy there. And then they drove it up from $2 a share there all the way up to 278. And that's the same freaking thing they did today. Look at them drive it down to the same time at 1:30 in the afternoon, and now look at it climbing here. All right, it looks the same, folks. It looks the same. Oh, man. Yeah, baby. 129. 134. There she goes. Whoa. Holy smokes. Let's get out at 137. Let's get out at 138. Let's get out right here. Oh, yes. 933. Look at it, folks. I told you what was going to happen to this stock. I called it, folks. I told you. Look at this, folks. I explained to you, once that 50-day average crossed the 200, it was going to explode. That's what I said to you. And there it is. There's the 50 crossing the 200, and it is freaking exploding. Just like I said it would. Dang. Wow. I don't know whether it'll go that high. I'm not even saying anywhere close to that. No, I don't believe that. I don't. The highest it went to on the news was $11 and something. Man, I'm so happy for everybody that's been trading this with me today. Now up $1,200 on this position today, up 1,009. Well, I'm happy to say I told you so, everyone. I called it out, and my dollar cost average is 905 a share. 905 is my dollar cost average. 905. 905. Oh man. Well, I told you once that 50-day broke the 200, this sucker was going to fly because it was going to be a triple upside crossover. I called it. Yeah, baby. And look at the number, folks. Listen, I already told you guys if this thing goes over 926 a share, it's going to be big time trouble for them. So they're going to fight this 926 line like crazy. They've already been fighting it all day long at 926. You can see all the shares they dumped out at 926. You see them trying to stop it. All day long, they've been coming at it at 926, and they try it again now, the third time today now, trying to stop a 926. And every single time when it got to 926, they started dumping 920. And that's the same freaking thing they're doing right now. Right now. This is what they've been doing all day. When it got to 926, the dump to 920. And look at them using 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, all at the exact same time. 14, 17, 52 seconds. Look at those 5-share sell orders go in at 920 there. Man, I tell you, they don't want it to go over that 926 because I've already shown you on the long-term chart what that means for them. And I'm going to show you here on the 180-day. Let me show you here, folks. When this thing goes over 926, it's breaking away. It's going to break away. There's nothing over that number. All right? And there's the number, 946. But there's another one here at 926. And if it breaks 926, it's going to go up to there. So that's why they're fighting this 926 so much. They're fighting this 926 with all their might. And it goes over 946, and who knows how high it goes after that. Now, take a look. Oh my gosh, look at that rising 200. Look at the rising 50-day. Look at the rising 45-day. Look at the rising 10-day average. And the reason, as I said before, they're fighting this 926 so hard is because if it breaks over 926, there's really no telling how high it's going to go. It had already broke this last resistance of 921. It's over that. And here's the next one, 926. My dollar cost average has now dropped down to 904. 904. Boy, I tell you what, these cell phone farms are working hard. Look at them dump all those 5-share orders at 921 right there at the same second, all in the same second. All of those in the same second at 921. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And it goes right back up to 923. Then they come out again, 5, 5, 5, 921s. Oh, 100, 921s. Back up to 923. There's the longest term chart that tells the whole story. The 200 is steadily rising. The 50-day is steadily rising. The 45-day is steadily rising. The 10-day is now steadily rising. And the 5-day is the only one flat. But every other long-term moving average is rising, all of them. The stock is GTE. Let me get some 10 share buys again here now. Try and buy at 916. Look at that. At 916, 210,000 shares. 916, the most shares of all bought today at 916, 210,000. I'm going to try to buy 917. I'm going to try to buy 918. Only because I know how bad they wanted to dump shares. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know at this $9.16, you can see the dark area goes from this edge all the way to right here. See the dark area ending right there because all that was sold on the bid, all trying to stop it from going over 916. Even here, look at how many shares have been sold on the bid, the dark area, from here all the way to there. And this price, 930. Look at all the shares they dumped out to the bid at 930. All of this was dumped on the bid. All this was dumped on the bid. Oh, look at how many shares were sold on the bid there versus the ask. See, right here is where people started buying on the ask. They had more buyers on the ask than they did on the bid right there. And that price was 927. Man, people started buying this stock at 927. Then down here, 926. Man, they just dumped shares. Dump. Because they don't want it to go over 926, ladies and gentlemen. That is their screwed number. They're screwed when it goes over that. Look at all this selling they're doing at 920. 5. Just look at this. At 920. Look at they're trying to manipulate with. Look at that, folks. Look at all those shares at 920. Look at it. Look at them all. 5. You keep scrolling up. 5 shares. 5. I'm still rising, folks. 5. 2,400, 920. 5. Look at them. 5. All these. I'm still rising, folks, and it's 5. Now we look at this. 5. All at what time? 12:53 they dumped out. It was at 2:22 and 53 seconds. Look at all the fives. 2:22 and 53 seconds. Look at all the 5 share sells. My gosh. No, manipulation doesn't occur in the stock market, folks. No, it doesn't. This is bullshit. Look at this. 2:22 and 53 seconds. Look at all those 5 share orders. And here we still are, 2:22 and 53 seconds. Look at all those 5 share orders at 2:22 and 53 seconds. Now, if you don't know what a cell phone farm is, I'll be happy to introduce you. Okay? I'll be happy to introduce you to how manipulators use and why you see all those cells at 2:22 and 53 seconds. So let me show you what a cell phone farm is. Happy to show you. Cell phone farm. Here we go. And here is the operator. Here is the operator of a cell phone farm. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is a cell phone farm. They're a bunch of cell phones all strung together so they can all sell at the same second. Okay? These are cell phone farms. Here is another cell phone farm operator right there. This is another cell phone farm. Look at all these cell phones interconnected so that they can sell at the exact same second. Massive sell orders, all at the one at the same second. Here is another cell phone farm operator operating right here. There's a cell phone farm operator manipulating the stock market right there. These are cell phone farms, everyone. And you know what? If you can appreciate what I'm showing you here, I hope you'll consider hitting the like button. The time is almost 2:28 and 8 seconds. Can we all hit the like button together at 2:28 and 8 seconds? Can we all do that? Can we all hit the like button at 2:28 and 8 seconds? All right. So get ready, folks. Here we go. 2:28 and 8 seconds. We're all going to hit the like button at the same time. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. Even if you don't like what I'm showing you. Even if I know it's a little bit frustrating when you see him setting up a cell phone farm like that. God dang, man. Oh, here's another one operating a cell phone farm. Look at this guy. Look at this freaking clown. Market manipulators everywhere. So I make sure you understand how all these massive sell orders go through at the same second. And that's how they do it, folks. That's exactly how they do it. See all those? At 2:23 and 29 seconds, see them all load in at the same second, right on the same second. I like to make sure you understand how manipulators work. And now they done run it down to the 50-day and bounced it off. After the triple upside crossover, ta-boing. Hasta luego, baby. Hasta luego, baby. Adios, amigos. Hasta mañana. 916, 917, 916, 915, 915. Look at all those dumps. Here's a cell phone farm operating at the same time, 2:26 and 37 seconds. See how they load them all in to sell all at the same moment in time at 2:26 and 37 seconds. Folks, that's how cell phone farms work. Look at that, 2:26 and 37 seconds. Just look at all those orders. Look at all of them at 2:26 and 37 seconds. It's supposed to not exist in the market, but look at that. 2:26 and 37 seconds. Look at all those cells at 9:15 apiece. Look at them all. I mean, there's literally hundreds of them, folks. Hundreds and hundreds at 2:26 and 37 seconds. Now they're at 2:28 and 22 seconds. 2:28 and 43. 2:28 and 40, 2:29 and 37 seconds. And now we're starting to see it break loose. They're not even doing it anymore. The massive cells. 917, huh? I see down here where you were. 916s where you were dumping there, 916s. Now you're dumping 918s. Uh-oh. Dumping one share at 913 and 3 shares. One share. All sold on the same second. See there? 913. All sold same second right there. This is the kind of stuff I show people every day on this channel so that you understand how they manipulate the market. No, I know it's not supposed to be existent. It's not supposed to exist. It's not supposed to happen. But it damn sure does, folks. And now I'm going to try to buy top 910, 911, 912, 913. Look how hard they've tried to hold this at 916 a share, trading 221,000 at 916. How hard they've tried. And look at all the shares they've dumped out from the dark area, sold on the bid, sold to the bidders, sold to the bid. God dang, man, how many shares do they have at 916 to sell on the bid? Well, I guess they just ran out. It looks to me like they just freaking ran completely out there. Adios, 916. And she's running, folks. She's at 920 now. Oh, yeah. That's nice to see. Bid is now 917. Ask is 920. Bid is 917. Ask is 920. Bid is 915. Ask is 918. I just bought it at 917. 10 shares. God, dogs, man. They've given up on the 916s, folks. Look, they're trying to buy 916 fives now. They can't get any more 916s, so they're desperately clawing for 916 fives. Now trying for 917s. And I just picked up a 917. I wonder why they got such a hard on for 916 on this stock to buy it here at 916. Why do they have such a hard on for that? Why are they trying to buy all day long at 916 a share? I wonder. There it is. Man, I got to find a way to. Hold on a second here. What do you know? Another share sold to me at 916. Another share sold to me at 916. You think they want to hold this price at 916, folks? Look at that. Countless numbers of shares at 915 now. Well, there she goes. Bye-bye 915s. Bye-bye 916s. That's the end of it, folks. That's the end of the 915s and 916s. Now you're going to have to settle with a 917 buy to get your foot in the door. And now we're at 920, ladies, and 918. Gentlemen, look at him still trying to dump 916s out. It's ridiculous. Oh, man. Look at him dump. Oh, God. Now she's over 920. I just sold 921. Just sold 921 again. My dollar cost average is now down to 903. My DCA is 903 a share. 903. All right, there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. The end of the rundown. At 2:35, it ended, folks. It's all over. All the shenanigans ended right there. And I just sold 922. And this is an unenveloped green candlestick. Unenveloped, folks. Flat top green with no wick on it at all. Unenveloped. Unenveloped. Come on, baby. Let's run up again off this. Man, look at that freaking 5-day, 10-day. Look at the 45. Look at the 50-day. Look at the 200. Every friggin' long-term line is rising. Every single freaking one of them. Every freaking long-term rising. Go. Go, baby. Let's run this thing back up to 970 a share like you did yesterday. You got 30 minutes. For those of you not aware of what happened yesterday, I'll be happy to show you so that you understand why I'm so excited about this right now. Yesterday, what we saw was a major attack on the news that this company had sold 2 of their oil field operations for 1.33 billion. It made the price shoot up to 11.52 a share. Now after that, they sold it. And at 1:30 in the afternoon, this was the price. From 11.52 a share to $9. Now, after 130 and $9, it went all the way up to 970 a share. And I expect maybe after today's same low area, the same kind of run up. But I want you to be aware on this run up yesterday, they took it up to here and then they dropped it right there. There's the big drop right there, 20-cent drop, and then the pop. Well, right here, here's the same freaking drop. And now will we see the pop? Now will we see the pop? It looks like it's going, folks. It looks like it's going. Just like yesterday, there was the big 130 drop. There was the pull up to what time? What time was that where they pulled it up? 2:30, folks. 2:30. And from 2:30, they dropped it until what time? 2:40. In 10 minutes, they made it fall 20 cents. And then from 2:40, it was to the moon. Up until what time? Until 3:10. So from 2:40 to 3:10, this thing gapped up quick because there's nothing here. There's a gap here. There's a big gap here. So when it got there, shit, it went all the way up because there's a gap from here to there created from this drop from there to there. The gap is there, folks. It's obvious. And man, look at it from there go up. Oh gosh, dang, man. I'm telling you, there is a gap on this stock from this price up to there. There's a gap from there to there. And from here to there is a gap. And from there to there. And so from here to there, there's a gap. And right now, if we go over that number, there's a gap all the way up to right here and even higher, folks. Now, did they just, what was this price they just achieved this afternoon right then? That price was 936. Did they run it down 20 cents like yesterday to 916? You bet your butt they did. Look at that price, 912. So the same thing they did yesterday from yesterday, they did the same thing yesterday right here down to there. That's that drop before the big pop. So that's what they did today too. There's the same drop before the possible big pop. Now I don't guarantee it, but I wouldn't be surprised because hey, they worked for them yesterday. Why wouldn't they do it again today? Why wouldn't they do it again today? Why wouldn't they let it go ape shit crazy up this afternoon? They've held this dang thing down for as long as they freaking could. I believe I'm going to cancel all my sell orders. If you had your sell orders in here with me, please take them out right now so we can remove any wall that might be there. Take out all sell orders that you've got here if you have any there with me that I just had. Take them all out. Let's get rid of the wall. There it goes. There we go. Take them out. Pull out your sell orders right now. Don't sell here. Don't sell here 920, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 up to 930. Take them out, folks. Take out your sell orders. The spoof sell is 1200 at 947 a share. They now have the spoof sell at 947, folks, a share. That's where the spoof sell is, 1,300 shares at 947. Are they planning on taking this up now to $9.47 now? Is that what they got up their sleeves? I just sold 917. They sure don't have any deep desire to drop this down anymore right now to 908, which I thought they might try for. Oh, yeah, here comes the buy orders rising now. And by the way, look, they've got 228,000 at 916. 229,000, 916. Boy, those cell phone farm operators are really getting paid well today. Getting paid well. Well, if they're so eager to buy so many shares at 916, I'm going to let them keep buying them from me. There's 917 I just sold. I guess they've just thrown in the towel to get 916s now. There we go. Just sold 918. My dollar cost average is 903 a share, folks. And right now, I'm up today $578 on this stock. Man, they're buying 917s now and 918s from me. Did they just tap the well dry at 916? And ladies and gentlemen, they are done with this at 916. Look at all the buyers buying 920 now. And they're trying to dump 916 fives. And look at the small, insignificant orders they've got at 916.5. Look at those teensy little cells. The bid is 917. The ask is 922. The bid is 917. The ask is 922. And here they come, baby. Look at the buyers coming in down here. Look at all that green candlesticks. Look at all that buying. Oh, man. And then they tried to dump right there, and the buyers all bought more on that dump. GTE, ladies and gentlemen. Take it to 970. Come on, let's go. It's time for now to run. Let's just let the friggin' thing run. Let it fly. Man, oh man, let's watch this thing go, baby. Let's watch it break up over this line right here and just absolutely explode to the upside. Come on, baby. This is a praying mantis formation we got here now. Praying mantis. Man, I guess they've given up on trying to hold it at 916 where they got 231,000. 231,000 shares at 916, folks. Man, that's some dedication. That's a major selling right there. Look at all that selling there. Look at all that was sold on the bid there. Let's watch it fly. Come on, baby. The charts, long-term chart, folks. Look at the 180-day chart. This is the stock on the 180-day chart. I've got news for you. The reason they're fighting this so hard, right here, this number, if it breaks over that number, they are screwed. 946. And they've also been very diligent about trying to hold it here at 926. 926. Man, if this thing goes over 926, it's going to go to there. All right. And then it gets 946. Who knows how high it freaking goes after 946. Oh, yeah. They still got shares to sell at 915, folks, all effing day. When will all the bull crap end? When will all the fake shares be gone on GTE? When will we hear the ding dong song and all the shorts go long? Man, it's time to give up this stunt here, Shorty. It's time to go long at 9:13, my friends. The stock's been down 3% for the whole friggin' afternoon here. Just look how long they've been trying to hold this thing in check, folks. Look how long they've been trying to hold this damn thing in check. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Look at that. Trying to hold it to that line. Hold it to that line. Hold it to that line. Hold it at that line. Hold it at that line. Hold that line. Hold that line. Hold that line. Hold the 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 damn line. Hold the line. Hold the frickin' line. What does it mean to them? Why are they so caught up on this frickin' line right here? It's like if their life depends on it to hold that line. Well, the reason that is, folks, is because that line is at $9.13. That's why. That line is at $9.13 freaking cents. That's why, everybody. That's why they're so dedicated to sell it and sell it and sell it here. You see all that selling going on right there? They're freaking dedicated to it, folks. Man, I wish I could get this. Hold on a second here, folks. I am just done with that crap. There you go. $9.13, folks. $9.13. $9.13, Savannah. Earlier today, wrote it down. 9.13. Sat that candlestick on 9.13. And now again, right here, 9.13. They achieved 9.13. That's the line they're trying to hold. 9.13. Down a Peasley 3% today. Oh my gosh, and now the bid is 914 and the ask is 918, so they can buy a few more at 916 a share, folks. Oh yeah, look at that. Last time that line, that's it. 913. It's over, folks. It's over. Look right here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Look right here. $9. But look up above here. Man, I wish I had a way to show you this a little bit better. This price, 9 13. Look at that price, 913. Look at how they've tried to stay on that price. 913, folks. They've tried to stay there and stay there and stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Stop it there. Stop it there. 913 over and over, over and over. It starts to get over here. What's the price? Freaking 913, folks. Here, 913, 913, 913, 913 low, 913, 913, 913, 913. It's done. It's done with 913. No, take it back to 913, 913, 913, 913, 913, and again, 913, damn it. 913, folks. This is the line on which they're capitulating the stock. 913. There it is. 913. Right there. And the whole time, the 200 continues to climb and climb and climb. The whole dang time, the 200 continues to slowly rise as they hold their breath and hope they can hold it at 913 a share, folks. 913. Which happens to be where the bid is right now. 913 and the ask is 915. Well, folks, it hasn't been easy today to make this $483 that I'm up right now. Marsh says, trying to create some trading rules for myself, but I keep getting into the same nasty trap. Well, it's by their intent, folks. Their intent is to make you feel like you just can't escape. It's all by design. One more shot at the 913 line. That I call that last call for 913. You know, earlier they were able to get this line down here. Earlier they got this line. Then they got 913 here. Then they tapped on 913 right then again. But she's running back up now. There she goes. There she goes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ta-ta time, baby. Little freaking teeny weeny B cup right there. Ta-ta time, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Time to say ta-ta to this bullshit. Over here, we saw a nice little Madonna ta-ta, rather lopsided, but then there was the triple ta-ta. 1, 2, 3, total recall. Then bam, off she goes. Now we just got a double ta-ta. Once again, 913 showing its ugly head. 913 seems like a dream. Man, I don't want to buy it here because my dollar cost average is 10 cents lower at 903. Now, I'm tempted to because I think this thing could really make a move from 3 to 4. So I am going to do it. I'm going to come in here 10, 913. I'm going to try to buy 914. I think this thing's going to springboard from now until 4 o'clock. Buying 914 again. 914 again. Trying to buy 913 for the last time. 912 if I can. 911. I'd love to see some 911. My dollar cost average is 903 a share. I got 913 again. One more time, 913. I'm trying to buy 912 and 911 as well here. And I've got lots of cash now to buy with. I've got $20,000 in cash to buy with. So I will sit here and I will buy every single 913 order they want to throw out. My dollar cost average is 903 a share. And ladies and gentlemen, there is not a freaking single share for sale from 914 to 922. 914 to 922, there is not a single share for sale. Not one. Not one. I think they just realized that and they said, holy crap, we got to dump some shares in here. Come on, Shorty. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you aren't aware of it, one of the favorite things for shorts to do is run a price down from 3 o'clock to 306. And at 306, ding dong, they all freaking go long. So they're trying right now. The time is 304, so this is very typical. Up until 306, ladies and gentlemen, you will see, often you'll see a little washout right up until 306. So I'm going to buy all these shares right now because we're now a minute and a half away from 306. Listen, folks, I've been trading a very long time, and I tell you these little things because I know them to be true. 306, folks, is the number that they're trying to run it down until. 306. Come on, Shorty. Give me some friggin' 10 shares at 910 now. Yeah, power hour. Let's go. Look at the buyers just come in here versus the sellers on that candlestick right there. Look at that. All buying on the ask. All buying the ask. By the way, they're all buying here. All buyers. Way more buyers than sellers on both these candlesticks. And there's no shares for sale after they crash 912. It's going to go to 920. There are no shares available for sale from 912 to 920. There are none. They hear that and then they dump in some shares at 912 and 913 there. All right, folks, it's 306 right now. 306 right now. And let's see if I'm right. And there's the final dump right at 306. Just as I predicted. 306. The last dump at 306. Just as I told you about. They love to attack from 3 o'clock to 306. Guys and gals, they've never had jack shit for sale down here. They've never had jack crap for sale down here. They've had virtually nothing down here. Nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing at all. Nothing. Uh-oh. Well, I guess they've all run out now. I cannot get any more 908s. I bought all those I could an hour ago, but they got none of them now. Lowest I can get now is 910. And I want to thank you. I'm buying them here. I've got quite a few shares here at 910. My dollar cost average is 903 a share. And now it is 3:08 a.m. as they continue to try in all desperation to make the price fall. The last chance to get in at 908 a share. You know how many shares I bought today already at 908, 907, 906, and even lower down here at 892, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Man, I have just filled my freaking plate here. 907, 908. GTE. Who wants to sell 906? Who's in fear here selling 906? Who's in fear selling 907s or 908s? Selling them to me like idiots. And now it's time for some 909s. Very nice. And there you go, folks. There are a lot of buyers coming in here. Way more buyers than sellers. Way more buyers than sellers here. Way more buyers than sellers. And I don't blame them, folks. Man, I love these candlesticks right here. I freaking love them. Because they really tell you the story about as the dumpers are trying to dump, people are just buying the freaking shit out of this as they try and dump it. They're just buying the crap out of it. Well, I guess they just ran out of the last shares at 908, 909. Here's going to be the last one at 910. I'm going to buy it. And look at this, folks. I'm not the only one buying here by far. There are a lot of buyers here. Yeah. by buying all these shares as they try to push it down here, I just raised my dollar cost average from 903 to 904. But I know what they're trying to do here. 3:13 p.m. coming our way, folks. 3:13. 3:13. And I'm buying 909s. Well, folks, they've worked this stock down 2 days in a row now in the same fashion. Right out of the gate, they love to run this stock up real big, run it up right out of the gate, and then mash it down all day long. They try to get everyone out. So tomorrow morning, again, we're going to be ready to sell this when it comes right out of the gate and it runs up. We're going to sell the shit out of it, and then we're going to buy the low again like we're buying it now here. Rinse and repeat, folks. Rinse and repeat. Sons of Guns are trying to make my day go red here, but I'm green on it, $210. Look at that, Savannah. They're trying to close the price out at 908 today. Can you believe that? Trying to close it out at their favorite number to collect shares, 908. Well, I'm just going to sit here and wait now for him to try to get 2 cents below me. Because it looks like that's what they got on their plate, to try to buy 2 cents below me before the end of the day. Huh. Uh-oh, there she goes, folks. She just took off. There she goes. There she goes. There she goes, folks. She's out of here now. Oh, yeah, I'm up 700 on it now. Oh, my gosh, look at the buyers come in right there. Oh, my gosh, look at that. Wow. I just sold 919. Oh, my gosh, up 759 now. Just sold 921. Wow, look at the buyers coming in, folks. Oh my gosh. Whoa, look at the buyers running that thing right through the freaking roof. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh yeah, baby. Yes. Just sold 927. Gonna sell 930, 933. Holy smokes, look at that, folks. Whoa. Man, look at all the cards come out on the table. Oh my gosh. What, honey? Yeah, Alexa, call Sweetie Petey. Oh,
Sweetie PD's mobile.
run, Shorts. Get out, Shorts.
Hello.
Hey, honey bunny.
Hey, thank you. I keep wanting to fall between my seat of my car.
Okay.
I have a really little, like 3-year-old surprise that's in my car with me.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, Colleen said we could come over and go swimming, so I think we'll go swimming. And someone's waking up right now. She took a little cat nap.
All right, good. All right, excellent.
Oh, his cat is up.
All right.
All right. All right. See you later.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, wow, folks. Wow. Hey, man, look, they ran out of shares at 916. Oh, and then now they try to come back to 916 again with a dump. Look at them still trying to freaking dump that freaking ridiculous number. What a bunch of bullshit, people. What a crock of shit. Oh, man, oh, man. Come on up and buy from me, Shorty. Come on up. They're there for you to take. 918, yes. And look at all the supposed shares they still have now at 916. Bull crap. Man, I don't believe they have any shares at 916 to sell anymore, folks. I think it's a crock of crap that they're even acting as if they do. What a bunch of bullshit, folks. All day long, this has just been a freaking wow. Look at this thing. Triple crossover of the freaking, look at it growing over the freaking 200. Look at the 50 and 45 all squelched together. Look at all this compressed with a rising 50 day, rising 10 day. Oh, goodness gracious. Look at it go. Let's see them run it up here. Up now $768 on this position today, and it has not been easy. It hasn't been easy. When they sell out at 921, it's going to 925, and the spoof sell is at 944 a share. The spoof sell is in at 944, ladies and gentlemen, 944. Just sold 920. My dollar cost average is 904 a share, and I'm just going to get rid of all these buy orders. I don't want to buy anymore. I'm done buying. I'll let all the shorts do all the buying from now on this afternoon. Just sold 919. Buyers are pouring in here. Just sold 920. I wonder what happened to all the 916 shares that were available. Where are all the 916s? Where are all the 916 shares? Where are all those? And this is about to become, instead of a blue belly red back, it's going to be a red belly blue back. Come on up and take my shares from me at 918 from me. Stock we're trading is GTE. Just sold it at 918. And my God, the way they've tried to hold this thing down here at 916 all dang day. Look at all those shares dumped out at 916, folks. 255,000 shares dumped out at 916. And now she's on the run, baby. Woo! Look at that chart right now. Oh my gosh, look at it. Triple upside crossover of the 200-day. They're trying to stifle it. Look how hard they keep trying to keep it at 916, folks. Look at that. Just look how hard they keep trying to hold it at 916. Look at that. Man, they're committed, folks. They're dedicated. They're dedicated. They just keep, I guess they just got an endless number of shares to print off at 916. Ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous, folks. Again, I just wonder how high is this thing going to go in the after hours? Well, I'm going to get rid of all these sell orders now, and I'm just going to let it freaking run. I'm out with all my sell orders. I'm just going to let it run. Just let it freaking run. 36 minutes of run up, folks. 36 minutes of running it up here now. And all those shares I just sold in the 920s and the 922s and the 923s. And now I get to buy it back here. 10 shares at 913, like they actually think they have any shares here for sale. Trying to buy some 913s, 912s, and try to buy 911. And I have $22,000 to buy these cheap shares with. $22,000 I have now available to buy with. Well, I guess the shorty, for some reason, they got themselves a big old problem at 916 that they need to hold. They got themselves some sort of problem at 916. They got to hold this thing. They've got themselves dedicated to it, folks. That 916 is the number that breaks the spine. Who's getting paid to sell 915 now? Who's getting paid to sell 914? GTE is the stock. Oh boy, I hear some mice in the house. People in the house. Well, I guess they just ran out of the 914s, folks, and now we're having to buy the 915 again. Look who we got here, folks. Look who we got here coming into play. Oh, who we got here?
You go see Grandpa, and your toys are over there.
Oh, all right. Yay. Hey there. Hey there, precious. How you doing? I miss you. Mwah. Yes. You want to see yourself on the screen? Okay, we'll go over here and we'll go to YouTube right here and we'll get to see you right now. Let's put you up here where we can see you. Oh goodness. Okay, hold on. Now let's turn the camera around. There you are. And now you're going to see yourself right over there. Watch. There you are. See? That's you up there on the screen. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, everybody. Woo! Say hello to Maisie, everyone. Yes, a future stock trader in the making. Yes. All right. Oh, yes. And everybody's happy to see you, Maisie.
You say hi to him, May?
Uh-huh.
Or wave?
Mr. Messy Brown says hi there. Yep. And he says, future stock trader in the making. Hello. See right there. Hello. She's ready to buy GTE. All right. Yes. You want to ring the bell? Go ahead. All right. All right. Macy, you are adorable. Yes. Mike Larson says you're adorable. Mr. Mexi Brown says, let's go. All right, everybody. Yes, we got a lot of fun stuff here. Yes, we do. Yep, we got another button over here. You want to push this button here? Put it hard.
That was easy.
Yeah, that was easy. That's the easy button. Yes. Well, I am so happy to see you here today to join me. Yes, indeed. Let's go look at our stock. What's it doing? Oh my goodness, it's up to 917 again. How did it get to 917, folks? I thought they were going to keep it at 913. Oh, Maisie?
You want to come pick out which one you want?
Oh, you're going swimming, huh?
Yeah, we're going over to Colleen.
Okay.
Say bye.
Bye-bye.
Which one do you want, babe? Babe,
All right, Maisie's going to go swimming next door.
not the ice cream cones?
I think I want that.
You think you want the ice cream cones? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's
All right.
What's that?
Yeah, we need that money power hour. Yes, let's go, Mike. Man, look at them trying to hold this thing in place here, folks. Look at them trying to hold it, trying to hold that 916 that they somehow just seem so committed to. 916. They're just absolutely committed to it. Look at them. They just dumped a bunch of 914s. Now they're dumping 915s. And sure enough, they're going to be dumping. Oh, they're just jumped over 916.
You want that light back on?
Let's run, ladies and gentlemen.
You want that light back on?
Yes,
No, wrong one.
that one. Nope, the other one. All right. Yep, there. That's perfect.
Hang on over here, or do you want Grandma to hold you?
Oh, they just gave me another 914 share. One more share at 914, I guess. That's all they got. 914. Well, let's buy a 915 now, doggone it. Man, who are all those buyers that just came in a little bit ago? Oh boy, here they come again. Here they come again right now. And we're over 917. What an effort to hold this stock down today and hold it all day at 916. 274,000 shares at 916. 274,000. It's like their lives are depending on that number. It's like they just cannot let it get. They must be getting paid a lot of money to hold it under 916 all day, folks. That's all I can figure out. Somebody's on the payroll to hold it under 916. And that has been all day long. You can see this massive number of shares at 916. And right now, they don't even care about 915. They're just selling the 916 over and over. What a commitment on their part. What a commitment on their part to hold this at 916 a share. Just look at that bullshit, folks. Absolute bull crap. And once again, they go for the 913 closing. Well, good luck holding it there for frickin' 27 minutes, shorty. And I don't see jack crap coming across here for sales now. I don't see. This is the biggest candlestick sell to get them back down to 916 right there. That price right there. You can see the price was at 917, and look how hard they tried to keep it down. Look at that big dump of shares when the price was at 917 to get it back down below 916. And then they just try and hold it here. And I just bought 912. Trying now to buy 911. I guess they're going to drive it down here to 911, 912 so they can just make sure that that thing does not go over 916. I guess that's the gig for them right now, is just to make certain it does not go over 916. Or I guess they get I guess they get a bunch of whippings if they let this thing go over 916, folks. I guess if it goes over 916, they're going to have themselves tied to the whipping post, baby. And that's why they're trying to act like they got shares here to sell at 912 now. When will all the bull crap end? And you know there's eager buyers here because, man, they just ran it up real fast to 922 a share. And I mean, big whales came in there and ran it up to 922. I tell you what, they're going back and forth at it, folks. They're going back and forth at it here. Last call for 914. Last call for 914, folks. And I'm certainly not the only one buying here. There's a lot of buying going on here, folks. A lot of buying going on here. Oh, 915s now they're trying to dump. And 916s. Oh, there she busted loose, folks. She's gone. She is gone. Sayonara, baby. Sayonara. And I just sold 917. And I just sold 918. How did it get over 916, folks? What is happening here? Look at this thing here coming into the end. Look at the push up here. Look at the big efforts to sell against it, but look at the buyers buying it up like crazy, folks. This whale's just hammering back and forth. And somehow they've got the damn thing back up over 916 now, you sorry shorts. Pitiful that you couldn't hold 916. Man, that sucks. That sucks you couldn't hold 916, guys. Sucks to be you. Oh, they just gave me 10 more shares, the last 10 they had at 916. Holy crap, ladies and gentlemen. And we're selling 917 here now. Shorty's trying everything they got to hold this 916. I don't know why they're so committed to it. I have no idea why it means so much to them. I have no idea why it means so much to them, folks. Oh, she just broke away to 922. Here we go, folks. 923. Now 925. 927, we're going to go out. And I'm up now $1,000 on this position today. Just sold 920. Somebody's buying the crap out of this stock right now at 920. Let's go. Well, of course, I'm going to try to put in an order to buy 916 again, having 304,000 shares there, supposedly. What a crock. I tell you, folks, I have never seen so much bullshit on a stock in my life as this thing's had. Freaking ridiculous. Wow. Well, they tried, folks. They tried to hold that 916 all day. They tried to hold it all day, and it finally broke away from them. It finally broke over that line, over this line right here that they've tried to hold. There she goes. Go, baby. Go. Run, 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 run. Wow, it's not been easy today, folks. It sure hasn't been easy today, that's for sure. They haven't made it easy on us. I don't understand how it got away from 916. They were so committed to that. But look at all the buyers buying on the ask, all the light colored area here now, buying on the ask here. There's a lot of light colored area on these candlesticks now, buying the ask. A whole bunch of light area there. And there she goes, folks. Just sold 922. Just sold 926, 927. Now up 1,078 on this position. Now up 1,123. And there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. The truth be told, look at that thing fly. All day, the games they played on this thing. All day, the games they played. All day, the ridiculous games they played. And now my dollar cost average is, believe it or not, 916. Since I had to buy so many shares at 911, 912, 913, 914, 915. Just sold 920. Let's go, baby. Springboard. Let's go. Run. Well, I told you guys we're going to have a hard time holding it at 916. I told you would. I told you it was going to be very difficult to do that. $50, $150, $250, $350. I've got 900 shares of this stock, ladies and gentlemen. And I just sold it at 921. Going to go out again. There we go. Just sold 921. I've got 800 shares of it left. Raising the buy now to 917, shorty, because you can't even hold a 916 anymore. Freaking weak. 15 minutes left, folks. GTE. $15 minutes left. Take my shares, come along. I tell you, it's time for Ding Dong Song. Come on, darling, put a pretty dress on. We're gonna go out tonight. Come on, shorty, don't look that way. You knew sooner or later you would have to pay. Come on, buy some stock from me today, and we're gonna run it up tonight. Oh, yeah. There she goes. Oh, yeah, there she blows, everybody. There she frickin' blows. Sold 924. Oh, my. What happened to that 916 nonsense? Just sold 925. Got 500 shares remaining. Just sold 926. Just sold 927. Let's go. Run like the wind. Holy smokes, everybody. Look at this thing. Look at that chart on GTE. How did I know she was going to blow? Oh my gosh, now we're going to sell 928. Just sold 927, 928. How is it even possible? Just sold 931. Oh my gosh, selling 933 now. $933. Oh yes, 937. Sell 938. All right. All right, everybody. Yeah. Just sold 933. Now I want you to sell 943 and 944. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, I told you when we were buying it at 897 that it was going to go to 944. That's what I told you. And now look at this. The spoof sell is at 954 a share. The spoof sell has now moved up to 954 a share. And that's why I told you this was going to go from 897 to 944. I told you it would. I called it out, folks. And I told you we're going to sell this at 942, 43, and 44. I told you that. I called it out, folks. When it was down to 897, I told you we were going to sell it at 943, possibly this afternoon. And I made no guarantees about that. I made no promises. But sure enough, they did the same thing to this stock today that they did to it yesterday. What do you know? Wow. Nice. Man, I know some of you guys are making money right now. Am I right? Come on now. Some of you guys have to be making some money right here. I know it. I know you got to be happy with what you're doing here. What was it all about buying all those shares at 916 today? Why did they want so many there? Why did they want to get so many shares at 916? And now I'm going to sell 937, 936. These are all numbers on my buy sell sheet. You know to sell here, 937, 938. There we go. Got it. And sell the 938, folks. Look at all the buyers coming in on 938, but you need to sell that now, 939. I just sold 940. All right. And actually, I don't really want to sell 20, 40, 60, 80. That'll be 100. I'll short. Oh, my gosh, folks. Oh, my gosh. I just sold 945. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. It's at 950, folks. And I said, could it go to 970? Could it go to 970? Wow. Well, you know what? I'm going to short it at 955, and I'm going to try to short it here at 960 as well. And I'm going to short 954 and 955. Golly, look at that. I'm shorting 10 shares now by mistake. And I'm going to buy it back now. We're shorting 10 shares. I want to buy back 10 here at 938. I want to buy it back at 938. 938. Up today, $1,130. Wow. And now I need to check and see. And there's my buyback at 938 on my 10 shares I just shorted. And oh man, now I'm long. Now I'm long again at 938, and I really don't want any shares, but I'm holding 10 at 938 now. Now let's come up to 928, 929, 930. I'm long on 30 shares. Golly, can you guys believe this? Just look at that freaking chart. Look at it explode. I've got 30 shares I'm long on right now, and that's all. And I want to look at anything else that I'm up on right now. And right now, what else am I up on? I am up on ENSC. I'm going to trade it now. ENSC. 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 And I'm up on it $30, and I've got 200 shares. I'm going to sell it all right now at market. I'm up on it $30.58. And I just sold out of that. Now I'm going to go over to my monitor page again. And I am up on, what else am I up on? I'm up 118 on LWLG. So I'm going to trade LWLG. And I'm up $118 on that. I have how many shares? 10 shares left is all I got. I already sold it at the high of the day. So let's cancel all these sell orders. And let's just do 10 shares here and sell. And I'm up 118 on it. Sell at market. And I just sold it up $118. And now I'm going to come over here to the monitor page and look at what else I'm up on. I am up on EZRA, $52. I'm going to sell it now. Trade EZRA. And I want to sell it all. And I've got 100 shares. I'm going to sell them right now, 100 shares. First, I want to cancel all orders and now sell 100 at market. And I'm up $52 on that. I just sold all that. I'm out of EZRA. Now I'm going to go back over here, and I'm down $35 on CYCU today, so I'm going to dump that. I've got 300 shares. Trade CYCU. CYCU. I'm down $34 on it. I got 300 shares. I'm going to sell 300 now. 300, and I'm out. Sell at market. CYCU, I'm now out of. Now I'm going to go over here to my monitor page again. I'm going to look at AMIX. I'm down 20 cents on trade. Going to sell AMIX. I want to get out of it. AMIX. Got 4 minutes left. 3.5, really. AMIX. I'm down 20 cents. I got one share, so what's the point? Let's go over here to monitor again. Sorry about that. KUST, got 100 shares, going to sell it. KUST, going to get out of it. KUST, enter. And I'm down $9 on it today. So I'm going to sell it. I've got 100 shares. I'm out. KUST. And I don't like the look of that chart at all anyway. It looks horrible. It's falling. Now I'm going to go over to my monitor again and see what else I'm down on, if anything. STKH. So I've only got 5 shares. YXT. I got 90 shares and I'm down $7.95. Going to trade it all. YXT. And I'm down $12.40. I've got 90 shares, so I'm going to sell 90 here. Sell market. And we got 2 minutes till the bell rings. 2 minutes till the bell rings. Next stock we're on. XRX. Only got 5 shares. GTE, I've only got 30 left. 50. BYRN, might as well hold on to that. That's nothing. No, I'm going to sell it. Trade BYRN. I'm out. BYRN, enter. 50 shares, I'm out. Selling 50 right now. Sell it, market. And I lost $15 on that one. I lost $15 on BYRN. Well, I didn't really, because that's just today I lost 15. Yesterday, over the last week, I made good money on that. But they're selling it down to the low of the day, and I do not like to hold a stock that closes near the low of the day, BYRN, all right? So I'm definitely not going to hold that. All right. And CYAB, I made $14.20 on. I'm going to sell it now. CYAB. I'm up $14.12 on it. I've got 200 shares, and I'm out. Sell it, market. All right. Oh, praise Jesus. Marsh says, I'm out of GTE with a $91 profit. Yeah. Well, I called it, folks. And by the way, CYAB, look at that thing running up at the closing. CYAB. That might be a good one to keep an eye on tomorrow. Up 5% today and closing near the high of the day. CYAB. And ladies and gentlemen, I close out the day with a profit of $1,131. Absolutely awesome. And I'm not holding any shares of anything. Wow. And where did it end up? GTE. Nice. Woo! Yeah, baby. What happened to all those 916 shares? Closed at 947, folks. Man, I must have shown everybody, at least today, I must have shown people this chart about 20 times today. And what I showed everybody 20 times today about this stock was I wanted them all to understand why I was buying so many at 130. Because yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see what happened. Yesterday, at 130, the price was at $2 a share. It was at, $9 a share at 1:30 in the afternoon. $9 a share yesterday. $9 a share at 1:30. But by the close, look how much it had run up to $9.78. I told everybody about it over and over and over that yesterday, middle of the day, 1:30, the price was $9 and it went all the way up to $9.78 before they pulled it back down to a close at 9:19. So I told everybody, man, if we're buying this here, you never know. It could go right back up again, just like yesterday with that pullback of 20 cents and then the launch. And sure enough, what do they do to it today? Holy crap. Look what they did. They ran it down. They came up here. They did the 20-cent pullback, and then boom, just like they did yesterday. And look at all that buying there. Man, oh man, folks. Wow. What a way to go. The same thing they did to it yesterday. I tell you what, I often tell people, history repeats itself. History has a tendency of repeating itself. And man, when you look at this chart on this GTE and you look back to yesterday and you see that manipulation down and then you see that thing launch back up, you saw the same freaking thing today. And look at that close. Look at that launch at the run up at the end. Man, oh man, folks. What do you say? What do you say, folks? Oh, my goodness gracious. What do you say? Catfish called it. Catfish called it. Big run down, 1 o'clock yesterday. Look at him run it up. And then look how much they took it down in the last hour of the day. Because this was right about probably 3 o'clock here. Yeah, that was 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. And then they ran it down from 3 o'clock until the close and tried to splash the close. Man, oh man, folks, this wasn't easy today. This was not easy today to buy these and keep buying this and then to see it drop down here. It was not easy, but they did the same damn thing, folks. They ran it back up in the day. And it closed near the high of the day. It's probably going to go up even higher in the after hours now. Probably go up even higher tomorrow, too. We need to watch this one tomorrow, folks, because it closed near the high of the day. You can see it. All right. And the bid now is 910 and the ask is 946 in after hours. Holy smokes, folks. The bid up here, 910 and the ask 946 in the after hours. And they're still trying to get that 916. Well, guys and gals, today I had on my lucky Irish cap, Ireland, and I had my bottle opener here to bottle open with. All right. Yep. Kim Daniel, haven't been so happy to see you bed in a while. Lord willing, see y'all tomorrow. Oh, good. You made it safely. When do you get your camera stand? My estimated arrival date is by Friday. Okay, so hopefully we'll have the dang thing here in no time here. Tomorrow maybe. Estimated, you never know. If it isn't Friday, it'll be Saturday. Hopefully I'll get it. All right. Well, good night, Kim. I hope you sleep well. Sweet dreams. And what a fantastic day today for everybody. I hope you made some money trading that stock with me again today. GTE, man, it's never been easy. That stock is man, I told you, those manipulators, man, they know how to get all the retailers out, and then they know how to make a freaking killing at the end of the day, don't they? Man, nice. Well, everyone, as always, I want to thank you for being here with me today, and I want to thank you for all the thumbs up. I want to thank you for all of your gifts today. Hi, Catfish. Please check BIAF, please. Okay. Well, I'm getting ready to get out of here because my granddaughter's here, and I'm going to go over and hang out with my granddaughter in the pool and stuff, and we're going to have a great time. So let me go check BIAF, and then I'm out of here, Wendy. I can't stick around, okay? Yes, Mr. Mexi Brown. Let's go, Cat. All right, BIAF. I'll take a quick look at it, and then we're out of here. BIAF, and I'm out of here. And the stock is completely trading flat. Flat, flat, flat. And it looks, to me, like the 20-day chart says, stay away. Danger, danger, danger. Danger, danger, danger. Get away from this thing. Falling 200-day long-term average. Falling 50-day long-term average. Danger, danger, danger. You see where they dropped it here? Well, the reason it couldn't hold because the 200's falling. You see when they dropped it here? The reason they couldn't hold it is because the 200-day is falling. You see when they dropped it here? The reason it couldn't hold here is because the 200 is falling. You see when they dropped it here? The reason they couldn't hold here is because the 200 is falling. You see when they dropped it here? The reason it couldn't hold here is because the 200 is freaking falling, okay? All right? Now, every single day, if you want to buy it here at a price like it was at 55 cents and sell it at 65, that's fine. You want to buy the low, make sure you sell it 10 cents higher. You want to buy the low, make sure you sell it 10 cents higher. You want to buy the low, make sure you sell it 5 cents higher. You want to buy the low, make sure you sell it 5 cents higher. You want to buy the low, make sure you sell it 5 cents higher. All right? Mr. Mexi Brown, thank you. Because I bought around $3.20 a share, I need to buy back for dollar cost average. Wendy, this thing doesn't look like it has any prayer at all, okay, of holding any gain. Like I said, if you buy it each day on the low, sell it 10 cents higher. If you buy it on the low, sell it 10 cents higher. If you buy it on the low out of the gate, sell it 10 cents higher. If you buy it on the low in the pre-market, sell it 5 cents higher. If you buy it on the low out of the gate, sell it 5 cents higher. If you buy it on the low, sell it 5 cents or 10 cents higher. That's all you're going to do. That's all you can do. It's going to keep falling. It's just going to keep falling, Wendy. I'm sorry to say. That 200 is just dropping, and so is the 50, and all you're going to keep seeing is this drop and pop and drop and pop and drop and pop. And by the way, you got higher low. You got here's what you got. You got a low here, high here, a lower low, a lower high, 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 a lower low, a lower high. Are you getting the picture? You need to be shorting this stock, Wendy. You need to short it every time it gets to the red line. Just short the shit out of it. Every time it goes up and hits that red line, short it. And make money when it falls. Gets to the red line, short it. Make money when it falls. Gets back to the red line, short it. And make money when it falls. Gets to the red line, short it. And make money when it falls. Gets to the red line, short it. And make money when it falls. Like Mr. Mexi Brown says, just pluck away at it. Just pluck away at it. Wendy, when you're on Charles Schwab, all you do is you just sell more shares than you have, and then you'll be shorting it. And then when it drops, you buy those shares back. Then right here, you sell more shares than you have, and you'll be shorting it. And then when it gets down here, you buy it back, and you make money. When it gets here, you sell more shares than you have. And then when it gets here, you buy them all back and you make money. Then when it gets here, you sell more shares than you have. And then when it gets here, you buy it back. Jayhawk says you have to have a margin account to short stocks, though. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. But even at that, Wendy, you can keep buying each day. It looks to me like right here at the end of the day, if you keep buying in the next month, then they run that thing back up here the following day and you sell it. But right now, this thing's on a major downward trend. And I have no idea why you're still holding this stock. BIAF is not on my long sheet. It is a day trade stock. I have no idea why you're still even talking about this stock, Wendy. You shouldn't be. This is a day trade stock. You can obviously tell that now. I guess you can tell now, huh? It's not a stock that I'm long on, that's for sure. And now you can see why. So I don't even know why you're even mucking around with this dang thing. It's at 52 cents. And guess what? If they don't get their price back over $1, they're going to pull a reverse split on you, and the price is going to go to 25 cents, Wendy. Sell it all and start trading with us on a stock that's going up, okay? Sell it all. Start selling 50 shares at a time and move it over to one that's running up the other direction. Just start selling little 50 share at a time and buy another stock that's going up with us tomorrow, okay? All right, guys, I got to get out of here. Yep. Wendy says, but I don't have any more dry powder. Well, that's what you got to do, though. Sell it. What happens if this thing keeps falling? What are you going to do? You need to sell it here, some of it, and then move it over on one tomorrow that's going up, that we buy tomorrow going up. And then the next day, sell a little more of that thing when it's at its high. And then buy another stock the next day that's going up. And then the next day, when it gets to its high, sell it again, 50 shares, and then buy another stock that's running up. That's the only way you can get out of this thing. Thanks, Catfish. God bless you. All my money in SoFi long term. Okay, good. That's the one you should be long on. And how is it doing now? What did it do today? Let's take a look at the 1-day chart. Hold on. 1-day chart, SoFi. What did it do today? Hold on. Let me look at SoFi real quick. Oh, yeah. Looks good. What did this price hit today? 1848. Nice. Man, look at that baby off the low right there on earnings when they dropped it down on earnings. Look at that thing skyrocket. And then they pull it down to just this line, which it's going to bounce off of because they pulled it down there before and it bounced up. So this is just, oh man, it's got a triple upside crossover, folks, on SoFi on the long-term chart. Triple upside crossover. Current price, 5-day, 10-day, 50-day, crossing the 200. Looks good. Just a little bit of fleece out and then bounce off this line, just like it did when they brought it here. It bounced off this line and up. So don't worry, folks. It looks good here. And this line right here, it's been sustained before. This line over here, you can see it. Look how this line was resistance to the rise right there and fell. And then here, resistance to the rise and fell. Here, resistance to the drop and pop. And here, resistance to the drop and pop. And you need to understand, right now, this is good. This line is good to acquire on because it's probably going to pop up. Because look, it's a triple upside crossover. On the 6-month chart, a triple upside crossover. Now, one other thing I want to look at here on the 1-day is SKYQ, and then I'm done. SKYQ. All right. Man, oh man. Look at that double ta-ta right there. Grandma tas. Look at the grandma tas down there. SKYQ, grandma tas, and then boom. And then they take it down here for an afternoon vag, and then boom. And then one more vag, and then boom, over the 200-day average at the close. Man, looks good. SKYQ. All right, guys. That's it. That's it for Catfish Tyler. I'm going to get out of here. You guys have a great night, everybody. God bless each and every one of you. Tony Henry, your shirt is in the mail. It's on its way. You should get it in a couple days. God bless all of you, everybody. Catfish Tyler wishes you all great success in all your financial endeavors. I pray for that you are in the best health you can possibly be in. And last but not least, I hope and pray that you're all surrounded with love because each and every one of you deserves it. Yep, you have a great night, Catfish. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Wendy, thanks again. Yep, you have a wonderful evening with your grandchildren. Thank you. All right, everybody. God bless you all. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Yep. Yep. To the rest of the tank, blessings. That's right, Jayhawk. And you too, my friend. Later. All right, you got it. CX Felix. Have a good one. Mike Larson, thank you. Health and Wealth Tank. God bless everybody. Catfish Tyler, adios. See you tomorrow, 7:40. Oh, by the way, if any of these stocks continue to take off, I'll come back on this evening at 7:44, and I'll tell you, hey, this thing's gone crazy. Sell it, sell it, sell it, okay? 7:44 p.m. I'll be on tonight if something takes off. Okay? If GTE just goes through the roof, I'll come on at 7:44 p.m. and I'll tell you, let's get out. All right? So look for me to do that at 7:44 or something bolts, all right? Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 7:48 a.m. Eastern Time. God bless you all. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Bye-bye. Later, Tom. Have a good one. And hey, Tom, I forgot to say, I did get your what you sent me. I got it in the bank. I figured out a way to do it and get it. I had given you the wrong email address, so I had to go into my account and change it and make my email address tylerself@yahoo.com, and boom, I got the money to come into my account. So thank you for that gracious donation, Tom. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. And it did go through. And now I've changed my address to email the Zelle payments, not Venmo, but Zelle. I want to thank you. I did get it. Okay. Yep. It's because I gave you the wrong email address. I was supposed to give you tyself@gmail for the money to go in. And instead, I told you to do tylerself@yahoo. So I had to call my bank, and they changed it over to tylerself@yahoo. And then I changed it here, and we're all good. So thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. Catfish, just send me one of your new shirts, the smaller sizes. Okay, you got it. I'll do it. You got it. And you don't need it signed, do you? You just want just a small shirt, one of the new ones. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. You'll be getting this one right here. You'll be getting this one right here, okay? And this is just a large. It says XL, but it really isn't. It's just a large, all right? All right? Okay. You got it, Jayhawk. Oh, sign it. Okay. All right. Yeah, all right. I'll sign it. No problem. All right. Catfish Tyler, wishing you all well. God bless you all. Did GTE jump? Yes, it did. It jumped all the way up, and we sold that thing. Yes, it went up to $9.47. I made $1,131. It jumped all the way up, Handle. It jumped up just like I thought it would to $9.47 a share. And right now in after hours, it is trading at GTE. It's trading right now at, the bid is 914 and the ask is 916. But it went all the way up. You can see it did exactly what I said it was going to do. The same as what it did yesterday. Look at that run. Look at that run up. Look at that freaking run up, folks. Just like yesterday. See how it did yesterday? Look over here and you'll see how it did yesterday. I'll show you right here. there's what it did yesterday. They ran it way down and then it shot all the way up. And then today, the same thing. Ran it way down and then it shot all the way up, just like I said they would. Oh, yeah, baby. Yes. All right, guys, I got to get out of here, you guys. My grandchildren here, I'm going to go. We'll kiss you guys goodbye. Mwah. Bye-bye. Mwah. Bye-bye. Have a great night. See you tomorrow. And listen, if this thing goes on up tonight, right on up, then I'll come on at 9:44, at 7:44, and I'll let you know, hey, this thing's taking off. I'll come on at 7:44 live. All right. But if it doesn't go up anymore, then I'll see you tomorrow morning at 7:48 a.m. Eastern time. All right, everyone? All right. God bless you all. Yep. You have traded grab. It looks like it compressed. Take care. All right. I'll take a look at it tomorrow. GRAB. I'll look at it tomorrow. That'll be a new one to look at tomorrow. GRAB. All right, everybody. I'm out of here. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye, everyone. I've said that about 10 times now. Yep. I got you. GRAB. I'll look at it tomorrow. We'll look at that one tomorrow. GRAB. And thank you for calling it out. Let me write it down. 87 GRAB. All right, I got it. Thank you very much. Handle 8701. Handle 8701. Thanks. I'll take a look at it tomorrow, all right? I'm out of here, everybody. Have a great night. Toodles.